Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Gen X! Greetings, Dragon One. So good to see you. Welcome back to the Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Today, we are here to talk about how God is for witches too. And I have been getting a lot of DMs talking, since I've been recently, doing my live streams, talking about God being a witch and how I am a witch who believes in God. I'm getting a lot of messages from a bunch of you hatchlings, a bunch of you witches out there who are saying you guys feel like God is not for you because you guys practice witchcraft, or because you guys are witches, or because you guys are gay, or because you guys are trans or lesbian. You feel like you can't have God in your life. And today I was very, very moved to make this video based off of a video that I saw on TikTok of a girl pretty much addressing the same sentiment of how I view God. And I wanted to share it with you guys today. But before we get into this video, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for joining and spending some of your day with me today. I haven't been here in a minute. I know that's been kind of a trend recently where I kind of dip for like 5 days, but we have been doing a lot of work. I've been really trying to make this like witchy studio a great place for us to start hosting like live rituals. So I'm really excited for that. And then I've been in the studio, so I've been making music in the studio since like I was like actually like 18 or something like that. So I'm very excited. Just hit the camera. But I'm very excited for all of that. But today I just kind of wanted to come back on strong and let you guys know that if you're a witch, like, and you believe in God too, or you love God too, and you feel like there's this like war going on inside of you because you love witchcraft and you love God, like this video's for you today. So shout out to all of my witches who absolutely love God, because I am one of you. We are the same. And today we are going to just talk about how witches get to enjoy God too. Like God belongs to witches too. Like God isn't just for one type of person, like, or one group of people. Like, no, God is for every single person who God resonates with. Like God is for everybody who feels called to him. So I just want you guys to know that it literally doesn't matter what religion you are, it doesn't matter what you practice, and it doesn't matter how you identify. God belongs to you too. So with that being said, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab a cozy little thing to do. I'm just drinking some medicine because, surprise, I'm on my 3rd period in a month. Yeah, I'm crying, yeah. God destroyed the temple. Oh no, that's such a funny name. Let's see. Al-Aqsa Mosque was built. Yes, the temple. Oh wait, Al-Aqsa Mosque was built. The creator destroyed the Solomon temple, and in the same place built Al-Aqsa Mosque. Turn or burn. All right, well, God destroyed the temple. That's pretty rude. It's really, really awesome if you guys subscribe to Islam. I think Islam is a beautiful religion, but we don't entertain the whole turn or burn type of conversation here, because what is this whole video about? God belongs to everybody, but especially God belongs to witches too. Like, witches get a lot of shit because of just, who we are, what we practice, okay? There's a lot of awful things in about us in books that have nothing to do with us. So that's why a lot of people are literally conditioned to believe about witches a certain way before they even meet us. It's actually incredibly frustrating. So yeah, so cheers, guys. Cheers to the bigots in the chat. I hope you're having fun, but don't worry, I eat bigots for breakfast, so I'm not worried about it. So cheers, my friends. Let me just spill all over myself. Excuse me. Ominous pagan here. At least what I call myself. I love God. Jesus is chill too. Exactly what you goddess. We love. My personal perspective is that Jesus is a prophet of God, not God himself, but I totally respect people who like subscribe to Jesus as God and like worship that way, because life would be boring if we all subscribe to the same religion and perspective of our religions. Wouldn't that be boring? Yes, thank you. Okay, now we can move on and have a fun time today. So the video that I wanted to share with you guys, I'm about to jump into it, but I'm gonna take another little quick sippy. Where are you from? You mean like my heritage or like where I was born? Because it's all over the place. But basically, let's just jump into this video, because I think what this girl says in her TikTok video is exactly what I'm trying to convey for this video here. So cheers, my friends. Let's have a good one today. All right. For those of you guys who are new here, I have to drink weed because my government won't give me pain medicine for my periods. So what do I do? You know, what do I do? Needed to see this kind of video. I love Christ in my practice. Dead Valley, then you're gonna love this video because I literally making this just for you. Let's go.
God's reach is far and wide. There is no amount of darkness that his light cannot touch. And there is no amount of light that the darkness cannot touch. So we cannot sit here and demonize something that someone else sees God in.
I could stop the video there, guys. Like, she put that so beautifully. Like, God's reach is far and wide, and there is no darkness that his light cannot touch. Just like there is no light that darkness cannot touch, which is why they are of each other, okay? Which is why when you look a little closer at what is considered good and evil, you'll actually see that they are still one and the same. Which is why, how can we human beings, incomparable to God in every sense of the word, how can we human beings judge another human being's experience of God?
AKA tarot cards, spirituality, or anything that you deem demonic might not be demonic to you. God reaches his people in ways that resonate with them. So something that looks demonic to you is someone's true God to them. Now, the important thing with
Exactly, right? So like, how is my experience with God when I cast my circle and I meditate and I bow down with my guardians, like, and I worship God that way? How is that evil? Like, when I use my tarot cards and ask God for messages, how are those messages evil? No, they're just a different way for me to connect with God, for me to connect with, you know, Allah, with source, with universe, whatever you want to call it, right? But at the end of the day, like, God is for everyone, and God belongs to the witches too. And chances are some of these witches see God in places that you wouldn't even consider to look, simply because you already have this preconceived idea of what is good and evil, what is light and dark, what is holy and not holy, if you will. So there's that. Hey, Lunar Rainbow and Rainbow Luna. So good to see you guys at the same time. Hope you guys are doing well. In the end, praying is a form of magic. See, and I am the person who subscribes to that too. Witchcraft is drawing me closer to God, honestly. Yeah, same witchy goddess. Like, I personally have never felt closer to God than when I, you know, meditate with my crystals, or I cast a spell and it comes true. Or I'll literally cast a spell, you know, like, or I start trying to manifest something in my life and it comes through. Like, to me, that's just literally shows me God is everywhere, that you want to see him. Do you know what I mean? So let's continue this video because it's a really good one. It's a really good one.
This conversation is that there are good intentions and there are bad intentions. So let's say, for example, you are demonizing somebody who reads tarot cards, okay? That person could have ill intentions, or they could have good intentions to actually be able to help somebody. And that's where your discernment is the most important thing. If you are sitting here and demonizing these things, or say that you think that a lesbian or someone that is gay is, you know, they are sinning and that's demonic behavior, blah, blah. That might be true love to them. And what is God? God is love, okay? So
God is love. God is love. God is love. Okay. God is love. God is unconditional love. God is omnipotent love. God is omnipresent love. God is literally love in every single way, shape, and form. And anything that pushes you away from love is pushing you away from God. And this has been my experience, okay? Like, we have some people in the comments in this chat right now that are saying a lot of wacky shit, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't matter what a book says. It doesn't matter what another person says. It doesn't matter what the sermon says. It doesn't matter what the prophet says. It doesn't matter what the priest says. It doesn't matter what your parents say. It doesn't matter what the doctors say. It doesn't matter what the religious leaders say, period. At the end of the day, your connection with God is yours and yours alone. And no one can take that from you, because why? God belongs to everybody who seeks him. It doesn't matter who you are, who you were born as, or what religion you subscribe to. You can have a relationship with God, even if you practice witchcraft. You can have a relationship with God, even if you believe in dragon guardians, even if you work with Norse gods, even if you work with, goddesses. Like, for some people, like, they might be able to connect better with, like, God, in the sense of, like, the one true God, if you will, through the name of Odin, or through the name of Osiris, or through the name of Aphrodite. And that's totally valid. You want to know why? Because, like, at the end of the day, that is their human experience. And we don't know what happens when we die. That's part of the fun of this planet, right? And the experience of being on Earth is exploring and experiencing and discovering who we really are and what we really resonate with, and transforming, transmuting, and transferring energy that we see. You know what I mean? And for me, whenever I have, felt really truly connected to God, it is because I am so close to love. It is because I'm so close to unity, and it is because I'm so connected to him. And the only time I have ever felt the devil in my life, you guys, the only time I've ever felt Satan in my life is when people have told me that I cannot believe in God because I'm a witch. The only time I feel Satan present in my space, the only time I feel devils around me, is when people are saying I'm going to hell because I believe in God and I practice witchcraft. I don't care what the Bible says. I don't care what the Quran says. Like, I don't care what these books say, because at the end of the day, the only thing that truly matters is me and my experience and my body. Because the most incredibly powerful tool on this planet, the most advanced form of technology on this planet today, is the human body, is the human vessel. And that's why I'm going to trust my human vessel before I ever trust the words of a man, before I ever trust the words of a prophet, before I ever trust the words of a book. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Zura, do you view God as an actual deity or something else? I view God as something that I can't comprehend. I don't believe God in the way that I work with God is a deity like Aphrodite or Odin. I feel like some people connect with God that way, and that's perfectly beautiful and valid. But for me, my experience of God has always been a loving presence. It's never been a face, it's never been a human being, and it certainly has never been a man. And it certainly has never come from a church or a mosque, and it has never come from a temple or a cathedral, and it has never come from a Bible or a Quran. And while I will say there's some beautiful things in the Bible and the Quran, there's also some things that made me feel furthest from God, that made me question myself and made me question God even so still. And at the end of the day, our journey as human beings is to explore and experience and express ourselves. And the way that I choose to do that is in a way that regulates my nervous system. And I'm not going to practice something that dysregulates my nervous system and that makes me question if I'm a good person or not, or that makes me feel like I'm going to hell. Because you know what? I've done my time, sweetheart, and I'm not going back to there, because it almost put me in a mental hospital. It almost made me hurt myself. Like, I almost cut myself because I was afraid to go to hell. Okay. Last time I checked, that's not like when you say, oh, if you do this, you're going to hell. If that makes a child cut themselves and hurt themselves, to me, that is the devil. That is the devil at work. Okay. If you really want to have this conversation, because, like, my whole life, I've always felt so close to God. I've always felt such an intimate connection to God. I was raised Mormon, and when I left that religion, God never left me. And so how in the world does that make me an evil person? How in the world does that make me somebody who's going to hell simply because I kept my love for God and moved to a different type of practice? The math isn't mathing, you guys. The math isn't mathing. It's your walk with God, and it's your walk with God that truly matters, and what you feel is right or wrong. Exactly, Vicky Heisler. Exactly. And what feels right for my journey with God might seem like blasphemy to you. And what seems like your journey with God might seem abusive to me. But at the end of the day, as long as I'm not insisting that my way is right over you, or you're not insisting that I'm going to hell for being who I am, that's where we can have a conversation and be respectful and like connect as human beings. But when we start, going to judgment, and we start going to criticism in like the unhealthy way, and we start going to bullying, and we start going to fear mongering, like that's when we have an issue. Do you know what I mean? Girl, I'm new here. Please don't tell me this is a Doreen Virtue situation. Pudding custard, no. No, not Doreen Virtue. No, I'm basically just here letting people know. If you're new here, my name's Azura. I'm a draconic witch. I've been practicing witchcraft with dragons for the better part of 2 decades. Some people would worship God or work with goddesses or work with their ancestors. I'm somebody who follows their dragon guardians before anything else. And it's an incredibly huge part of my practice. So then it's basically been a journey of me relearning my heritage too, because like my family moved to America like a couple generations before me, like my grandpa's generation, on my mom's side of the family, and we lost like all of our Irish heritage. And then on my dad's side of the family, I have Welsh witches that we also lost like our heritage when we assimilated into American culture. So my practice is very much a remembrance of my heritage as an Irish woman, as a Nordic woman, as a Welsh woman, etc. And mostly just like a European mutt, like a Celtic mutt. So that's kind of like the main part of that. But like here in America, I was raised Mormon, but my love for God never left me, and it never will leave me. You know what I mean? So I'm just basically saying that like because I'm a witch and I talk about loving God on my channel, I get a lot of religious hate. You'll even see some of this religious hate in this comment section right now on this live chat. Just because people are so hell-bent on convincing me that like what I'm doing is I'm gonna go to hell and it's gonna cost me paradise, which I think is ridiculous. Human beings won't ever be able to judge you, okay? Like human beings will never be able to know who goes to hell and who goes to paradise, right? That's not something for humans to know. That's something for God to decide, right? So this is what I'm just kind of discussing in this live, because like everybody can have God in their life if they want to, no matter who they are, no matter who they believe in, no matter what they practice, no matter, no matter where they come from, you're able to believe in God and still reclaim your roots. Like I'm able to believe in God and still remember my witchy heritage. That will not send me to hell, by the way. And I'm just here to like, kind of like emphasize that, like we don't need to be so mean to each other. What about people born in the Eastern year of the dragon? What about them? Carlin Barker, oh no, that wasn't Carlin, that was Brian. That's just kind of, they just got some good draconic energy, I guess. Do you have a Discord server? Loving all of this. Pudding Custard, I love your name, by the way. I do not have a Discord server, but that is one of like the most requested things I get on my channel. I do have an amino called the Hatchling Clan amino, but I would love to create a Discord for all of us. Just because like more people I think are used to using Discord, and it's a little more user-friendly than amino, so we're gonna do that. Dead Valley, religious hate feels satanic. Yes, it does. There's no hate like Christian love. That's one of my favorite quotes. I keep kicking my thing. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. Hold on. I don't want to keep kicking my setup, so there we go. Hopefully that'll make it to where I don't kick it that much. But yeah, let's listen to what this girl has to say. Let's finish her video.
That listens to heavy metal music, even though it's a darker motif, doesn't mean that it is based around darkness completely and evil completely. So use your discernment. God looks different to different people in so many ways. Why do you think people that have different cultures still come to know God? It's because he reaches them in a way that resonates with them.
Why do you think people of different cultures still come to know God? because he reaches them in ways that they will receive them. Isn't that beautiful? Like, dude, I am literally a witch. But I have so many Muslim friends, I have so many Christian friends, I have so many Jewish friends, and I love talking to them about God. Why? Because I feel close when we do. And when I share my experiences with God, it changes their perspectives of witches, because why? They also know that God is love and God is for everybody. And the only time we have an issue in this planet, the only time we have an issue in humanity is when we choose to go from, when we see something that doesn't resonate with us or we don't understand or that seems scary, we jump to judgment instead of curiosity. And that's why we have things like genocide happening all around the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, the reason why like the Palestinians are being genocided right now is because because the people who have power are more interested in demonizing them. It's easier to say that they're evil and destroy them all for the land than it is to try and understand them, understand their practice, understand their culture, understand their faith, understand their people, their way of life. You know what I mean? But that's wrong. You know what I mean? Like, we are humanity, we are human beings, and we are all the same. Yet the only reason why we are different is because God made us look different. God made us speak different languages. God made us have different faiths and practices. Why? To challenge us as human beings to see if we can find our way back to God. Which is what? Which is what? Love. Unconditional love and unity. That is what God is. And anyone else pushing you away from that is pushing you towards the devil. That's making you doubt your relationship to God or hate God, or maybe God isn't for you, that is pushing you to the devil. If you want to have this evil good conversation, this like heaven versus hell conversation, this is my experience with it. You know what I mean? And last time I checked, everyone is a sinner. Everyone is a sinner. Last time I checked, God created heaven knowing it would be full of sinners, which is why God is the most merciful, period. God is like a river. It flows through different places and connects places together. Exactly, Dead Valley. Exactly, here to learn, here to grow. Exactly, pudding custard. Exactly. And you know what I love? You know what I love to do? I actually love to read the Quran. Do you know what I love to do? I actually love to read the Bible. Do you know what I love to do? I actually love reading Hindu teachings. Like, I love reading Buddhist teachings. Like, I love reading like Jewish teachings. Why? Because there's a little bit of magic in all of it. There's a little bit of God in all of it. Like, why would I disregard some of it? I'm missing part of the picture that way. That's silly. That's silly. You know? Yes, all humans are divinely flawed. Exactly. Exactly. When I found Wicca, was when I called out for help, and God helped me found people who get me as who I am, and the way connected with the strongest to God. Yes, God brought me to Wicca to help me be closer to him. Exactly. You know what I mean? And Wicca was actually a religion that really helped me repair my connection to God, because, you know, God and Goddess is such a huge part of Wicca. And that was such a huge hole in my heart when I was in the Mormon church, is I was like, what about a goddess? Like, I love God. Like, don't get me wrong, I worship God. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I see God, I feel God every day of my life. Like, but at the end of the day, I was like, what about a goddess? And that got me in a lot of trouble in my Mormon, like, early years, and like in other churches that I went to with friends, you know? Because I just felt hollow, like something was missing. And then guess what? When I literally started practicing Wicca, I finally felt like I could find the balance between God and Goddess. And if you ask me, like, God is like unified masculine, feminine energy. Like, God is not a man, God is not a woman, God is not like a he or a she. The only reason why I refer to God as a him or he is because for humanity's like small brains right now, like, you're gonna be able to understand me better if I refer to God as a man, as a him, as a he, rather than an it or a thing, because like that's just where we're at with the human brains these days. Most human brains just don't understand how to have that conversation. Learning about different faith systems fulfills me in a way I never expected. Exactly, Vicky Heisler. Like, I just feel so happy to be a human when I learn about faiths and religions all around the world. Make believe is real. Holy cost, you are onto something. Someone cooked here. Someone cooked here. Every person comes from a different path. Eventually they'll cross, but no one wants to be overlapped, you know? But it doesn't mean we have to burn down the forest from which they came. Positive, intensive. Yeah, exactly, Carlin. Like, I don't have to like understand everybody's like way that they practice, but like that doesn't mean that if I don't understand or I don't agree with it that I have to burn it down. Like, the only reason why I'm going to burn someone down for their ideology is if it actively like harms people, if it like actively takes people's rights away, if it like actively suppresses people from their freedoms, if it like actively removes people from their land, from their culture, from their language, from their people. Like, that is when I'm like, that's where we bring out the guns and shoot those people, because that is just not allowed on our planet anymore. I'm sorry. We do need more goddesses and religions. Yeah, we do. Being both Hindu and believing in Christ and the Hindu gods makes feel so happy. Exactly, Deadly Valley. Exactly. Satanism is actually a religion about self-empowerment, not about hurting others. Yes, Rainbow Luna. And it's like the same thing, you know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be like good and bad Christians, just like there's gonna be good and bad Satanists, just like there's gonna be good and bad witches. But to say that all Satanists are evil when there's no precedent for that, and to say that all witches are evil when there's no historical precedent for that, that's where we have an issue. Like, there's historical precedent for the majority of Christians being evil. Why? Because let me just break out my freaking history textbooks on the Crusades, okay? The Catholic Church, okay? The removement of women, okay? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Do you want me to keep going? Like, we have precedent for that. So it's like, that's just like saying like all white people aren't bad when we have precedent that like pretty much every single white person will be enacting violence at some point of their life, whether or not they realize it. Why? Because it's how we're raised, okay? And like, Christian people are raised to hate witches, okay? They just are. It's like written in their books, okay? And most of the churches and most of their families are not gonna go to actual witches to be like, wait a minute, what is this? They're gonna take what their religion says and they're going to act accordingly. And that's how people who are witches like me get systemically removed from our jobs, get denied places for taking up space, aren't allowed to be openly witchy, or we just lose access to everything, okay? Like, this is what I'm trying to like say when I say like, guess what God is for witches too, because like, just because the way that I work with and worship God looks different from the way that your book tells you to, or the way that your church tells you to, or the way that your parents or whatever tells you to, doesn't mean that I am working with a corrupted version of God. No, I'm just working with a different face of God that you were not familiar with. Just like I am not familiar with the face of God that you work with when you go to church, or the face of God that you work with when you think witchcraft is evil. I don't understand that face of God. That face of God is not mine to work with. But if it resonates with you, that's none of my business. I actually don't give a shit. You know what I mean? The only issue I have is when like people come into my lives and they're constantly disturbing my day, my time, my space, and my audience, constantly giving me just like this religious fear trauma programming on a silver platter and being like, deal with it. Like, fuck you people. Like, actually, like God belongs to me too. Like, God belongs to the witches too. God belongs to the hatchlings too, okay? And just because we practice and work with God in a different way doesn't mean that we are going to hell. Doesn't mean that we are going to be punished by God, who we love. Shame on you for saying that to people. Like, God is for everyone in the sense that only God gets to decide who goes to heaven. Only God gets to decide who he shows up for. Only God gets to decide who's good and bad. Actually, last time I checked, right? The issue I'm having here is when people who believe in God think that they're on the righteous path and somehow they start acting as if they're God themselves. And thank you, Adia, for your interest and explanations of these things. Of course, Brian. Of course, Brian. If I'm not going to do it, who else is? Like, I get so mad, like, even in our own witchy community. Like, even in the witchy community, like, some witchy creators will just really platform like hate of God and hate for Christians. And it's funny to me because I'm like, how are you any different than the Christians that hated on us for being witches? How are you any different than the Christians who said witches burn in hell? Like, How is that any different? Like, that's not my place. Like, I don't care what Christians do with their lives. The only time I'm going to get involved is if they drag me into it against my will, or they're like actively oppressing other people from exploring their connection to God in their own way. Or maybe somebody just doesn't want to have a connection with God. Have you ever thought about that? Like, that is a valid experience too. Like, all of it is so, like, this is what I tell people, the law of paradox, right? The more meaning, the more faces, the more perspectives you assign to God, the simpler God becomes, the clearer God becomes, the more understandable, the more familiar, the closer God feels to us. Why? Because the law of paradox, the more and more and more meaning we give to God, the more simpler he becomes. You know? That's why I believe anyone who believes in God and works with God and says, hey, God is in my life and this is what happened, miracle. Miracle. People are performing miracles every day because they have faith in God. And it doesn't matter if they're witches. It doesn't matter if they're in the pulpits or they're preachers. It doesn't matter if they're just some hobo on the road. Anyone can believe in God, even the evil people. There are some of the people in this world who do the most awful things believe that God is co-signing everything they do. And how am I supposed to be an authority on if they're experiencing God or not? I just am not. I'm not capable because I have my own human body and experience. I do not have that experience, but I have this one. You know? And that's why all I can say is, like, I can talk about my experience from this one. And my experience from the perspective of Azura Dragonfeather is that when people tell me I'm going to hell for being a witch, even though I love and worship God, that shit traumatizes my nervous system. That shit is evil. That shit hurts people. That shit makes people end up in mental hospitals. That shit makes people take their lives. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Not demonize something that someone else genuinely loves, because that is God to them. Because God reaches us in so many different ways, we are entitled to our own way. We do not have the right to sit here and look at someone else and say that your version of God does not match mine, so therefore yours is wrong. That is not our place. Everybody's connection to God is solely through them. We cannot comment on that. I cannot sit here and look at someone who practices witchcraft and say, oh my God, you're evil, you're practicing witchcraft. Okay? This is why God has placed me in certain areas and certain places in my life, because I am able to understand now what love is and what love looks like, what God looks like, because he can look different to everybody. And it's not my place to sit here and judge someone's version of God. That's all I have to say.
It's not my place to sit here and judge someone else's version of God. Bars, Miss. Here, let me just let you know who this beautiful girl is. Her name is Laura.Ann.L. I think this is her profile. I definitely recommend go checking her out. She is quite small and her content doesn't get much views, but everything she drops is bars. And I wanted to cover her video in today's episode because her video talking about, if I see somebody, because she's not a witch, right? Like, she says, if I see somebody practicing witchcraft, how am I the one to say that's evil? Like, how can you decide as a Christian when you see me practicing witchcraft that God isn't present? I'm terrified of the Christian God, though, because of trauma. Isinator, I really hope that my channel can be a place for you to heal, because I am the exact same way. I was terrified of the Christian God when I left Mormonism. I was like, especially the more and more that I got into witchcraft, my brain, my like defense mechanism was like, well, fuck God. I don't like God. God doesn't have a place here. Therefore, I can't be touched by God. I don't believe in that. But deep down I did, you know, deep down I still loved God and all of that. But when I started unpacking my religious trauma, I realized that everything that pushed me away from God, everything that made me want to abandon God or even hate God, was because somebody else, a human being, made me feel that way. When I think of all my experiences with God Himself, I've never felt rejected. I've never felt demonized. I've never felt hated. I've only felt loved and supported and connected and not alone. And so when I think of the people who try to tell me how I'm supposed to connect with God, that's where I see the devil. That's where I see the evil. Because people's own conditionings, right? People's own conditionings and their lack of, unpacking their own trauma will lead them to perpetuate it. It's really simple. But that's why I'm just so loud about it here on my channel. And like my channel is an intersection between Christianity and witchcraft. It always was supposed to be, and I just didn't know. Because, I don't identify as a Christian witch. But I do believe in God, in the Abrahamic God, the same God for Islam, Christianity, and, Judaism. They all have the same God, and they really like to debate that between the three groups of them. 3 paths to the same God, right? But it's just because the way I was raised, you know what I mean? I was raised with God in my life, and I experienced God as a child, and my first experiences of magic were through God, okay? So that's exactly why here on this channel, I'm going to talk about my passion for witchcraft, and I'm going to talk about my passion for God, and I don't care anymore how much religious hate that gets me in. I don't care, who wants to try and attack me about that. I have been told by my dragon guardians and by God to not debate people about my beliefs. I'm only meant to learn about other people's beliefs when they share them, but I'm not meant to learn about other people's beliefs when they share them in a way that's meant to make me question myself, make me feel afraid of being myself, or make me feel ashamed of being a witch. That's when I won't interact with that. But I have so many Muslim viewers who drop their views and their religious practices here in the chat, and I will always have time for that. Love that. You know what I mean? But it's just for me, I just have to emphasize this, especially for other witches, not only from the hate that we get from the Christian community and the Muslim community and the Jewish community. I'm also talking about the hate that we get from our witchy community. All of the hate from both sides, I need you to know that it's not tolerated on this channel, because this channel is for witches who believe in God too. This channel is for Christians who are curious about witchcraft too. This channel is for Muslims who want to learn about witchcraft in a different light too. This channel's for anyone with any religious, spiritual, or faith-based practice to come and be geeky, cheeky, and freaky together while we learn about it, because isn't that the beauty of life? Do you know what I mean? I love learning about people. I love learning about their practices. I love learning about their faiths. And so that's why we do that here, So I don't know, I just really hope that we can kind of just understand, that at the end of the day, God is one unity. It's one love. It's interconnectedness. It's how everything is interconnected. That is God, and anything that seeks to make you hate somebody else for being different, fear somebody else for doing something that's a little bit strange to you, or any sort of hateful thing, anything that makes you feel separated from anyone or from what you love, that is an act of evil. It is. And the people in this comment section who are just saying awful things like that, in my opinion, when I see that shit, that looks like the devil's work to me, from the Christian good versus evil perspective, if you will, So I don't know, man. All I gotta say is relax, people. You don't have to believe I'm a real witch. Just because you don't think I'm a real witch doesn't mean that I'm not one all of the sudden. Oh my gosh, wow. Someone on the internet doesn't believe I'm real, therefore poof, I'm gone. Wow. Cheers. Thank you for poofing me out of existence, because apparently I'm not real according to you, so cheers. Cheers to you guys. I literally, it's so hard to make me anxious these days. Like, or like make me question myself, or like make me like hate myself. It's hard to do that to me just because I've like been through it all, brother. Like, I've been through it all. I have come back. I am Gucci, okay? But like now in my life, my dragon guardians just want me to speak. Like, my dragon guardians are like, stop rotting in bed every day of your life. Like, you're sitting on so much spiritual treasure, so much emotional treasure, so much like so much mental treasure, like emotional treasure, like all of this treasure, like I'm hoarding to myself. They're like, why? They're like, why? Why are you sitting with that shit? Like, relax. Like, I need you to talk about it, okay? Like, we need you to talk about your experiences. We need you to talk about your point of view. We need to talk about you working with us. We need you to talk about, you know, just everything, okay? Like, you've literally been so silent for so many years. Like, speak up. Like, and that's the thing that my dragons wanted me to do today. You know, like, it seems kind of strange that my dragon guardians were the one who told me to tell you that God belongs to witches, but hey, hi, hello, they do. And like, hey, hi, hello, my dragons pray to God with me. Is that weird to you? If you think you know what I do so much better than I do you want to explain to me why dragons pray to God with me? And they don't spontaneously combust into flames? I'll wait. I'd love to know that. I would love to know that, that little, explanation you got there for that one, because I don't think I know how you'd explain that one other than, oh, they're real. Oh my God, the dragons, they love me and they love God. What a concept. Okay. I'm Christian and am a practitioner of energies. I don't use the term witch. Oh, that's cool though. That's fair, you know, like, when I have done like, what's it called? Past life reversions. I do some like past life stuff recently with my dragon guardians, and basically like I've been told in those like, not like verbatim with language, but like in those visualizations that like some people would just consider themselves like a healer, excuse me, or like an oracle, or like a medium, or like just because somebody like exhibits really witchy traits or does like really witchy things doesn't mean they're a witch, you know, because at the end of the day, the person themselves, the practitioner themselves gets to decide who they are. You know, like tomorrow, like who knows, maybe tomorrow, like I read something or I come across something that's so compelling that makes me want to revert to Islam. Who knows, brother? Who knows? The point is that I like to play this game with my life called Let's Learn As Much As We Can. It's a really fun game. You should try it sometime. And then I like to put it through the lens of certain like special interests I have. So I'll play the game Let's Learn As Much As We Can through the lens of dragons, or let's learn as much as we can through the lens of crystals, or let's learn as much as we can through the lens of religion, or let's learn as much as we can through the lens of God. Like, I don't know. Why is that so strange? So strange. Let's see. What is a dragon? Okay, so I would consider a dragon a 5-dimensional or higher being of light. Some would say they can see ghosts. I would consider dragons are just like apparitions in that way. Not that they are ghosts, but just that like they are energetic beings. Like they don't have a physical vessel, if that makes sense. So the way that I connect with them is like, you know, if you have like someone in your life who've passed away. For example, my grandpa passed away in 2020, and sometimes I'll just talk to him, you know, like he's in my space, but it's because he's always going to be right here. And that's how I view dragons, you know, like my dragon guardians are always going to be right here with me. And my dragon guardians, you know, are very similar to Mushu from Mulan, if that makes sense. You know how like the ancestors like basically gave Mulan Mushu to watch over her? That's essentially kind of how my life is too. You know, my ancestors and God gave me my dragon guardians to watch over me in this lifetime, and I think that's really beautiful. So there you go, HYGG. Now you can't say I'm ignoring your comments anymore. Do dragons pray to God? Didn't know that. Not all of them. I would say like not all of my dragon guardians do, but like my main ones that I work with, when I like actually like worship God, I guess you could say, because I only worship God, I guess. But like when I like actually like bow down and like do certain things that help regulate my nervous system or feel connected to God, my dragon guardians do with me, you know, because I've asked them to and they're very much always there. You know what I mean? Like I'm mostly talking about like my main dragon guardians that I work with. Like Pickle Chips, for example, is one of the dragons that I'm talking about that like will pray to God with me. But also, when I'm really desperate, I'll ask my dragon guardians to pray with me to God and to basically charge my prayers to get to God faster, if that makes sense. But that's just that's just my life. You know, like you don't have to connect with God that way. Like that's the whole point of this channel nowadays, is like for me just to let you know that like, hey, calm down, man, like we get to explore this world together. How much fun is that? Like we don't have to be alone, we get to do it together. We have this thing called the internet and we get to learn about each other and we get to share ourselves with each other and we get to grow together and then we get to connect and build communities together. And like I haven't even met you, like I have never shaken your hand, I've never given you a hug, I've never seen your face in person, yet some of you guys in this chat are some of like I would consider my friends, just because you guys are so present in my life and you guys are so like present in my practice and you guys are always inspiring me and always sharing yourselves with me, and you have no need to, you just decide to, and that's so beautiful to me. The dragons helped me connect with angels, God, and Jesus. My Monte came to me at a perfect time and told me to pray more. Yeah, same. When I was going through in 2020, after my cat passed away of 19 years, who was more like my best friend's soulmate, twin flame, than a pet, and then I lost a lot of family to COVID or cancer during that time as well, I really kind of took a shift to starting to hate all of my spiritual practices. It was very overwhelming, and I was really starting to abandon God, even more so than I ever have in my adult life. And guess who told me not to abandon my love and my belief in God? I'll let you guess. It was Pickle Chips, of course, my dragon guardian. My dragon guardian. Can I still pray to God and be Norse pagan witch? Of course, Isinator. Of course, because I bet you the only reason why you feel like you can't do that is because you saw somewhere in a book or online or someone else told you that you could not. Isinator, did God tell you can't do that? Did your Norse gods tell you can't do that? Or was it people? I'm willing to bet it was people. Azura, what's your experience with angels? I actually have a video on my channel where I talk about angel dragons. So I've been very much working with angelic dragons recently. It's been a very new development of my practice within the last, I would say, like 4 to 5 years. But more so the past year, it's been like a huge cornerstone of my practice, like every single day to work with these, like with angelic dragons. And I have my experience with angels has been, I guess my entrance into the angelic realm was with the assistance of an angelic dragon, but now I work with angels like Archangel Michael for the most part, but I've been learning more about archangels and their energy and calling upon angels more often. I used to have a lot of religious trauma around angels for stories that I'm not comfortable sharing with yet. I had some really disturbing things happen in the church with some of the teachers there that essentially were just telling me some crazy things about angels. I don't want to talk about it. That's all I'm going to cover on that one. Maybe one day I'll be able to talk about it. But for now, all I'm going to say is that my experience with angels are very much like my experience with dragons, except angelic energy feels super cuddly and comforting, where dragon energy feels super sharp and menacing. But they're very much like guardian energy. That's the best way I can describe that. I like the term guide and healer. Thanks. Yeah, tragic nostalgic. Anyone can be whoever they want. Ask them about Solomon. You mean my dragon guardians? My dragon guardians won't talk to me about Solomon yet. They said I'm not ready. They said I have to like learn more and do more practices before I'm able to dive there. A dragon is a being feared in the West and revered in the East, or so I have heard. Mystically created beings of much power, but who sometimes have big drawbacks sometimes. Yeah, that's an interesting explanation of dragons. I find that also really fascinating when you look at the contrast between how like Eastern cultures really elevate dragons and like worship them like sometimes greater than gods, and like Western culture very much demonizes them, like the embodiment of the devil himself or evil themselves. So it's very fascinating to me. I pray to the Norse pantheon. That's why I ask. Oh yeah, well you know what, Isanator? I would honestly ask your pantheon, like, or your relationship with your gods that you already have, right? Because like with my practice, like it was my dragon guardians who were insisting on me adopting a practice of worship for God, because like it was truly missing from my life. It was something that had never really left me in childhood. I really loved God, you know, learning about God and worshiping God as a kid. And it was only the adults around me that removed that connection from me and that made me feel evil for wanting to be a witch or whatever. And so my dragon guardians were very much like, don't let them be the reason why you never have another connection with God in this one human life you have. So that's kind of why I, like, as much as it makes me uncomfortable sometimes, like I try to have a relationship with God now. It's very awkward sometimes because of my religious trauma, but I try my best. Watching this nearly at midnight. What time zone are you in? It's almost 10 p.m. here. That's lovely, Zara. Oh, thank you. I have to leave for now, but I hope everyone has a good night. You're valid no matter what. Oh, thank you, Witchy Goddess. I hope you're doing well. You can see fifth dimensional beings. That's awesome. William P., so can you. Is Pickle Chips an elemental dragon? Also, thanks for all of this. This was perfect for me. No, Pickle Chips is a celestial dragon that I work with. I've talked a little bit about Pickle Chips before, but Pickle Chips is the purple dragon. But like, I like win over purple dragons in one of my streams. I'll definitely probably have to make a video stream just on purple dragons where you guys can ask me and Pickle Chips about it. But it's not as like dramatic and mysterious as you think it is, and like purple dragons are made out to be. Like Pickle Chips kind of laughs at that a little bit, but basically like I would consider Pickle Chips one of the apex guardians that I work with. Just a very menacing giant celestial dragon that is mostly like, what I do with Pickle Chips is mostly work with alchemy, and everything I do with Pickle Chips is from the foundation of alchemy. Like it's everything above that, if that makes sense. Pickle Chips is arcane magic that I struggle with daily. Pickle Chips is what's the word? Pickle Chips is right now like my, what is Pickle Chips is like saying boss battle. I hope that helps. Question, do you remember the first place you found your first dragon guardians? Yeah, I would, for as long as I can remember, I used to play with dragons when I was a kid, and the adults in my life would call my dragon guardians my imaginary friends or my imaginary dragons. My real name isn't, like my given name isn't Azura, but they would call me by my given name, or the body's name, and they would be like, oh, her little dragon, her little imaginary dragons, you know, like they were always like, you have such a beautiful imagination, you have so many friends, you know, and it was just like, like when I look back and like in hindsight, I'm like, oh yeah, not imaginary, are they? Haha. So there's that. You can never have enough friends. Of course you can't. Can witchcraft help one ascend from third dimensional consciousness to fifth dimensional consciousness, as I'm currently on that journey? Thanks. Yeah, William P. That's the only way I'm where I'm at. In terms of witchcraft, I recommend, if you're going to take that route for like 3D to 5D consciousness with like a witchy twist, I recommend looking into esoteric teachings. You should really tap into the things like the Kybalion, for example. The Hermetic Principles, the Emerald Tablets is another one you should read. What else? You should read, it's not, I don't remember the exact book of what it's called, but it's written by Aleister Crowley. I would read that, and then I would look into the teachings of ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet. That'll bring you there as well. And you're gonna find, the more that you dive deep, you're gonna find that Jesus Christ and witchcraft have a lot of connections with the whole 5D Christ consciousness stuff. So I won't spoil that journey for you too much, but I definitely recommend going down that rabbit hole. My Monte is from when I was 18, 10 years ago, is very angelic but is dark and light elemental. Oh, that's really beautiful. Is God related to dragons, or does this not make sense? No, God is related to dragons. God created dragons in my perspective. At least that's well, I mean, like, if you subscribe to the like idea of God being like everything and nothing at the same time, like, trust me, the way that I like talk about God is not the way that most Christians or like Muslims or like Jewish people would believe in God. I use the term God for like all of it. Like here's the universe and God is observing the universe. English sucks. I'm sorry. I need better words. I used to be terrified of angels. I felt more comfortable with dragons and demons than angels. I've now come around and work with angels and everyone now. Yeah, dude, I used to hate angels. Especially like the biblically depicted angels. Fuck no. I hated that. But now I work with them and feel cozy with all of them. What's up, lucky number 26? Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. We're talking about how God belongs to witches too, and everybody can have a belief in God. It doesn't matter who you are. Because I've been reading up on astrology, each zodiac has several phases throughout their lives, and the last phase of the Aquarius is the angel. Oh yeah, Rainbow Luna. I've been looking into that as well. I love that one. What was Pisces? Was Pisces the final stage for Pisces was the ocean, right? I also really loved that one too. But yeah, I really resonate with those like 3 life cycles of the like zodiac signs, Rainbow. Like that's I'm so glad you dropped that in the chat, because like I've been trying to really resonate with the angelic realms. My dragon guardians, I know Pickle Chips wanted me to keep God in my faith, or keep my faith in God, I should say. Because I am meant to work with angels, but I'm also meant to work with demons, but I've been working with demons for a while, so it's not like something that was like new, I guess you could say. Like, it's very funny how most of the things that are deemed good in life have been very traumatizing for me on my path. That would include things like heaven, that would include things like light, things like love, things like God, things like angels. So like those, I've had just really traumatizing experiences around those things. So coming back to that and re-embracing that has been an incredible journey. And part of that, speaking of angels, I'm gonna show you guys one of my favorite crystals. My boyfriend got this for me recently, and it's a monster. It's probably the biggest crystal I personally own now. But this one is aquamarine. And if you guys are interested in working with angels, I know aquamarine is considered like a mermaid siren type of crystal. While you can use it for that, I have found that the energy of aquamarine feels more angelic than siren, if that makes sense. I would say that moonstone feels more siren to me than moon. Isn't that interesting? But yeah, so I just wanted to say aquamarine is kind of one of those crystals that's a little more rare and more expensive, but if you can get your hands on some, even just a little tumbled piece of it is like so incredibly important to keep on you, especially if you're struggling with angel stuff. I'm trying to catch up with this chat, you guys are going crazy. But yeah, I just checked. Yes, the last for Pisces is the ocean. Yes, I love it. But yes, I'm literally making a charm with aquamarine right now. What are the odds? Just confirms I made the right decision using aquamarine. Yes, dude, hell yeah, aquamarine for the win. But like this piece of aquamarine, like, let me just tell you a story about this one. So like this piece here is huge, by the way. Huge, by the way. But it was like the store that it was in, Rock Paradise, opened in like 2018 or 2017, and like I have been going to that store ever since they've opened. And like even before I was with my boyfriend now, like I would just go, and every time I would see this piece of aquamarine, I would just like put my hand on it and be like, you're coming home with me one day. Like I didn't know how, motherfucker is expensive. But I was like, you're just gonna come home with me one day, okay? You are, okay? And I didn't know how. And then like, you know, as fate would have it, like my boyfriend got it for me as a gift, and like I was like, oh my gosh. And I like don't really think I ever told my boyfriend like the story about this crystal, how like I was always like telling this crystal was gonna come home with me, right? Like I was like, just wait, like you're coming with me, you know? And so for it to happen like that just seemed really special to me, especially in my life. Like, let me tell you something. I was so far down the rabbit hole of like, fuck God, like God is dead, like, you know, God is like the devil, like, you know, like God's evil. Why would I worship a God that like murders babies or whatever, or like allows that to happen? I digress. Until this man walked into my life, you guys. And this man just has such a faith and love for God that I have never seen before in anyone, man or woman. And it moved me. It really moved me. And I almost, in his presence, simply his belief and love in God, his faith in God was honestly so palpable and contagious that I just kind of adopted it. And the more that I remembered, you know, just my experience with God as a child, and the more that like I watched how he truly embodied his belief of God is love, that's how I really truly found my way back to God, you guys. And I just need you guys to know something. I need you guys to know that like everything is very curious in this world if you let yourself be open to that possibility. And the way that I live my life these days is more so like an adventure story time game, a choose your own adventure story time game. And I call like my life the Earth game. And the reason why I call my life the Earth game is because this life is about a series of decisions. Even choosing not to choose something or not do something is a choice. And so because this is a world of decisions, you essentially choose your own storyline by the decisions you make. And the decisions that I have made have led me away from God and led me back to him. My decisions in life have led me to magic, and at every time I've tried to abandon magic, it has led me right back to it. And at every single second of my life that I allow myself the pleasure, the honor, and the joy of having dragons in my circle, well, that's when I know that this world is so much more than meets the eye. Is so much more than I've been told, is so much more than the Bible told me, so much more than anything that I've ever seen in any movie, any church, anything like that, any video game, any book, anything. And it all came, it only presented, my life has only presented itself this way to me because I chose this path. I chose a very long time ago when I was a child that I wanted to see if magic was real because I had a feeling that it was. And if it was real, I could use it to make my dreams of being a musician come true. And I did. And now everything in my life is hand-picked, universally tailored to my life because of the magic that I casted, because of the mentalities that I've adopted, because of how many times people told me I couldn't live this life and I said, no, I will, watch me. I had to have the audacity of an old white man in Congress because if I did not, I would not be living the life that I have now. And I am here to let you know that no matter what you believe in, whether you subscribe to God or witchcraft or neither or something in between or a combination of the two, it doesn't matter who the hell you think you are. You can do the same thing. You can have a life that you want to create. If you have this phone in your hand right now and you're watching me live on your phone right now with an internet connection, chances are you have a roof over your head and you have food in your stomach and you have, you know, pillows and a blanket and like a bed to sleep on, and you probably have family or pets, and you are blessed. You are blessed. Okay, like, and you might have, you know, you might struggle with your relationships, and you might struggle with your relationship with yourself, or you might have social anxiety, or you might, you know, struggle with authority, or whatever you might have in your life that's challenging for you. Know that it's for you. Isn't that so special? Like, every single time I struggle in my life, I remember that my pain is for me too, that the pain that I'm experiencing is only for me. And that honestly sometimes makes it feel special. It's about how you look at it and how you look at yourself. And how I look at my life is, it would be incomplete without magic and dragons and God and goddess and ancestors and fairies. It would be incomplete without ghosts. It would be incomplete without crystals and witchcraft and astrology and tarot. You know, it would be incomplete without church, without the mosques, without the temples, without the cathedrals that I visit. It would be incomplete without my Muslim friends, without my Christian friends, without my Jewish friends, without my Buddhist friends, without like my Hindu friends, without my Palestinian friends, without my Black friends, without my Hoodoo friends, my Santerian friends. Like, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same. You know? So I hope that when you come on my channel, not only are you reminded that magic is real, but that there is magic and God present in anything if you look close enough. Like, literally. Like, I hope that when you come to my channel, you feel safe to be different. I hope that when you come to my channel, you feel safe to have a weird, like, religious belief, and you feel comfortable to share it, knowing that, like, you are gonna be, like, accepted, and we're gonna talk about it. Do you know what I mean? Where are you from? I am from Narnia. It's true. I am from Narnia. I'm back. Starlings, welcome back. We brought out the aquamarine today. Okay. I was getting asked about angels, and I said that aquamarine is one of the best crystals to get in touch with angels. At least in my experience, I really, really work well with, I really connect well, I should say, to angels when I work with aquamarine, especially this chunk here from my boyfriend. He was so sweet to get this for me. But let me tell you something else. You know, you're allowed to do things people tell you you're not allowed to do. Like, people are literally like, some people think it's like okay to go like walk into Palestine and like rip people's houses and like bomb people and like kick them, oh, I don't know, like bomb them into oblivion, and they think that's okay. But we all know that's wrong, right? So if like they can do the wrong things, like you can follow the things that your gut is telling you to do that everybody else told you was wrong. If people told you that you're not allowed to work with like Norse gods and Egyptian gods and like pagan gods, and Norse like gods and Celtic gods and all of that, but you want to, but they said you're not allowed, you're allowed to try it anyway. Like, you know, you're allowed to cast a circle and call upon like all these different gods and goddesses from like different pantheons, even though it's not a recommended thing to do. You can still do that and see what happens. Like, that's my whole point. Azura, what is hoodoo? Hoodoo is like voodoo, but they're not the same. Like, hopefully I am remembering correctly that like hoodoo is like the cultural practice and voodoo is like the spiritual belief. Or it's the opposite. But I will double check. My phone. Here's my phone. I recommend following like actual like Black creators on TikTok if you want to learn about hoodoo, because you should not be learning it from a white girl like me. That's just all I'm gonna say. Well in spirit, yeah. I'm from West Atlantis, bro. Well in spirit. That's awesome. Yeah, no, the more I've been doing, the more that I've been doing the work that my dragon guardians tell me to do and studying texts that my dragon guardians tell me to, the more that I'm remembering because like Pickle Chips tells me all the time, like past, present, and future are all right now. And like that's why Pickle Chips has to remind me all the time not to stress out about what I'm seeing in reality right now. Pickle Chips says I have nothing to worry about the future of humanity because Pickle Chips already knows what happens. Like Pickle Chips is in a state of being where like past, present, and future all coexist together right here, right now. The only separation for us as human beings is the fact that we're physically embodied, right? That's the only illusion of separation between the past and the future, right? That we have. Which is why Pickle Chips tells me to be as present as possible because that's the only way we really are living. When we're too stuck in the past or we're too anxious about the future, that's when Pickle Chips says that we start to develop mental illnesses. Bars. And that's when we are removing ourselves from the present moment and denying ourselves our life. The more we, you know, like literally focus on what has been or what could be, that's when we are denying ourselves the opportunity to become, to embody, to simply be, you know? So at the end of the day, for me, like, I think it's important to not destroy things that don't deserve destruction. What do I mean by that? People's religions don't deserve destruction. People's cultural beliefs don't deserve destruction unless it hurts people. Like, unless it oppresses people, unless it removes the freedom from people, unless it forces something upon somebody that they do not want. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, I know that there's a lot of people, especially Christians, in the United States of America that actually want to adopt a practice of veiling or like putting like a cloth over their head, but are afraid to because of how Islamophobic our country is. Like, you might be subjected to shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I get called a terrorist too when I wear the kufiya outside. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like, there's like, that's the problem, right? Like, people shouldn't be afraid to leave their house as who they are. That's the problem. Like, this is where I have an issue. But other than that, people need to be able to express and believe and practice the way they want to. And that's why God belongs to witches too, because there's so many more witches out there than you would think that have a practice with God, that have a belief in God, that are very close to God, and like not in the traditional sense of the Bible or the Quran or the Torah. Like, it's just different for some witches. And that's beautiful and that's okay. And you know what? It doesn't mean that they're evil or that the God they're talking to is different than the God that you're talking to. Who the hell do you think you are to think that you know the difference? Because I sure as hell don't. Who the hell am I? Who the hell am I? I'm just a girl who follows her dragons, singing songs along the way. Who am I to decide if that version of God is real or if that version of God is real? How do I know? Only God can know. And I am not God. I am Azura Dragonfeather. I'm just one human being. See, I got this thing called flesh. You know what I mean? Last time I checked, like, God couldn't be embodied in the flesh. Like, the human vessel cannot contain God, period. Just, like, this is what my dragon guardians taught me. Like, people who identify as, like, dragonkin in the spiritual sense, like I do, like, it's funny when people claim that they have these giant, all-powerful Tasur Zors dragons incarnated into their bodies because the human vessel cannot contain a dragon like that. It just can't. You know? So, I think people are just taking things way too seriously and way too literally. That's my problem. Like, people will, like, hear something in the English language and take it, like, literally, and then we have so many problems because of that. Almost everybody practices the craft to some degree, and the majority of people don't even know it. Yeah, like, do people know that when you make a wish on your birthday candles, like when you blow out the candles on your birthday cake, that is fire magic? Hello, introduction to fire candle magic. Like, that is a wish spell. Relax. It's not that serious. You know? Like, I could literally have an actual factual debate with you on how prayer is a spell. I could go there. Like, I have precedent to argue that. Like, I could argue this. You know, everybody does what they want. Everybody does what they want. Everybody does what they want. Why do you guys stop them? Unless they're hurting people, please. Please relax. How is prayer a spell? When you cast a spell, they are more powerful when you put emotion into it. A spell is often seen as saying something over and over again to produce a desired result. For argument's sake, that is a very basic form of a spell that most witches have casted at some point in their life. Prayer is very much the same thing. It works much better when you put your emotion into it. Much, much better when you put your emotion into it. It is saying something often out loud to your creator over and over again, trying to what? Create a desired result. Very similar. Very similar. I see certain people take things to heart way too quickly, not realizing they're being trolled. Is sad. Carla Parker, exactly. That's why, like, I just love trolling the trolls back here on my channel. Like, some people will literally come on here. Like, if it's just straight up hate, I'll, like, you know, hide them from the channel. But, like, if it's, like, you know, people just, like, leaving me weird things in the chat or just trolling me, like, I'll engage with you. Why? Because it's good for my algorithm, okay? And second, we might make some friends, okay? I love people of different types of people. Like, my favorite people are the ones who don't belong in my circle. And what I mean by that is just, like, they seem like they're, like, who's the odd one out? Like, you know, like, I love having conversations with people about stuff that I love that, like, probably, like, stereotypically wouldn't want to introduce or entertain that kind of a conversation. It gives me life. It gives me joy, and I'm very happy about that, okay? Explain projection for those who don't know what it is. Projection? What kind of projection? Like astral projection? A spell is setting the intentions. It's saying words out loud. It's visualizing. It's making a wish. So is prayer. When you pray, you say words out loud. You envision what you want. Yeah, essentially, Rainbow Luna. That's literally what I was trying to say. She put it into good words. When I was younger and I didn't believe in God, I told my friends that they did so many things to change my religion. But as I aged, I started to believe in God. Interesting, starlings. Blessed birthday witches, people circling around you, chanting spooky LOL. Yeah, Rainbow Luna, that's definitely all witchy stuff. If someone is trying to force religion onto me, like, that is not their place. Exactly, starlings. Like, and this is like the same thing with God. Like, if you're trying to force like a certain type of face of God upon me, or if you're trying to force like a certain type of practice for me to connect with God onto me and calling me evil otherwise, that I have scientific precedence that is abusive. Like, that damages a person's brain. Like, neurologically, it rewires their nervous system. Like, I could sue you in a court of law. I could sue you in a court of law. I'm gonna let that one simmer and marinate for a second. You know what I mean? It's called emotional damage. Emotional damage. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Emotional distress. I literally, yeah, birthdays are totally spooky. Yeah, I literally don't, I try not to celebrate my birthdays anymore. If anything, my birthday is kind of like a day to honor my mom because she did not have to bring me into the world. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate that. Got that. You were a real one for that, Mom. Thanks for bringing me into the world. My boyfriend did that in the beginning of our relationship because he didn't understand a lot of stuff because he was homeschooled. Yeah, that's fair, Tim. That's totally fair. Trying to explain what God is through man-made language is impossible. Thank you, Harrison. That's why the only way you can really, truly connect with God is through your own experience without language being involved. Do the emotional thing again. Emotional damage. I'm gonna put this rock back. It's very heavy. So, she's very chunky. Very, very chunky. Oh my gosh, don't crush things. I have so many crystals. I need to like reorganize this space. We have like, hold on. We have like just, I would show you, but the camera's pretty precariously placed here. So there's that. Holy prayers are holy spells calling for holy God Jehovah's. Genesis to holy help, and holy Bibles help holy holiday. Holy Hollywood's holy help. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun to say. I had so much fun reading that. You have no idea. Awesome glasses, thank you. They're vintage. I am obsessed with vintage heart glasses, if you did not know. Birthdays is so fun because it's our solar return, like our own little personal new year to set intentions for our year in life. Okay, Christy, I love that. Okay, I actually love that idea. That actually might make me want to do a little like birthday thing. I know I like did birthday things like when I was a kid, but like I've just learned a lot, like especially too many conspiracy theory rabbit holes that I've jumped down too many times that I'm just kind of like, birthdays. Wow, what about birthdays? I don't know. I have been on your channel since your beginning, but was always too shy because I didn't know English well. Oh, that's okay, Tim, you know, like, I could argue I don't know English very well either. Saul good, Tim Alfred Cordova. I love that spelling. I love that spelling of Saul good. All good. I'm finishing out a karmic cycle. I think I told this story last time I was here, but I told someone who trusted me that I loved them only to ghost them. I deserved less and now I'm better. That's good, Karina. You know, like that's like something that I've really been having to like work on recently, is the confidence of owning my truth, even if that means I'm rejected for it. Because in the past, like owning my truth and being rejected for it, like ended up with me getting like abused in obscene criminal ways. So like I think that now in my life, like it's kind of working through that conditioning, right? Like just because I own my truth and people reject me for it doesn't mean I'm gonna get hit or like abused for it. Like I'm in a place in my life now where it's like, you know what? Like people are just not gonna do that to me. Like I've done a lot of work at like vetting my relationships, and like, you know, the worst thing that's gonna happen in my relationships is we might just get a little too triggered and emotional for a second, but then if we take a moment and breathe together and calm down, like we'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like the people in my life don't want to cause me harm. They want to help me thrive. Like that's the beautiful part about having a community and a support system. But I had to become my own internal support system first in order to attract the relationships around me that were good for me. You know, I had to really decide what my boundaries and my standards were and act accordingly if people violated it. And it's still hard, you know, like especially in the work that I do. For those of you guys who are new, I like my regular day job, I work in like celebrity management and marketing and social media, like digital marketing and stuff. And like sometimes it can be really difficult to like carry those boundaries in the work that I do, especially if I'm working with like higher profile people. It's like a little bit intense to enforce your boundaries, and then if you do, you become unpopular, right? So it's like there's a very precarious line that you walk sometimes, but at the end of the day, like I think people need to take a deep breath and calm down and realize that it's not that serious, and everything on today's like platform in our world is geared towards making you as emotional as possible, so you'll make stupid decisions that'll cost you money, that'll cost you, you know, like your freedom, you know, like it's like they want prisons full of bodies for free labor, like slavery. Do you understand? Like they don't want you to be able to regulate your emotions. They want you to be so emotional that you do something stupid to where now you're incarcerated and you're a free slave, like for them. You know what I mean? Like that's why it's so important and imperative to take time out of your day religiously, sometimes seriously religiously, to sit with yourself, to connect with whatever you connect with, be it God, dragons, goddesses, or ancestors or whatever. Like, you need to take that time and you need to invest that into yourself. Why? Because otherwise you're not grounded. Like, you're going to be making decisions based off your conditioning, based off of your emotions that you're unable to control and ground. Like, do you hear me? It's so important to be able to control thyself. Like, know thyself to control thyself. Like, please, please, please don't underestimate how your emotions expressed in an unhealthy way destroys lives, and it will destroy your life too. And that's why you need to be in a space within yourself where you're comfortable being alone, where you're comfortable sitting and you're comfortable grounding and you're comfortable turning off the technology and the lights and, you know, investing in caring for your body and caring for your space and caring for your nature around you and caring for your animals. Like, you might think you're such a good pet owner and then something happens to remind you that you're actually kind of neglecting your pets. Like, remember what your like priorities really need to be. And like, I just don't think our priorities need to be on who's really working with God or not. Like, that's the whole point of this video. I don't really think humanity's priority focus needs to be on if witches are really working with God or if they're working with someone else. I really don't think our priority needs to be on all witches are going to hell because they practice witchcraft. Don't think that's valid. I just don't think that's valid. It's not a valid point of view to have. It's not a valid point of view to have a platform for, and it's not a valid point of view for your practice. You know what I mean? Like, if the center focus of your practice is defending you from a different type of people that you do not know and are too afraid to get to know or understand, you are the problem, and that is why our world looks like it does today. Because we are so comfortable with picking up a gun and pointing it at each other rather than picking up the mirror and pointing it at our own hearts. That is why we suffer. That is why we bleed. That is why we still continue to perpetuate the cycles that we in. You know? So I just try to do my part here on the channel to share a little bit what I know, to help create an environment where we can all believe in God and practice magic together and learn about new types of faiths together and share our own experiences without feeling afraid, because that is the problem. The problem is people feeling too afraid to connect, people being too afraid to learn about something that scares them, people being too afraid. They're so afraid of challenging their own thoughts and opinions about witchcraft that they would rather, you know, create an entire platform and persona demonizing witches than they would taking the time to talk to a witch to learn about our perspective of God. It's a little bit frustrating for me sometimes, especially when it comes to my family, because they are very much believers in God, and for some reason they think that I just don't believe in God, or like some of them, not all of them, but like some just don't resonate with me because of that, and it is what it is, you know? Egyptian Cat of Denial, I have to go, I'm subbed, good night. Oh my gosh, are you Canadian? Oh my gosh. My boyfriend's Canadian. Canadians are the best. I love Canada. Good night. I hope you have a great night in Canada. Canada. Dude, can I just say something? Canada's like so much more patriotic than America. Totally am. Wait, are you from Toronto? My boyfriend kind of has like a Toronto accent a little bit, and it's my favorite thing in the world. Was like, you want to wrap them tea? I'm not gonna try. I might be racist for trying, but like, it's really funny and entertaining. Sophia, my love, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Today I'm letting people know that God is for witches too, okay? Because they would love to let us know that we're going to hell for practicing witchcraft when a lot of us, okay? A lot of us actually love God, okay? You know what I mean? Girl, you crack me up. I'm from the mountains. I'm an off-gridder. Oh, that's even cooler. You're living my dream, Egyptian Cat of Denial. You are. It is true. The only time I've ever been out of America was Canada. I visited my boyfriend's family in Brampton. It was my first time ever seeing like a mosque. We ended up going to the masjid, and we also went to the Hindu temple. Beautiful. Literally never have I ever seen so much like diversity in a place. I thought America was diverse. No. When you say you can't explain things in the English language, what other language would you explain it in? Music. I feel like, especially with the songs that I'm working on now, I feel like I'm able to explain things better in music than I am able to in any language that I speak. Um, but when I'm saying like the English language is hard or whatever, it's because when I work with my dragons, like they don't talk to me in English, right? Like I have to translate what they tell me into English to try and talk about it. And that is very hard for me to do, which is why I say English is stupid and it's a stupid language. English is a hard language because of that reason. I recently was listening to a Christian speaking about factual information. I started arguing with this person until I realized they were speaking from their heart and I was speaking from my mind. Interesting, Brian. That's something I would also like to tell you guys. I've discovered that the heart isn't a pump. The actual physical heart is not a pump, it's a vortex, right? So the heart is a vortex, meaning that when it pumps blood, it's actually creating like a spiral, like a whirlpool. And the heart itself, when you like were to dissect a heart, it's actually not just like chambers connected to each other, it's like one muscle spiraled into itself, okay? Meaning that like it's spiraled, right? So one of the most ancient symbols alive today is the spiral. Like you can see the spiral so far back in the human history, right? And so when you realize, also, by the way, your heart has about 10,000 neurons, which is about the same amount that your brain has, if not more, your brain up there. So that means that your heart is a brain. Like we have scientific precedent that it is a brain. So some people will communicate with this brain. Most people, we are conditioned to only use this brain. We are conditioned to ignore the brain within our hearts and ignore the brain within our guts, okay? The brain of our head is the brain of heaven. The brain of our hearts is the brain of earth. And the brain of our gut is the brain of hell. And they are the brain of the underworld, I should say. So like all of that, we have to like marry the three of them together, right? That is the Holy Trinity. But we might not be ready for that conversation in this live. What I will say is that, talk with dragons? Wait, what? LOL. Oh, Harrison S., are you new here? Welcome. My name is Azura. I am a draconic witch, and I have been practicing witchcraft with dragons for the better half of 2 decades. And I pretty much share my experience here. So how some people like believe in God or work with goddesses or work with like fairies or work with like their ancestors, I'm somebody who works with dragons first and foremost. And on my channel, I just kind of share that. That's just kind of like what I do here on my channel. And I talk about what I learned working with them, and I talk about how to work with them yourself, how I work with them, and what they tell me to work on. So are you gonna do a live stream tomorrow? I would absolutely love to. What is tomorrow? Hold on. 15th. Oh, my dad. Oh no, my dad. Let me just tell you what my dad just texted me. For those of you guys who don't know, my dad actually, he actually like really is present on my channels. Like he'll like chat on the channel and like super chat me all the time. And he said, I just learned that YouTube takes 35% of super chats. It really pisses me off hearing that and takes away the fun of sending you money that way. It's a bummer because it became the easiest way to send money to you. Oh my gosh, no, it's okay. Like I know my dad is angry about YouTube taking so much of the super chats here on the channel, but here's what I'm gonna let you guys know and let you know, Dad, even though you're not here today. Basically, like it really helps the channel out algorithmically when you do super chat. So like, or when you engage that way, like YouTube loves that. So like, even though YouTube takes a percentage of the super chats I get here on the channel, like don't feel discouraged for super chatting on the channel because it really helps the channel out and it helps the algorithm out, and it's like investing into the channel. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you're investing into me, but you can invest, it's like investing into the channel and our community, right? So leaving super chats on my channel actually pushes me in the algorithm to where we can grow our community and we can find more hatchlings to add to the clan. You know what I mean? So because of that, I just wanted to let you know, Dad, whenever you do get a chance to come back on live, Dad, we call him Dragon Father here on the channel. But yeah, so don't feel too bad about that. Don't feel too bad about that. I'll let him know when I'm not on live. But yeah, I'm still going to be on. I was saying goodnight to Lucky. Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay. I'm just trying to catch up with you guys. Hold on. Yeah, good answer, music. Yeah, music is the best. Um, I was told that dragons do not like to reveal any information about them in general. What's your opinion on this? Dragons are very different. It just depends on who you're working with. There's some dragon guardians that I work with that simply will not give me information as a way for me not to reveal information, because how can I share what I don't know? You know? I have dragons that won't even tell me their names, won't tell me what they look like, won't tell me what elements they are. They're just there. Yeah. I don't really know how to explain that one. Dragons be quite proud. Yes, they can. Oh shit, interesting. Not even saying you're wrong, just the first time I've heard of that. No, that's fine, Harrison. I get that a lot. You know, most people think I'm mad as a bucket of frogs, as they say, which is fair, you know, but I'm just like, how is my perspective of dragons any different than like people who like are like, in the name of Jesus, I throw blood of Jesus, you are cleansed. Like, how are we any different? You know what I mean? We're just like, different perspective, different names, different practices, but same kind of, what's it called? Same concept, right? So you will be live. Yeah, I will be live, just for you, my friend. I will make sure I am live tomorrow. People need to realize that our belief is our reality. Since I've thought about it, it's just opened my eyes. Yeah, like also the CIA let us know that we live in a holographic reality. And if that's the case, then we're all just basically hallucinating our reality. Therefore, whatever you believe in is how you're gonna hallucinate your reality, making it real for you. I could walk away from the live stream after saying that. I feel like that is enough for you guys to bite and chew on. Do you know what I mean? But like, yeah, so see, Starlinks, like what I'm trying to do here on my channel that my Dragon Guardians told me I have to do is I have to do this thing called the Daily Dose of Dragon Feather with my live streams, where I have to try and stream as much as I possibly can once every 24 hours for your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather, because it's incredibly important for everybody involved, is what my Dragon Guardians tell me. Ooh, dragon. How old are you, Azura? Azur? I don't know. I'm old enough, I think. Maybe it's like a hologram. Yeah, Brian, that's what I think. Karina, oh my goodness, thank you so much for the super chat. I set myself on Dragonfire without meaning to. It was my first time ever working with dragons, and I was humbled really quick. Karina! That's so valid, Karina. Oh my gosh. Like, please know that that is like a chef's kiss experience for working with dragons. That is how it goes. That is very, that's A+ to me. Like, that sounds like you did really well on your test with them, because that is how it works. Okay. I really struggle, okay, when they do the setting yourself on Dragonfire, right? And it hurts the most when you do it unintentionally. But like, I hope that you're not like discouraged from the process, because it's like it's really like good to humble yourself in that way. I find that the dose of humility I get from working with my Dragon Guardians is really good for balancing my ego, especially with the type of magic that I practice and the like career that I have and the life that I've made for myself. It's a really good dose of humble pie, I should say. So there's that. Are the 9 elemental dragons the most powerful dragons in the universe? Oh, I wouldn't know that, Adam. Yeah, I wouldn't know that. See, I'm not gonna know who the most powerful dragons are. That is not for humans to know or find out, I'm pretty sure. Like, Greek gods aren't real, dragons aren't real. If they see that in your reality they don't exist, then how would they approach you and why? Exactly, Sophia. Damn, dropping bars, these guys. Not at all. Was called to work with them for a long time, but I avoided it up until now. Well, now, Karina, you know why you avoided it, because that shit was gonna humble you so quickly. You know? Like, I love working with dragons, but sometimes I avoid it just because, like, I have to be careful of my mental health, in the sense that, like, I can only take so much of their humble pie before I start to hate myself a little bit. Oh my gosh. My deities humble me a lot. Crazy stuff. Yeah, Tim, it's really important that we have those experiences, because, you know, when able to work with their spirit teams and like get their humility from their spirit teams, my dragon guardians tell me that the world would be a much lighter place, if you will, because when we get doses of humility from whatever guardians or guides we work with or gods we work with, it enables us to tread lightly, as my guardians tell me, throughout the world. They want us to be light of heart and faint of touch, which is a part from the Wiccan Rede that my dragon guardians remind me constantly. They quote they quote the Wiccan Rede to me all the time, which I think is very sweet because I love the Wiccan Rede. But basically, my dragon guardians tell me that light of heart and faint of touch, speak you little, listen much, basically translates to being respectful of the world around you and of yourself and of other people and the way they move throughout the world. It means to understand people before you judge people. We judge with our voice, we understand with our ears. Ooh, guardians, bars, man. And at the end of the day, like, I am reminded constantly that I know nothing when I work with my dragon guardians, and that informs the way that I move in the world. You know, I have to go. Bye. Have an amazing night. Bye, Star. Thank you for joining. Buenos noches, Star. Yes, we love the Spanish. I want to work with sirens, but I'm scared. I live near sea a lot, and there are a lot of different types of mermaid sirens. So you never know what will come, but I will try. Plus, they can even kidnap me. Yeah, Sophia, if you want to work with sirens, I definitely recommend first fortifying your daily practice of protection, of gatekeeping your space and your, not only like your physical space, like your house, but gatekeeping your physical space as in your body and gatekeeping your physical space as in your mind. Excuse me. And gatekeeping your space as in your aura, because your aura radiates so far out from you, more than you would understand. So I would definitely focus on that before working with something that unnerves you a little bit. So like for me, when I work with dragon guardians, if I get too afraid to work with dragons, I will start going back to the basics of my practice in terms of like protection and like cleansing and like warding and like shielding and things like that, because that is what's going to build my confidence when it comes to working with things that are a little more intimidating, like dragons or sirens, for example. I've worked with the Fae for so long, and I always will, but I was called to by fairy dragons, and I finally decided to surrender and answer their call. Karina, I think that's so magical because I love, 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 love working with fairy dragons. I would love to do a live stream just on fairy dragons, but I really, truly would not be where I am or who I am today without the help of Rosie, one of my dragon guardians, which is a fairy dragon guardian. She's marvelous, darling, and I could not do the life that I have without her. What exactly do you work with dragons for, if you don't mind telling us? I work with dragons to not kill myself. I've been through a lot in my life, and I've also been pretty much abused and abandoned by everybody I've ever known, especially when I was a child. Not so much anymore. I've worked really hard to have the life that I do now, especially using magic and manifestation to get to where I'm at in my life nowadays. But like, I've always said to people that like my dragon guardians have felt more like friends and family than like a spirit team, because some of them essentially are. They essentially have had to play the role of like mom, dad, sister, brother, like uncle, aunt, like grandma, grandpa sometimes, because when I was so young, I had a lot of trauma when I was a kid, right? So I bet you make good music. I do love make music. I'm actually been in the studio last night and a couple days ago. I'll be dropping music very soon, and it will all be informed by the messages and the art and the experiences that my dragon guardians and my higher self wants to share within this lifetime here on earth that I have as Azura Dragon Feather. Everything I do in this life is very intentional. Do you know why you make good music? Mostly because I have an incredible team around me. Honestly. And not just a spirit team that's incredible. I have an incredible team of artists, human beings who I have connected with over the years, and I just could not be more grateful to be surrounded by the wonderful, talented people that I am and the agency that I am. The pain that you carry. Yeah, well, I try not to carry the pain. I try to carry the lessons from the pain. But yeah, when passing through the Channel of Sirens, he had all of his sailor crew put cotton in their ears while Jason had himself strapped to the bow of his ship so he could hear the sirens. Oh, that's brutal, brother. I love that story, though. Luna, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragonfeather. But yeah, so I basically work with the dragons as like guidance. Does that make sense? Like, some people can't get through their life without their faith in God, and I couldn't get through this life without the direction of my dragon guardians. I simply wouldn't be who I am today without them. And even my faith in God, even my practice in God was given to me by my dragon guardians. Like, they told me to do this. Like, and I think that is where my experience with God is going to be very different than other people's experience with God, because some people are able to get to God just with God. But for me, because of my like trauma growing up, my religious trauma, I needed help getting back to God. And my dragon guardians helped me get there. And I think that's really beautiful. And never have I ever been more regulated, more sound of mind, more sane, more healthy, more contributing to society as a healthy individual, as you would say, than I have been now after finding God through my guardians. And I want to let you know that if you are out there and you have a similar story with God, where your guardians or your spirit team or your guides led you back to God after you lost God, like, your spiritual practice with God is just as valid as somebody who works with God through the Christian view or through the Muslim view. Like, it's all the same thing if it's for love and connection and unity. Do you know? And that's really the whole point of today's video, because there's just so much hate that I'm subjected to, and so much hate that I see my friends and fellow witches subjected to, that just makes me sick to my stomach. Because it's like, if these people really believe in God the way that they said they do, then I'm pretty sure they would have a similar understanding that I do, in the sense that, like, the only thing that matters is their connection and their experience with God, and anything outside of that doesn't matter. Unless it's affecting them in the sense of, like, they're unable to practice, or they're unable to, you know, feel like they can be the way they want to be without a fear of going to hell. You know? So... oh my gosh, I wish okay. Let's see how well I can pronounce this. You guys want to see how good I am at Spanish? I need you to tell me. Okay, voy a tener una noche de cine con mi novio y otros amigos. Buenas noches, benditos y mi amor. Good night, something, my love. I am trying. I am learning other languages as best as I can, but was that good Spanish? I struggle with the V's in Spanish. You're literally so smart. Hello, it's giving Plato. Ancient Greek philosopher Sophia, you honored me. Oh my gosh. That's my Roman Empire, okay? Being compared to Plato by Sophia. Oh my god. Flare Whisper Moon. Flare Whisper Moon? After I was set on fire, the dragon was gracious enough to share and allow me to share their name. I am truly grateful. Oh, that's so sweet. Whisper Moon is really beautiful. Flare? Am I saying that right? Very much so. What's your star sign? Can you guess? Some people in the chat already know what my star sign is. My wondering, anyone else little weird miracles like walking and pouring rain and end up totally dry after being in rain for 10 minutes? I have a really fine silky hair, and when I walk in rain, for 10 minutes. It doesn't really matter how long I'm in the rain. I could have drenched, soaking wet hair. After about 5 minutes in the air, it will have dry hair again. It says, I'm going to watch a movie with my boyfriend and friends, so good night and blessed be, my loves. Have fun, Tim. We will see you soon. So, you have traveled to the Dragon Realms before? If so, can you please describe everything you experienced? Oh, you're so sweet, Adam. I love that. I love that question. That's just such a wholesome question. I'm not a fire sign. I love that you say that because I have like really next to no fire in my chart, but I'm surrounded by fire signs. Like my friends are usually fire signs. So that's really funny to me. I love that one. The only fire sign I got is like my Pluto, I think, which is a Sagittarius. So, no, but I will tell you my star sign, but first I want to answer Adam's question because I think it's a good one. So cheers. Hold on, I need to drink something. I could probably, okay. I don't condone it. Like for those of you guys who are new, I have a lot of period problems, like a lot of reproductive health issues, and like I have fought with the American healthcare system my whole life for pain medication for that. Sorry, they don't give a shit about that for me. So the only thing that works for my pain is weed. I'm like on my 3rd period in a month. I'm like actually kind of a badass about it. I found out that our pads and our tampons have lead and arsenic and PFAs or forever chemicals and plastics in it. Yeah, so I'm literally just like shoving nukes up my pussy. It's great. Go take a bath. You look so dirty. You guys are so nice to me. You guys are so rude sometimes. Any witches tell me why I am randomly having visions of sirens and hearing siren screams or sing in my head? Oh my gosh. I have a question for you, Sophia. Adam, I haven't forgotten your question, okay? So don't worry about it. Sophia, can you please tell me, do you have a regular protection practice? Like, do you regularly shield yourself? Do you? Because things that I'm hearing you say sometimes worry me, you know? Reusable cotton pads are great. Christy, I'm actually going to be making my own pads and making tutorials on the channel for how you can make them too. Because fuck the system. Okay, anyway. So yes, I have traveled to the Dragon Realms before. But it's not like something that I do regularly. I have to like really, what's it called? I have to like earn my ticket, I guess you could say. I mean, this is just like my own personal practice, but like, here's the thing. Like, it's hard to describe the Dragon Realm because the parts that I've seen of the Dragon Realm are just not that many. I haven't seen a lot of it, right? Like most of it that I've seen is like what you would consider like a needle in a haystack, for example. And what I will share with you guys now is that whenever I do visit the Dragon Realm, it's always either like when I would do like between 3 to 5 a.m. or between 3 to 5 p.m. when I go to sleep. And I had most of my successes visiting the Dragon Realm via astral projection when I was like avidly practicing, trying to get better at astral projection via taking midday naps. And I will die on this hill. I think the best time to practice your astral projection is like in the middle of the day. I really, 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 really agree. Period. I'll do it now. Not really, Ra. It's not scaring me. It's just what I'm imagining because, I don't know, I have visions easily or can hear my deity's voices. So, Sophia, it sounds like you have an extremely, extremely overactive third eye, which is very common for witches. And just humans in general, my dragon guardians tell me that humans kind of trust our third eye energy or visions more than we trust any of our other centers of our energy. And so to ground out those visions or like the imaginings of what could happen, like work with the energy from your first 3 chakras or like your root, your sacral, and your solar plexus in association with meeting your needs, keeping your space clean, feeling pleasure? Like, are you anxious about feeling pleasure? How do you experience pain? Is it something you avoid, or do you view it as a teacher? How is your willpower? So like for solar plexus stuff, like, are you afraid to take action? Are you afraid to trust yourself? Are you afraid to shine your brilliance? Like, these are things that you might not think will interfere with your practice with like dragons or sirens, for example, but will actually kind of sometimes dictate the entire practice entirely because of how your brain is conditioned. Like, my experience with dragons was so full of fear because I had so much fear in the clutter all around my room. I was afraid to move the clutter because I was afraid to feel the feelings, and I was afraid to take action on those feelings and move forward. And then I was afraid to love myself regardless, and then I was afraid to speak about that experience, and then I was afraid of how others would see me, or if I was seen for that, and then I was afraid of how God would feel about it, or if that would bring me to hell, or if I would lose my guardians, or if I wouldn't need my guardians anymore. Because that's a fear that I have. I have a fear that maybe one day they'll just leave because I learned my lesson. You know? You look like either a water or air sign, but more likely water sign. I'm actually an Aquarius. I am an air sign, so air sun sign, but I'm a Pisces moon and a Virgo rising. So, have you traveled to those realms with the holy bees? You guys are so funny. No, I am the holy beast. How's that, petite biche? I love your names. What are your guys' names? Like, even your usernames are fucking trolling me. Like, that's the best part. Aquarius, you are supposed to be a weirdo then. You don't think I'm weird? That's a first, Adam. You have to understand. You have to understand you are an outlier with that perspective. Everybody who doesn't know me, who comes on this channel, says that I am like, I belong in the loony bin, or like need to go to a psychiatrist because I'm off my rocker. So if you don't think I'm weirdo, I actually love that. Adam, you're, bless you, man. No, you're pretty normal. Hey, man, dude, that's like the first time I've ever been called normal my whole life. I'm an Aquarius, and I've always felt more drawn to water than air. Same Nightmare Fuel Studio. You want? Let me offer you an alternative perspective. So this is gonna be the most Aquarius thing that I've ever said on the channel. Okay, so any Aquarius that I ever talk to does not relate to their element. Like, they don't relate to it being air. They think that it should be water sometimes, but sometimes even then they don't like relate that. And the best part is that whenever I tell Aquarians, I'm like, okay, hear me out, let me cook. I think that we're actually not the element of air. I think we are the element of electricity because we are clouds. Okay, hear me out. We are called the water bearer. We are in the sky giving water, right? But when you make us mad, we're gonna zap you. Anyway, how's Pickle Chips? Pickle Chips is pickling. He's pickling, very much so. Oh, my username is a play on words. It means little deer, but also sounds like little bitch to English speakers. That makes me love your name even more. What language is it a play on words? I'm very curious. Thor is my main deity, and I've always felt the most drawn to Thor, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, there you go. This is what I'm saying. Every Aquarius that I tell, they relate to the thunder thing or the lightning thing. Yeah, my husband says the same thing, the cloud sign. Yes, Jessica. Thank you for confirming this for me. I have Lilith in Aquarius, 10th house. Hell yeah. I think I have Lilith in Cancer, and it's very, it hurts me, it hurts me. Slay. Slay, girl, slay. I probably shouldn't do that. That's a little too much. Everyone I'm around feels uncomfortable. It's okay. That's usually my life too. The only one that's like, no, I can't even say that. Sometimes I make my boyfriend uncomfortable too. I think it's the tism most of the time because like I'll try to like communicate certain things to him and he'll just hear me in the most heinous ways. It's almost like what I said was a crime. It's like, no, that's not what I meant at all. I'm like, please let me try to rephrase that. I just suck with words. I'm literally a witch who can't spell. Make fun of me, okay? Like, unsubscribe sometimes about it because it's so embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Any advice for an Aquarius that likes the element of fire? Yeah, burn in a different color. The fuck? Like, any Aquarius who loves the element of fire should be blue fire, in my opinion. Like, blue, purple, white fire. Fuck it up, okay? Like, Geminis are more like thunder and electricity. Aquarius are like ice. No, Rainbow Luna, you can't take my you can't take my thunder from my Aquariusness. I'm a cloud, I go boom in the sky. You cannot stop me. OMG, my son is Aquarius, and I named him Wakayan, which means Thunderbird in Lakota. I received his name in a dream when I was pregnant with him. Christy, you're blowing my mind. That's crazy. Wow. What a special mama you are. I just want to thank you, like, as a mom, like, for being so in tune with stuff like that, because I think that is one of the most incredibly powerful, sacred things that, like, if you have a uterus, like, you can create a life and, like, tune into, like, the ancestry and the lineage of, like, your bloodline, and, like, have them name your child, or, like, receive, like, guidance that way. Like, see, this is just a certain type of, like, you know, religious or, like, spiritual practice, or, like, just, like, cultural, you know, whatever you want to call it, like, faith or whatever you want to call it, that just reminds me, like, we live in a world that is magical. Like, we live in a world that is more than just a 9 to 5, and more than just laws, and more than just, like, you know, spending money and making money and, like, getting a job and shit, you know? And so I just want to say, shout out to you, mama. You're awesome. We love you. Okay, Sun in Taurus, Moon Taurus, Rising Leo, judge me. Oh my gosh, how do you deal with the rising fire when you're so, like, earthy? That's so intense. Aquarius would be the air blowing on the water. You guys are so funny. So I associated whales, dolphins, orcas with Aquarius, even penguins and seagulls, polar bears, because they can stay underwater for a long time or come out of fire. Yeah. But, like, if you look at mythology with dolphins and orca, for example, they're also associated with thunder and lightning. So there's more than one perspective to have. That's why I'm having fun. You know what I mean? Like, I'm having fun because we're, like, you're telling me what you resonate with, and I'm like, oh, and I bite it and I digest it and I hear it. I'm like, and then I'm like, okay, but this is what I've cooked with that. And then you bite it and you digest it and then you cook with it, and then it's like, it's a back and forth, and that's what we love. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm getting wigged out right now. I also associate orcas as an Aquarius. How interesting. Yeah, I do too. I do. What's up, brother? Your pureness is what the unpure attack. Yeah, you know, love is, you might be right about that one. I think love is dropping some bars in the chat right now. I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm gonna have to meditate on that one, actually. Like, damn. Like, when I get attacked, like, maybe I should think of it as an honor, actually. Bars, love is, you're changing my life right now. This is, like, what I'm saying. Like, I love having these conversations with you guys because, like, this is what community means. Like, you guys tell me your ideas and you share your life experience with me, and, like, the rest of us get to, like, listen and enjoy that, and then we give our perspectives and we grow together. Like, how is that not the coolest thing in the world? It's the coolest thing in the world. It just is. I'm getting so many signs tonight with you all about my twin is freaking out. His name is the chat too. OMG. That's amazing, Luna. I love to hear it. All real angels are attracted. Interesting. What mythologies should I look into for that? Oh shit, I didn't know that. Hold on, I have to find your other one. For the orca stuff, look into Native American cultures. Specifically, I would say maybe Lakota. I don't know if it was Inuit culture or if it was something more like more in Alaska. But basically, look at all the locations where, like, orcas would be in the Native American lands, and then look at the indigenous, like, cultures of those indigenous people that were in the landmass or from the landmass, or the land locations where the orcas would be present, right? And that's where West Coast, yeah. Brian, Brian, I literally could have just said that, you know what I mean? I could have just said West Coast. That would have been so much easier. Please look up Feelong. I think you'll really resonate with it. For some reason, that sounds familiar. But I will. I would love to learn. Enoch, probably. Yes, petite bitch. I love your name so much. I can't get enough. I can't get enough. Brian. Oh, sorry. No, why are you sorry? You're reminding me how easy it is to speak English sometimes and how hard I make it for myself. I don't know why. Who knows why? Hate when my tarot doesn't tell me what I want. Yeah, same. Same. I could extend that to my dragons. They're still telling me to clean my room. Fun fact. I cleaned some of it, but mostly just moved a lot of things in here. So like now everything's in here and I just have to play around with it. So yeah. Would you mind telling us what you do for a living? Of course, if you don't mind telling us. You seem like you would be a really good therapist or a good psychologist. No, I work in celebrity management and marketing. Like, I am in that media shit. That's it. You know, it's kind of like, I haven't always had this as my day job. I worked really hard to get this as my day job. Like, for a while, I've had my channel since like 2012, but like from 2020 to like 2023, I like ghosted this channel and didn't really post at all. Like, I actually don't think I posted at all. And in that time, I was mostly just working on my day job, like trying to heal my mental health, trying to, you know, work on making my dreams come true, like in the music industry, and just working in the music industry. It's always been a thing that I wanted to do. But yeah, so that's what I do for the daytimes. Oh, to your earlier question, someone told me that my Leo rising makes me a bit aggressive and angry. True. Yes. I can confirm that with the Leo risings in my life. Oh, to your earlier question. Oh, I read. Please not to spam the chat because I will do my best to get to you. But yeah, I can confirm the Leo risings sometimes get a little snippy. It is true. Most of that, yeah, I'm just like trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody's stuff. Excuse me. Anyway, nose man, please. Yes. What are you drinking, may I ask? It is a medicated drink. I have period problems, and the American healthcare system doesn't want to give me pain medication for that chronic period issue I got, so I drink weed. It's literally just weed. It's a lot of weed though, and it's not enough. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go grab another one because I'm in so much pain. So much pain. And I'm on live to trying to distract myself from it, you know what I mean? I'm always trying to distract myself from pain. Kevin Moore, hey, hi, hello. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. Cheers, my friends. Good to see you today. I currently don't feel the best. Yeah. But that's okay, because I have you guys. I have the hatchlings to hang out, you know what I mean? So we're having a good time. We're having a great time. I hate when you ask them what you should do in a situation, but then do what you want anyway, and for some reason it doesn't work out. Yeah, you know, Alex, that's kind of the reason why I've really tried to stop giving people advice. I know that might be mean, but like, especially, okay, like if no one's ever asked me for advice before, I'm gonna give them advice, like, with nothing attached, like no strings attached, no expectations, no whatever. But it's like, if someone has like asked me for advice and like has like shown me time and time again that like they're not gonna take my advice, chances are I'm not gonna like go out of my way to like give them advice again, if that makes sense. It's just too much. Oh, good and bad, you have to drink it. You know, it's a very good bad thing. You're right about that, Brian. You have God's blessing. Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, tarot doesn't always give you the information you want to know, but what you need to know. Jessica, you know, with my experience with tarot, it's been more of like an introspective tool like than a predictive tool, if that makes sense. Like when I use tarot, my tarot cards aren't really going to tell me who I am or what's going to happen. It's like going to tell me where I'm at and recommend what I should do to get to where I want to go, if that makes sense. Adam, are you on Instagram? Yes, I am. My name is Azura Dragonfeather on Instagram. It's literally the same spelling as my channel. I got to go. Bye. Love you all. Thanks for popping in, Sophie. It's always good to see you. That's valid. I was talking about my tarot cards. Oh, for sure, Alex. And that's also valid because that's your experience with your tarot cards. But, you know, I totally understand. You know, I have done some like predictive like readings before, but perhaps maybe I'm just like not that's not like my talent with tarot per se. But I basically use tarot as like therapy, as like advice and like as a way to connect with my dragon guardians or God, or like sometimes it's just like an easier way to get guidance than like meditating and trying to get it from scratch, if that makes sense. Like trying to like just channel something from scratch sometimes is a little bit more challenging than like casting a circle to where like only said guardian can come through and then like pulling tarot cards for messages. Like that honestly really helps. Oh, do you teach magic as a service? You know what? I really should offer a course for magic. So you know what, Adam, I'm gonna create one just for you. And just for everybody else who's interested, because I could probably make it on this channel to where it's like you could become like a low tier like member, and then you could like get access to like a course on magic, because my dragon guardians tell me that I have to what's it called? They tell me that I have to be careful with what knowledge I share and what knowledge I charge for and what knowledge I share that I don't charge for, because I've done so much work in my own practice to unlock the truths that I have learned with my dragon guardians, and I have unlocked that because I've earned that right through my practice, is what my dragons tell me. And so they're like, now, you know, like you can share some of it, like you are ultimately responsible for discerning what is okay to and not share, basically. But like it's just like it's just new for me, I guess. So I would probably have to kind of like sit down and meditate and work with my dragon guardians on how to make a course for how to teach witchcraft, because I would want to do it in the best way possible, because all the courses right now that are out about witchcraft that you can buy that teach you how to practice, like I'm going to tell you right now, they are cash grabs for the most part, and they're disappointing. And I really think you should only support the creators that you really trust, like on their Patreons or however they offer ways to support them. Like if they write books, buy their books. Like if they have Patreons, subscribe to their Patreons. Like if they have channel memberships, do that. Like whatever way that the creators tell you is the best way to support them that way, because like I think those are the real witches who deserve like the money in their pockets, because like witchcraft has become so commercialized and so profitable that like most of the money that is being made off of witchcraft is not going to the practitioners who are actually doing it right, who deserve it, you know? So can witchcraft get your ex back and fame, culture, yes. Be careful when you try though, because it might not come the way you want it to if you don't know what you're doing. Damn it, I keep missing your lives and wishing I could make it, and I finally make one, but you started 2 hours ago. Violet Maze. I will be on for a while tonight, because like we have somebody in the recording studio, right? So I'm just kind of hanging out for a while. I have a feeling I'll be on for another like hour or two. Can you teach me how to become more intuitive? Yes. All I'm gonna say is that your intuition is a thought and your ego is the thinking about it. And when you have a thought that doesn't move from what it is, for example, if I go into that building, bad things will happen to me. That is a thought. But my thinking of, oh, well, what if I just go in for a little bit? Or what if I just like stick with my friends? That is your ego trying to ignore your intuitive hit. Does that make sense? So your intuition, following your intuition is going to make you uncomfortable in a silent way. Your intuition is going to be very, very hard to hear sometimes and very uncomfortable to listen to, but your ego is going to be loud and proud and fun to follow. I hope that can help, Adam. I hope that can help. Do you do spells for someone? Culture fanatics. I have done it in the past, but I'm considering doing it in the future. But like my dragon guardians tell me that I'm not quite there yet, if that makes sense. If I record on your track, you will have a hit. Aw, love it. You're so silly. What are your thoughts and opinions on Therans? I am one too. I am a dragonkin. I have a lot of videos about it. I have a couple live streams about it. I have one live stream about why dragonkin exist at all, if that makes sense. But yeah, part of my practice as a draconic witch is because I am dragonkin, right? So this is why I also will say that my dragons feel more like family or friends to me, because like I identify as a dragon more than a human. Like I know I have a human body, don't get me wrong, but like I believe that I am like the spirit of a dragon hatchling incarnated into a human form to gain experience, wisdom, and knowledge before I hatch in the spiritual realm to become a dragon guardian myself. So maybe your descendants will have me as a dragon guardian in the future. We will never know. Pickle Chips thought that was a very amusing sentiment, so I hope that you enjoyed that. Couldn't find anything on Orca and Thunder. I'll take your word for it. Rainbow Luna, I will, because I love this so much, I will absolutely go back to some of the creators that I'll do a deep dive on TikTok to some of the creators that I follow who I have found connections to that, so I can talk about it in a live stream, because like I used to say that like Orca was my spirit animal. I stopped saying spirit animal because I found that it was like an indigenous term and was completely different than what I was saying it was. So now I say it's like an animal guide that I have, the Orca, and the Orca has always come to me in the sky in my like meditations. Like the Orca always swims through the clouds or the galaxies when I work with the Orca. I never encounter the Orca in the water, which is very curious actually. Do you have any plans to go back to making videos other than live streams? Yes, I do, Alex. But right now my dragon guardians want me to just be doing the daily dose on the live streams, to just hang out with the hatchlings, you know, like for us to kind of like, you know, like get back into a routine together. And then I'm going to be making short form content as well, because like my agency says that that's what the YouTube algorithm gods want. So I'll be making the short form content, and then of course I'll be doing my long form content again too. But the content I'm making, like my official uploads, like I'm taking a lot of like time and energy and effort to make them masterpieces, because like the kind of work that I do now, like I'm working in like the film industry, I'm working in the music industry, I'm working in the acting industry, I'm working in all of these like high profile industries, and I want to bring my knowledge and my experience and my, you know, just my friends and my team, like from my age, like with my agency, like to the content that I make. So like I'm excited to bring that, you know what I mean? So yeah, do you know Thelum? I don't know. I don't think I do. Orca is also my animal guide. That's amazing, Nightmare. Dang, there's so many parallels with all of us here. How God and witchcraft goes hand in hand. Are you asking? Because for me, they literally do. I'm a draconic witch. I work with dragons the way that some people would work with like goddesses or God or like ancestors. And I was raised Mormon, and when I left that religion because it was very abusive to me, I never left my love of God. And through the experiences that I've had in life, over time, I slowly lost my faith in God, and the one who told me to keep it were my dragon guardians throughout the way. And my dragon guardians are the ones who encouraged me to adopt a practice of praying to God and a practice of worshiping God, and they actually worship with me. So that is how God and witchcraft goes hand in hand, at least from my perspective. I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm just here to share my experience, and experiments. Deer and dolphins are my animal guides. That's amazing. I love deer as well. Do you have, oh, wait. My spirit team sometimes clouds my intuition on purpose. They do the same thing to me. It used to really upset me, but honestly, I prefer the negative feelings followed by relief. Interesting. That's an interesting take. My guardians will sometimes give me the wrong messages for me to discern what is right. Does that make sense? Is witchcrafting considered as black magic? No. that is what we are portrayed in propaganda. Witchcraft in propaganda is portrayed as black magic, because there's a lot of power that witchcraft holds that is unable to be regulated within the heart of a witch that knows she is free. So some practices would be considered black magic, right? But it really just depends on the heart of the one who's casting the witchcraft. You could be practicing something that looks really evil, but actually has one of the most positive intentions or outcomes that you could imagine. But on the flip side, you could be practicing something that looks so positive, so angelic, so holy, yet has some of the most evil, damning effects ever. So I hope that can help a little bit. It's just not so black and white, if I may add, cultural fanatics. Okay, but I want to learn how to sense and pick up things about people just by being around them. Are you intuitive like that? Yes, I am, Adam. But I also have always been like that. Like, my intuition got me in trouble a lot as a child because I would basically tell things about people that I shouldn't know, that they didn't want anyone else to know. And so when I verbalized it out loud, I was like abused for it because they were like, how dare you say that? When like, how dare you know that? How dare you say that? You're speaking to devils. You're speaking to demons, basically, was how it was like treated a little bit, at least in school for the most part. And, you know, so it was my sensitivity to like intuitive like feelings was kind of like beaten out of me over time when I was growing up. But around 13 like years old is when I started to consciously cultivate that practice again. And it really only works when you trust yourself, and it really only works when you do things that help you build trust with yourself and build a relationship with yourself. You know, you have to know why you want to have an intuition. Like, do you want your intuition to have superpowers over other people, or do you want your intuition to guide you throughout life so you can have the best experience possible? Because the people who use their intuition for the wrong reasons are the ones that are going to fall flat on their face eventually, be it in this life or the next, you know? So I just kind of want to offer that, you know what I mean? It's a spiritual thing. I heard North Atlantic prawns are my spirit animal. Interesting, Brian. Is astrology and witchcrafting are somehow connected? Yes, they are. I use astrology in my witchcraft all the time, though some would argue astrology is its own thing and not witchcraft, but there is kind of like overlap there, if that makes sense. Some of us have the incredible skill of totally pissing people off. Brian, me. That would be my particular favorite one that I had growing up, right? I just, for some reason, really pissed off religious people, like religious old men when I was a child. That was fun, wasn't it? I would laugh about it if I didn't get like abused about it. You know what I mean? I'm not there yet. There is a balance in all things, just most don't understand. Yeah, Tibris, am I saying your name correctly? Welcome to your daily dose of Dragonfeather, by the way. But I would have to agree with that sentiment. There is balance in all things most people don't understand. You know, most people don't really come to this earth to have like this crazy evolutionary process. You know, like the type of life that I'm determined to live is not one that most people pursue. This is why I say it's a left-handed path for the reason, and it's not for everybody. Like, walking the path of the dragon is hardcore. It's living life on nightmare mode. And you have to have the gut to survive, or you will likely take your own life. And I know that might be harsh to say, but it has been true in my practice. It just has. The challenges that my dragons force me to go through are ones that I have sometimes very barely survived. And sometimes the dragons that I work with aren't always kind to me, but not in the sense to harm me for their own enjoyment. They challenge me for my own growth and development. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna know everything. And that's why I work with dragons. And that's why I rely on dragons, because I know how much I don't know. And not knowing sometimes how to navigate humanity or navigate life or navigate challenges, like I rely on my dragons because that's all I have sometimes. So that and sarcasm, that's pretty much all I got. So there's that, my friends. Very much a tough love thing, I get it, yeah. Sometimes I have some dragon guardians that are not. Like, for example, Rosie, my fairy dragon guardian, she is very much not a tough love type of situation. The only time she like will give me tough love is last resort, and that's very, very rare with her. Rosie's just different than most of my dragon guardians because she's a fairy dragon, like, obviously. You know what I mean? Just how like Pickle Chips is just so much different than most of the dragons that I work with because like celestial vibes, you know? And then there's just other dragon guardians that I work with too that are very like arcane, very high up there, very obscure, I guess, in what they teach me, but I'm not allowed to talk about them yet. Like they've told me I haven't reached that potential. But like with Pickle Chips, I have done that work. I have done that, like I have done my homework, if you will, to where I am able to like openly talk about Pickle Chips and like openly channel Pickle Chips on live and like, you know, ask Pickle Chips questions that maybe you guys have, you know. Can you tell me what things pick up intuitively from me? That you want power, honestly. That's all I can say. We choose the path we walk, and sometimes it's nuts, but it is worth it. It's true, you know, but it's up to us to decide, right? What's worth it and what's not worth it. And that's why each person's life looks so different, and that's why it's so beautiful that it is so different, right? Like I want to see how much your life is different than mine because that's what makes it beautiful, you know? I think I grew up in mostly an agnostic home deep within the Bible Belt. Brian, that's pretty lucky, actually. You know, like I have a lot of friends who were witches growing up in the Bible Belt, and their families like threw away their books and like burned their like tools and stuff in front of them, and it was just very traumatic. And like I've had some religious trauma, but like I've never had like my tools burned in front of my face. Like that's crazy. Yeah, you want attention too, Adam. People always assume angels can't be stripped. Those of us who work with them know. But the pain is always for our highest good. Exactly, Petite. Our pain is a tool. Like, this is why earlier I was asking, I think somebody who asked, just like when it comes to your relationship with pain, like how do you interpret your pain? Like, does your pain teach you? Do you run away from it? Do you try to avoid it? Do you live your whole life through a trauma response to where you can't process pain? Are you incapable of processing pain? Or on the flip side, do you have an unhealthy addiction to pain? Do you create painful situations for yourself? Do you believe in the term no pain, no gain? Do you believe that you have to suffer in order to be successful? Just to say a few things. Yeah, other kids liked me because I seemed so free. Yeah, Brian, I was the same way, you know, but once people, like, they were attracted to me because I was so free, but then once they got to know me, it was almost that if they weren't willing to free themselves from, like, the cages that they had put themselves in, then they started to turn on me, right? So, it's unfortunate. I am just curious to know, while it's been throughout our childhood, performing or practicing witchcraft is considered as a sin. So that's the reason I really wanted to know how the society treats you while you openly admit it. Well, yeah, you know, like, plus I'm also somebody who believes in God too, who practices witchcraft, right? Because, you know, that gets me a lot of, like, you know, that what God says about witchcraft, right? Like, God hates witchcraft, basically, is I get that all the time. Like, how can you love God and practice witchcraft? Like, you're an oxymoron, you can't exist. Like, that doesn't make sense. Okay, whatever. But basically, like, my whole perspective is, like, I'm meant to be open about it because people who are like me are mostly afraid. And I am very lucky to not only have pretty privilege and white privilege, but I also have other privilege in my life that enables me to not be so scared to openly talk about certain things in the ways that I used to. And like, I think that it is my responsibility, it is especially according to my dragon guardians, my responsibility to be open about my practice and my beliefs, and to do whatever I can to create a safe space for people who are like me, because there are a lot of people who are like me who have no safe space and who are losing their lives because of it. Sometimes they're even taking their own lives because they do not feel safe enough to be themselves, and not if I have anything to say about it. And so that's why I prefer people hate on me, actually. I prefer people give me the religious hate. I prefer people to call me a terrorist. I prefer people to say those things to me because I can take it, right? So God doesn't hate witchcraft, but Christians do. That might be bars. I don't know. But yeah. God doesn't hate witchcraft. Yeah, I know. Do you believe in Yahweh as God or something else? I believe Yahweh was a prophet of God. Yahweh. No. Yeshua was a prophet of God. Yahweh. I think we're getting somewhere, Adam. Sorry. Just like medicated and in pain and trying to have a good day. And so sometimes my words mess up in my brain because I am a little dyslexic and on the spectrum. All the name person. So what do you mean by the term God? Yeah, I guess like I'm talking about like a monotheistic God, right? Like an all one God by the term God. That's what I mean by God. Like, I don't mean God as in like Odin or like Osiris or like Cernunnos. Like, I don't mean God as in like, actually don't even believe Yeshua is God. I'm actually gonna go out there and say that. Like, God is like so much more than anything we could like conceptualize as humans. That's what I'm saying is God. But like, my understanding of God comes from like when I was a child, as a Mormon child, learning through the Bible, and also now I like learn through Christians, through Muslims, and through Jewish people about their practice with God. But I also learn about other people who work with God or with Jesus Christ or with like Islam, and like for like example, like Islamic mysticism, really interested. Gnostic Christianity, really interested. Ethiopian Christianity, really interested. So like there's just like all of these things that I'm like poking my eyes into, and it's only because my dragon guardians told me to, right? My dragon guardians told me to read the Quran. They told me to read the Bible, all the versions. They told me to find people to find. They were very interesting about the Jewish stuff. They told me to find the right people to point me in the right direction to learn the Jewish faith, which I thought was very interesting. Moving along, they told me to research Buddhism. They told me to research like just basically everything, like Hinduism, but they also want me to learn about people who don't believe, like atheists, you know, like they want me to learn about science, like they want me to learn about quantum physics. They want me to learn about, you know, like just reality, like all of it. Like they just want me to learn as much as I can. Oh, that's beautiful intention and awesome way to use your privilege, Christy. I really hope that I can encourage more people to do it, because I know that it's not enough for just me to do that. And like I just feel like it's not good enough most of the time, but I just try to do the best that I can and follow what my dragon guardians tell me to do. And my dragon guardians tell me to protect what is precious. And I believe that all people are precious. I believe all cultures are precious. I believe all religions are precious. And I believe all children of these people are precious, and their land is precious, and their sacred buildings are precious, and the way they worship is precious, and all of these things are precious to me. And so that's what my dragon guardians tell me to protect, and that's what I do. That's what I do. You know, how can one find their guardian angel, dragon, and spirit animal? I can't tell you how to find your spirit animal because I'm pretty sure that's part of indigenous culture, which is a closed practice. But if you want to find like an animal guide, for example, you might already know an animal guide. Like, is there one that you resonate with, like from your whole childhood? Like, for example, my earliest memories are of playing with dragons. Like, it's always been like that, and that was before anyone ever taught me anything about anything, right? Like I literally have like very vivid memories as a very little girl, like just dragons. Like dragons were always there, like always there, always watching, and I just was never afraid. I always felt at peace. I always felt safe. Like, but like God was taught to me. Does that make sense? Wow, that's actually really interesting now that I think about that. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, my dragon guardians, I have like memories of my dragon guardians being there before like anyone ever taught me anything about anything. But then like my first experience with God was being taught about God. What a trip that is. What a trip that is. I'm from New York City. I would love to go to New York City. Let's see. I have read the Tao Te Ching and really resonate with it. I have a Buddhist friend and I like learning about his practices. Yeah, you know, like I've done a reading of the Quran once here and I want to do more readings of it, but like my dragon guardians want me to do readings of other things too. Like they want me to kind of explore just as many different things and offer just like, I guess, my perspective of it because like I love them, right? But also my dragon guardians tell me that there's things for me to learn within all of the texts that I study. Like even fantasy books that I read, like sometimes there's things you can learn in that too. So like the only way you can learn as much as you can is if you're open to it. Like, you know, you know, I don't know how else to say it. I play with cats a lot, so does it mean that that's my animal spirit? It's very possible. Like, I love cats, you know what I mean? Like, cats are very spiritual creatures, they're very intuitive creatures, and some would argue that they're the spiritual guardians of our homes. Um, I love cats, man. Cats are awesome. What's your take on cultural appropriation in witchcraft? It's pretty fucked up, in my opinion. Only to the point, okay, let me tell you why it's fucked up, okay? Like, cultural appropriation is pretty fucking rude because, like, it's not like seeing like a color that you like and wearing a color that you like, right? Like, a culture can't own a color, for example. A company can't own a color, for example. But, like, when it comes to the way that, like, you and your bloodline and your people around you over centuries, if not thousands of years, have created a way of life, have created a way of worship, have created medicines of the land that you're native to, have created literally harmony on the land simply by cultivating the land, simply by being present. And then to have someone else from another land come and take that from you, and then not only that, but murder you if you try and fight back, force you to convert to their religion, and then sometimes steal your women and your children and like assault them into making children with them, like with the evil people who took your family away, right? And then force like the children of the people they stole from you to be of their religion, and then prosecute you or murder you if you practice or speak your language or like any of that. For them to be somebody who has no cultural attachment or no heritage to that suffering, to then pick it up like it were a new video game that you could play or a new skin you could wear in said video game, and then just like read a book or two or watch a few videos and then determine yourself as like able to practice that with no elders, like that is just genuinely disrespectful. And when you look at it through a archaeological lens, if you look at it through a social lens, if you look at it through a scientific lens, like literally look at how the DNA of these human beings change via the trauma they experience at the hand of people who might look like me, taking away their faith, taking away their land, taking away their language, taking away their families. That's why it's fucked up. Like, so you should not be wearing a headdress, like, at all, actually, because, like, people lost their lives for it. Like, people were murdered for it, and you wearing it as a costume, or you wearing it for the aesthetic, and not listening to people, like, explain how it's painful for them, like, makes you part of the problem. Like, how is that any different from someone claiming that they work with dragons to start making a channel where they talk about how their dragons tell them that they're the most powerful thing to ever incarnate, like they are like the top echelon of the dragon kingdom, blah blah blah. Like I'm literally pulling shit out of my ass because that's what some of these people are doing. And somebody else could make a channel tomorrow about dragons and say all the right things about dragons that aren't true and go completely viral and make a whole life for themselves and make a career for themselves. And I will be the one, as a real draconic practitioner, who suffers. People like me who practice and work with dragons will then be judged through that lens, and that's why it's a problem. And so that's all I have to say about cultural appropriation. And that's why when I realize, like, even with my dragon guardians, they tell me for this particular question, light of heart and faint of touch, speak you little, listen much. That means tread lightly, be respectful the impact you leave on this planet, be respectful for how you affect others, for how you affect other life, for how you affect other spirits, because it matters. Like, why do you think the world looks the way it does right now? It's because there's no respect for anything. There's no respect being taught for anything that's different, for anything that's not perceived as human, for anything that's not perceived as white, for anything that's not perceived as male. You know, your magical experience should only be for you, no one else. No, like that's not my purpose. For some people it is, but like my incarnation here was to be loud for a reason and to get access to as many spotlights as I can, because there's people who are suffering because nobody understands us, and they would be more willing to read what the Bible says or read what the Quran says or read what whoever says about witches and witchcraft and people like me. That costs us our lives, that costs us our careers, that costs us our families, that costs us everything, and it's too much suffering. That's why I will not be silent. That's why my magic isn't just for me in this lifetime. It was in the past too, but it also wasn't, and I lost my life and past lives for it by being who I am, by being magical, by being a boss, by being a badass, by being a witch. You know what I mean? And like, no, my magical practice is not just for me, because everybody can learn from it. And that's what my dragon guardians tell me. How dare you hoard your treasure to yourself? You need to share it now. You know what I mean? Because that is what it means to redistribute the wealth. That is what it means for reparations. In my personal opinion, me being loud about my practice is part of my reparation offering. Because like, if there's anything I can do to offer you a different perspective about people who might not be like you, like, you might not listen to people who are Black or who are Indigenous talking about their practices, but maybe for some fucked up reason you might listen to me when I say it. And so like, that's why I will tell you that in my practice, like, I don't use sage anymore, I don't use Palo Santo anymore. Like, and if I discover in the future that other things I'm using I shouldn't be using, I'm going to adapt and act accordingly. Why? Because like, that's what my dragons tell me to do, and they are my authority. Not like what a book says, not like what, you know, comments I get on the internet, not even what other people tell me God says I should do. No, my dragon guardians are the authority on that. Like, because whenever I have ignored them and whenever I have abandoned what they have told me or their guidance for me, that's when I suffer the most. That's when, you know, I like hate myself. That's when I wish I did things differently. That's when I have regret. But when I follow my dragon guardians and what they tell me to do, no matter how hard it is, that's when I'm proud of myself. That's when I gain confidence. That's when miracles happen. That's when my magic is its most powerful. That's when God smiles down on me, because that's me fully embodied as Azura Dragonfeather. And Azura Dragonfeather's like magical experience is not like everybody else's. It's not like yours. It's not like theirs. It's not like, you know, Bob's or Sally's. You know what I mean? It's like Azura Dragonfeathers. And like, if you want to learn about my journey to magic is real and how I made my dreams come true because of it, and how I love to learn about other people's practices now that I've discovered that, hit subscribe, because that's what my channel is for, and that's what I love, because I actually don't really have many people in my real life to talk about this stuff with, and I love talking about this. So like, that's why we're here, my friends. That's why we are hanging out. You know what I mean? Like, and again, that's why I say the only prerequisite to working with dragons is to protect what is precious. Like, if you are a draconic witch and you are not land back, if you're a draconic witch and you are not Black Lives Matter, like if you are a draconic witch and you are not free Palestine, like if you are a draconic witch and you are not free the Congo, not free Lebanon, not free Syria, like not free Haiti, not free Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, etc., like, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Because the dragons are here to protect the spirits of the land, and so are the indigenous people who, like, the world that is set up today, the powers that be that determine our 9 to 5, that determine capitalism, that determine fossil fuels, that determine technology, that determine money, that determine productivity over presence, all of that stuff, you know, like, it's just like, sometimes I feel like people have two eyes, but they still cannot see. So I'm just really devastated with what I see going on in this world, and I know it doesn't have to be like that. So anything that I can do, anything that I can offer, anything that I can create to maybe help shift the world in a better way, that's the only reason why I'm here on the planet today. Do you know that? Do you know that? Like, that's why I'm here. Like, I'm very open and honest about my purpose. Like, some people are so like ooh, mysterious, like, or they're so like avant-garde about it, and I'm just like, dude, hear me out. Like, I'm just here to try and make the world a better place. I've had a really shitty childhood, and I don't want more children to have that life. Why is that so difficult? Like, I love everybody's perspectives, I love everybody's beliefs, and like their ways that they connect with the divine. Like, that shit like makes me so happy to be a human. But like all this like hatred, all of this like anger, all of this like judgment, all of this shit that like should be reserved for God and God alone is like what fucks me up a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm just like, whoa, everybody's off their rockers. How did this happen? So because it is over harvested, yes, Christy. We don't want to use sage or Palo Santo because it is over harvested, or commercially harvested, I should say, which is the issue. Like if somebody who's like native like gifts me like sage, because like, look here, like I literally have some right here, right? Like, this was a gift, right? But I don't burn this, and then in my practice, instead of like burning the sage, I will literally go to like nature. I will go make it an offering to the spirits of the land to be like, I'm returning this to you. Like, and doing that, I'm hoping and I pray that some of the spirits that are still struggling because they lost that magic, I hope that can help, because I can only imagine what it's like to lose your life, what it's like to lose your land, what it's like to lose your culture, what it's like to lose your language, what it's like to lose your color, your spirit, your family, your home, like your everything. I can only imagine that trauma. That's why I don't burn sage anymore. And like, why does that make me extreme? Like, what? Like, I have a heart and I feel the pain. At least I'm trying to understand, you know, because like nobody did that for me. I had so much pain, you know, because like no one understood me. Like, no one listened to me about my dragons. No one cared to like support that. Like, my dad did a little bit, don't get me wrong, but like no one really cared, no one really did that. And then when I started learning about my Irish heritage and my Welsh heritage and all of that, and I tried to share it with some of my family members, like, I got like demonized for it, and I was like, whoa, like, this is so deep, so much deeper than I could ever imagine. Like, how many people don't get to talk to their ancestors just because their minds aren't theirs anymore? Like, the new slavery's in your brain, you know what I mean? Like if you're new on the channel, I cry all the time on this channel because my dragon guardians tell me we don't cry enough, we're too afraid to cry, that we'd rather scream and yell at each other. Like, fucking sit your ass down and cry with me, motherfuckers. Like, stop screaming, stop judging, stop yelling. Like, literally just hold your hand and just feel it. Just remember what we've been through. Like, we've been through so much together as a species, and we're at this tipping point in our reality that like we need to remember, we need to talk about it, we need to be open about it. And like that's why I'm not gonna suffer in silence anymore. Like God belongs to me too. Like, I'm a witch who believes in God. Like, my love for God is real. God makes miracles happen in my life too, and shame on anyone else who tries to take that from me. Fuck you people. Like, honestly, like anyone else who has that belief in God, who's either gay or trans or like a witch or who is something that like the Bible or like the religion says that you can't be if you believe in God, like I hear you, I am you, and I just want you to know that you're safe here on this channel to believe in God and practice your witchcraft. You're safe on this channel to believe in God and be gay and be trans and like be questioning. Like you're safe to just be who you are and explore that, because like that's what I needed as a child. Like I have mental health issues because I didn't have a safe place as a child to be myself. And I hope that this channel will make my inner child feel safe enough to come back. That's it. You know, that's the story. Subscribe, because like that's all I have most of the time. You know, and like I know that I'm not the only one, and I know that if you're subscribed to this channel and you found me, that I know that you are a geeky, cheeky, and freaky little hatchling that like sometimes feels like an alien or a fish out of water, you know, like amongst like the sheep, because like you just feel so different and so like unheard and so misunderstood and so ostracized and so isolated. And it's like, you know what, you don't have to be. Like we live in a time where we can create communities online. Like we can create places where we can connect and learn other things about other people, and that has been my saving grace. You know what I mean? I'm so sorry you went through that as a child. Thank you, Christy. You know, like I'm just so grateful that I made it out alive, and like I'm able to speak about it, because how many people didn't? Like even some of my friends that I grew up with didn't make it out alive. Like the stuff that we were working through and the stuff that we were dealing with, and it's a lot. It's a lot, and I'm still reeling from it. But the truth is that like I'm only getting stronger every day. I'm only getting better every day. And guess what? My dragon guardians have never been more present in my life. They've never been more proud of me. And they've never been more prepared to help me, whatever happens, come what may. You know, like they have never, ever, ever been closer to me. And that is a miracle. That is such a miracle. You know, it really is. And like, I'm really, really, really happy to be where I am. Do you know what I mean? You don't have mental issues. Yes, I do. I have what's called DID. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's called dissociative identity disorder. I don't really talk about it because it's kind of a very traumatic, sensitive topic, because it is a mental health issue that comes from complex trauma as a child when your personality is developing. And Azura Dragonfeather is like the only altar you'll see on the channel. This is my channel, is Azura Dragonfeather, but I am part of a system. If you're unfamiliar what that is, I recommend Googling DID. But yeah, so basically this channel is dedicated towards the missing altar, the missing little altar in my system, and I hope that she'll come back one day, and I have faith that they will, and my dragon guardians tell me that it's part of the journey. And the only reason why I should be hopeless is if I stop creating. That's the only reason I should ever be hopeless or ever be afraid, is if I stop creating. And honestly, I think that's valid. Honestly, I think that's valid. You know? Yes, you are so strong for being here. You should be proud, and we're all proud of you too. Christy, you're gonna make me cry again. You're so sweet. I can't even handle it. All the best for your upcoming endeavors. Thank you, culture fanatics. You guys are so sweet. I feel so alone and so misunderstood by how people I thought loved me. Oh God, please help us. Luna Rainbow. Man, I totally feel that. You know, that's why like when I felt so alone like that, like all I had was my dragon guardians, and all I had was my practice, and all I had was, you know, my dreams and my actions. And by holding on to my faith and holding on to my dreams and taking actions accordingly in alignment with that, that has made me get to where I am today. And I can't speak for everybody. I can't promise success for anyone, but all I can say is that you have more power over your life than you really do think. And you can change the world you live in simply in a second of choosing to change your mind about the world that you live in. And I want to challenge everybody here today who does feel super alone and who does feel lonely to shift the perspective of their loneliness and try and learn the lessons from a different point of view. Because that's all that I've ever had in my life to survive, is trying to make the best out of a piece of shit. You know, like I'm trying to look at a dog turd like a diamond, and it's hard sometimes, but it's possible because we live in a world of possibilities. And you are actually so fortunate because you're one of the humans alive today that has access to the internet, that has access to electricity, that has access to probably, I'm guessing, like food and water and toilet and like a shower. And like, you know, if you have access to those things, you already have all the ingredients you need to make magic happen in your life. I promise you. I promise you. You're so much closer. You're so much closer. Okay. I feel so unheard by so many people. It hurts. Yeah, same Lunar Rainbow. Especially in my real life. I try to express myself how I feel. And for a long time, I felt like in order to feel loved, I had to feel understood. But my relationship with my twin flame has taught me that just because he misunderstands me or just because I'm misunderstood doesn't mean I'm unloved. And that has healed me deeply, deeply, and has reminded me that we cannot fully heal if we do not allow ourselves to have challenging relationships, if we do not allow ourselves to consider us as part of the problem. Like when I was super lonely, and I'm not saying this is the case for you, but I'm just saying for me, part of the problem was that I made myself unreachable because I was in so much pain. I didn't want anyone else to even touch my space. I didn't even want anyone to knock on the door to my room. I was so sensitive by all the pain that I was in. My nervous system was on fire because it was so dysregulated from trauma, and I had to find a way to help me out of that. And it was one bath at a time. It was one tapping session at a time. It was one talk to God at a time. It was one, you know, task from my dragon guardians at a time. It was failure after failure followed by success at a time, and it was hard, you know? And it still is. And I'm not by any means saying like I'm a master, because I'm not. Like I'm just in a place now where I feel mentally stable enough where I can talk about what I've been through, where I can talk about the real reason why I work with dragons, where I can talk about like the battles, the actual nightmare, like the actual hellscapes that my dragon guardians helped me to traverse and overcome and conquer. Not only that, but not survive, but like thrive, you know, like with all of the what's it called, with all of the trials and tribulations that I've overcome in my life. Like I have to remind myself on the daily that I am the one in control of my experience here on this planet. And it might sound insensitive when I own that truth, especially with the privileges that I do have, because I will acknowledge that every day of the week. But like I will also know that when I was being abused, I was able to, even in those moments, change my perspective of how it was gonna work in my life or work out in my life. Like I was gonna either let my abuse define me or I was gonna define my abuse. It was one or the other. And sometimes the trauma that I have rears its ugly head, and I have meltdowns that are ugly, and I have panic attacks that are ugly, and I have like I guess I would attack the ones that I love thinking that they're hurting me, and it's ugly. And sometimes I lose relationships and it's ugly. But I have to remind myself that the relationships that I lose when I'm facing my trauma are the relationships that were not truly strong bonds. They were very superficial and very surface level, and the ones that love me will remain. Family never leaves. Like the ones that really truly are meant for me will find a way to be there. Will find a way to be present. Will find a way to, even if they can't get a hold of me, they'll still send me energy and I will feel that shit, you know? So I hope that helps at least for that part. Any tips on how I can explain my belief in magic to family? My mom believes in animism and that trees communicate and have souls. Honestly, like when it comes to that kind of thing, like I really wouldn't tell your family about your beliefs unless it's like absolutely required. Like you don't have to. It's actually kind of really special to keep your practice to yourself in the beginning of your craft. Um, I did in my practice. I kept my practice just to myself and really only shared my experience on this channel when I first started my witchcraft. And it was the best thing I ever did for myself because it let me experience and explore magic through a lens that wasn't contaminated by the thoughts, opinions, and beliefs of others. And when you tell other people about what you believe in, they can put an evil eye on it. People can't look at what they don't know or what they can't see. But if you point something out and you shine a spotlight or you speak something into existence for somebody, they're never gonna unsee that, if you will. Like my mom knows I practice witchcraft now, but like it was kind of like her gradually discovering that for herself. Like I never really was like, "Hey mom, I'm a witch." Like no, like I was never like my family doesn't know that I identify as dragonkin, even though I'm very open about it on the internet. And like the ones who know about it are like the close family members who get me and understand me, like my dad, who actually give a shit enough to watch my videos. Like this is just the way that I connect. And it's honestly because like I'm a little bit autistic and like I struggle with connecting to people like in the real world, and like that makes people misunderstand me. Like sometimes if I don't quote unquote mask myself properly, like even my boyfriend will sometimes misunderstand me or think I'm being rude or think I'm an asshole by the way that I word things. And then I like have a moment of learning of like, oh, this is how like normal people communicate, I guess. You know, because like my boyfriend's neurodivergent too, but I don't think he's autistic. And like I'm very autistic, like in the sense of like social things, struggles, right? Social struggles. Like so there's that, like, and like my neurodivergency is just a little bit less socially acceptable, I guess. So sometimes I'll like if I don't mask, like right now I'm very conscious of what my face looks like because I'm like live streaming, but like in real life I'll talk to people like this probably. If I don't like look at my face, I'll be like, oh, what's up? You know, like, hey, what's up? You know? Or sometimes I'll forget to blink and I'll just be like this. Yeah, what's up? How you doing? Okay. Or I'll just like sit there making noises, right? And I'll just be like, you know? So we really never know what we're gonna get with me. That's one thing that I struggle with any relationship, period. But when it comes to like my boyfriend, like he understands that he doesn't understand, and that's what makes it possible. And like he's like sometimes he won't get it, or sometimes he'll get frustrated. He's a human being, he's allowed to get frustrated, you know what I mean? But like I know now that like when my boyfriend gets frustrated by like my mental health like symptoms, like it doesn't mean that I'm unloved, it doesn't mean that I'm not safe. And just because it frustrates him or he struggles with it just like I struggle with it doesn't mean that like we're not worthy of love. Does that make sense? Yeah, I hope that makes sense. And your spirit guides are with you always. Of course they are, Christy. Oh, that must be hard, but know that those real ones will come into your life. This is not permanent. Things will get better. I agree. I am old enough, culture fanatics. Humans. We love the humans. Any tips on how I can explain? Oh, I already read that. Sorry. I love that. The true ones will find a way. Absolutely. Yeah, it's true. You know, because like even in my friendships, in my real life, like as autistic as I am and don't understand certain people and how to like reach out to certain people or be like socially adept, I guess, I will try. I will still try, and sometimes it's just sending a meme, you know? Sometimes it really is just sending a meme. Sometimes it's writing a letter, sometimes it's baking them cookies. You know, it really just depends. But like sometimes it's just like not saying anything at all and just sitting there and like grabbing their hand or holding them, you know, it just really depends on the situation. I'm trying to catch up with this chat. Hey, Stevie Bailey, welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather Life with Athena. Hey, hi, hello. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather. We are just talking about how God belongs to witches too. That if you are a witchy person, you can believe in God. Yeah, do you keep a magical journal? I have so many journals that are magical, I don't know what to do with myself. That's the truth. For shits and giggles, this literally looks like just a regular composition notebook. It just has some witchy stuff in it. Hold on. Let's see. Let me just read something to you guys out of my journal, because that's fun. Let me see, my friends. I don't even know what's necessarily written in these, so I might give away too much secrets if I read them. But that's the fun of watching me live, right? Anyway, let's see. Okay, mind over matter literally. Literally, okay? It says, perfect your mindset. The ones who are really winning the most in life are the ones with the best mindsets. So it doesn't matter what life you have or where you were born or what body you have. What determines you winning at life is your mindset. And winning is very subjective. There's like a stereotypical look of what success might look like, but the reality is that everybody's definition of success and winning looks different, okay? So we are always capable of changing our mindsets due to neuroplasticity in the brain. What that means, neuroplasticity, is that our neurons and our brains are constantly shifting and changing based on our experiences, our thoughts, reality, etc. So we are always able to change our mindsets through the factual reality of neuroplasticity being put into play, as in if we take the time to rewire our perception of reality, like if I'm misunderstood, that doesn't mean I'm unloved, then my brain is going to start looking for experiences that confirm that belief, and that's how you change your brain or your mindset. Moving on. All this means is we can literally rewire the brain with whatever mindset we choose at any given point in time. It's really that simple. Really that simple. The more one focuses on the quality of their mindset, the simple laws of reciprocity state you have no choice but to be successful within your endeavors. And this is why when people of color, especially indigenous people or black people, own their power loudly, they get murdered for it, because that is the only way to take away their power. Take away their power. Can't take away their power. Take away the body, but the power is still there, because nothing can be created nor destroyed, right? Only transmuted, transferred, or transformed, okay? That's it. That's it. All right. Let's see. How about we do this one? This is a good one. Only quantum physics matters. Okay, this is like literally, this book right here, my Dragon Guardian Pickle Chips tells me this book right here is like my crash course into alchemy, if that makes sense. So with that being said, let me finish this little bit here. We were on only quantum physics matters. Okay, so Christ consciousness, a little bit about Christ consciousness. The return of Christ on earth is through the collective embodiment of Christ-like awareness. Let me read that again. The return of Christ on earth is through the collective embodiment of Christ-like awareness. What does that mean? More people today, there are more people alive today than there ever have been that are like Jesus or Jesus Christ in the way that he thought, about reality, about human beings, about love, about God, about religion, about community and culture, if you will. The God-like mentality. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do I say? Like, God created us in his image. That's what I was looking for. We are all co-creators here on earth. Those who have developed the conscious awareness of how reality works will begin manifesting heaven on earth, created in God's image. Unconditional love. I'm going to read that one more time. Those who have developed the conscious awareness of how reality works will begin manifesting heaven on earth, created in God's image. Unconditional love. So, to answer your question, do I have magical journals? Yes. And those are some excerpts from my magical journals. And I love to write more than anything. I'm working on many books right now that I will be selling soon. But they're really just like the accumulation of knowledge that I have acquired on the path of the dragon, if that makes sense. So, I am gonna go run to grab myself another drink. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'll be right back, okay? Just really quick. I promise I'm not leaving you guys. I promise. Hello, my friends. I am back. I told you I wasn't gonna leave. I told you I would be right back. Okay. Here we are. All right, let's see. I completely agree with that last statement. Honestly, Christy, I'm glad, because it just doesn't really feel like it needs to be more complicated than that, if that makes sense. Like, just let people chill. Let people follow their life. Let people do their thing, okay? But then at the end of the day, if you see something you don't understand, please be curious instead of judgmental. Please, please, please. You were gone for far too long. Oh no! Oh no! It was eons. It may have been seconds in the real world, but it was eons in the digital one. No, I'm just kidding. She should play elevator music when she leaves a review. Yeah, Brian, we're working on getting, like, my agency is helping me work on getting, like, an official stream set up. I'm gonna start doing streams on Twitch too. It's really weird for me having an agency because, like, I've pretty much done everything on my channel just by myself. But now with the work that I do, like, I'm just, like, being told a little bit what to do by my management, and it's very weird to me. It's very strange. It's welcomed. They're very nice, but, like, it's very interesting to my brain. I'm very much a rebel spirit, so I'm like, no, fuck you, I want to do it my way. But, like, yeah, they're telling me to do the things, okay? You haven't met a magical man on your level. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Wouldn't you like to know about him? She should play. Oh yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I really would love to stream on, like, a professional stream with, like, you know, the, like, comments on screen and, like, things like that. We'll get there, right? But, like, we just have to get the situation set up. So you can have a podcast with all the knowledge you have, honestly. Christy, that's really sweet. I honestly have been thinking about it, and just basically having a podcast and then having guests from just all walks of life to talk about their religious perspectives. Because I think that that's something that I don't think exists. I literally know that, like, there'll be, like, there's, like, a podcast for almost every different religious perspective out there, but I don't know of one that's, like, they talk about different perspectives every episode. So honestly, Christy, you might be cooking on that one. I might be really excited about that. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. I've played a bit, but I've got to get back into it. Honestly, there's so many like games that I want to play, you guys, that I love playing, that I like. I just don't really have the time for anymore. Like, I would just rather like play the Earth game. Dragon Feather podcast bro era. Alex, could you imagine if I was a podcast bro? I literally. Hold on. I don't actually have a microphone on me, but this is how my podcast bro era would go. Yo. Yo, do you even cast, bro? Can't take myself seriously. I just can't, you know? It's just, this is also the viral whipped cream sunscreen from TikTok. Love this shit. You definitely should try it. But yeah, I would volunteer to be a guest. That would be awesome. Yeah, so maybe, I don't know, maybe I should do something like that. It would be fun because like I would even like to have like podcast bros. Like, you know, you guys know those podcasts where like they have like all these people and like they'll have like the boys and the like the men and the women basically debate like stupid shit, right? Like I low-key, okay, fun fact, actually really scary fact, there's this one girl that like went viral on like these podcasts for the wrong reasons, and she like used to be one of my roommates, and she like nightmare fuel. Anyway, keyword is she hates on makeup while wearing makeup in one of these podcast videos. That's all I'm gonna say, okay? She was nightmare fuel, okay? So like, I would love to get on podcasts and debate these people. The only issue is that my Dragon Guardians don't want me on a watch list. That's it. Like a watch list in the sense of like, my Dragon Guardians want me to be intentional with the types of audiences I expose myself to for my own safety, if that makes sense. Dragon Feather has a boyfriend she's very happy with. Oh yes, I am. It's very true. Music podcast. Ooh. Yeah, you know, we've thought about doing that as well. But like honestly, if I have a podcast, like it's gonna just be like everything I love, like uncensored. Like I'm just not gonna stop talking about things that I love. Like it's really that simple. It really is. It really is. Okay. Cheers, friends. Oh my gosh, do you guys like my little mask? Hold on. Do you guys like my mask? Here, if I hold it up to like this part, oh my gosh, it fits my face now. This is like literally the smallest mask ever, but like optical illusions say that it fits me now. Okay. This is how I'm gonna do the live stream now. Oh my god. Love is, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Do you realize that the only reason why I'm like happy in my life now is because I have the support of this man? This man just wants to see me shine. This man just helps me do everything. Like this, the fuck? The fuck? Like, leave my man alone. Like, he's a sweetheart. Like, and he's better than any man ever created. Like, because I say so, right? Like, that's why he's my man. Like, it's really that simple. That's why I'm gonna have to just like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Do you guys think it's funny that people think like they know who I need in my life? This is very strange to me. Very strange. Love has been interesting to watch in this chat. Honestly, but they're done. I just silenced them. Because like, why are you gonna start telling somebody what kind of man they need? Like, that is unhinged behavior. Like, what the fuck? Like, literally, Alex, you don't know her or him. Focus on your own life. Okay, honestly, like my boyfriend knows I have this channel and he knows that I talk some mad shit, and he even sometimes pops in here, right? Like he really does. I'm having so much fun with this little mask. Let me have fun, okay? Mask on, okay? Hold on, mask on. So I have to mask on. Mask off. Okay, seriously, people Chill. Chill. Okay. Oh my god, I am better than you. No, chill. Chill. If you know what I'm referencing, you have a better intuition than you think you do. You know what I mean? Xander Foster, green flag BF. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Like, I only believe men are good people because of this man. Like, I only believe in God because of this man. Like, I only, like, should I open the thing? Like, I'm only, like, believing that my dreams in music is possible because of this man. Like, I'm only believing that, like, marriage is possible in my life because of this man. Like, I only have a slight feeling I might have children still in my future because of this man. Because this is the only man that is worthy of that. Like, and you know what's so funny, you guys? Like, even my family, they don't understand him. Like, he is a different kind of person than, like, any type of man I've ever been with or the type of men of my family. And, like, he is just so different than what they think he should be for me that, like, some people in my family will even accuse him of abusing me simply because they do not know who he is. They would rather say he's abusing me than even get to know who he is. They don't even know him. Like, they can't even sit at a table with him because they're so afraid of him. Why? Because what did he do? Like, you're welcome to come over. Like, we would love to meet you. Like, we would love to have you for dinner. Like, why are you being weird about it? Like, you know, it's not like my boyfriend is, like, isolating me from my family like my exes used to. Like, no, my family is isolating themselves from me now. It's weird. Like, that's why I'm gonna answer Xander's question, because I like it. What is a dragon guardian? I'm glad you asked, my friend. So, I am a draconic witch. That basically means I practice witchcraft with the help of dragon guardians. And dragon guardians are, like, you know how some people, like, believe in God or goddesses or, like, you know, ancestors or things like that? Like, I just work with dragons in that sense. They're like a spiritual entity or, like, an interdimensional being, if you will, of light. They don't have, like, a physical, like, flesh body like we do. They come through very much like a family member that's passed on would, or like a goddess, if you will. And they are the ones that I follow in my practice. So when I cast spells, it is because my dragon guardians tell me I should do this. Or if I need help with casting magic, it's because they help me do it. The only reason why I have any magic at all as a witch is because I work with dragons. I know that is not the case for other types of witches, maybe even other types of draconic witches. I can't speak for all types of draconic witches, but for me specifically, it has been made very clear to me by my dragon guardians that if I misstep or if I go back on what they want me to do in my practice as a draconic witch, that they will remove my magic from me. Very scary, actually. Don't recommend working with dragons if you can't handle shit like that. So is Draconic Wicca a religion like the original Wicca? Tragic nostalgic. Draconic Wicca kind of just was birthed on the internet during the time when people were very new to posting about witchcraft and just kind of discovering Wicca. It was like when Wicca was really starting to take off. And I was making videos about Wicca and starting to discover dragons, and I was still identifying as a Wiccan, but really was gonna pursue dragons in my craft. And so, like, I kind of started to do like Draconic Wicca and make videos about that in my own practice. I don't really remember like many videos about Draconic Wicca. That's been more so a recent development, I would say, within the last like 5 to 7 years. Like, Draconic Wicca has been like super duper popular. And some other like witches who cover Wicca on their channels have even referenced my channel for Draconic Wicca, which is just like the coolest thing ever. Like, Harmony Nice, love you babes. But like, it's also kind of just different for everybody, if that makes sense. So like, some people would probably say that like Draconic Wicca is a religion for them, like how Wicca is a religion for them, but like for me, working with dragons is just not a religious practice. Even though some of my practices would probably be considered like Draconic Wiccan, if that makes sense. Oh, I'm so happy for you. He sounds like he's an amazing person. Thank you, Christy. I'm honestly He's a very busy guy just because he works so hard for his community, and just he's very passionate about his music and what he does. But like, I really hope he will get on live with me one time and you guys can ask him questions and stuff, because like my boyfriend is not a witch actually. He didn't even believe in crystals until I came around, and it's really funny because like the way that we've been friends, we were friends since 2012. I found him on Facebook, super embarrassing. um, and like we were friends for 7 years before we actually like got together as a couple. And we've been together for almost 5 years now, so it's kind of crazy. But we weren't always like romantically like involved. Like there was a period of time where we were really just good, genuine friends, but like of course we were always attracted to each other, right? So like throughout the years that like either he would have a girlfriend and I was single, or I would have a boyfriend and he was single, it was very much like I was just super supportive of his music and he was just super supportive of my YouTube channel. You know what I mean? Back in the day. I found him in my emo phase, like, and in fact, actually, as time went on, he became one of my favorite musicians, like his band, like he was in a band before he was a pop star. And like, I was like one of the biggest fangirls. And then like I ended up dating the lead singer of the band that I was a fan of. So that's the story for another time. So yeah, I manifested that one, okay? But he would argue that he manifested me, so it's actually pretty cute. I would love to talk about that if he would be open to it. So we just have to ask him. Like I said, he's a pretty busy guy. Thanks for explaining. I never heard of that. Do you believe they are dragons in the mythical sense, or is it like a visualization of the energy force? Like no physical body, but how are they dragons? Oh yeah, so like it's just energy manifested in a draconic form, I guess you could say, or it's like the type of energy that you would consider draconic. So like arcane, like, or like alchemy, advanced magics. The best way that I would be able to describe it is draconics. Dragons are like the embodiment of the magic or element that they are, right? So like a fire dragon, for example, is just fire incarnated in, like embodied, if you will, or the personification of fire, essentially. That is the best way I could explain it. For example, Pickle Chips is a celestial dragon that I work with. So the way that Pickle Chips would describe it is that the personification of this, like the heavens or the celestial stars, if that makes sense. What's his band called? If you don't have a problem sharing that. I don't think I have a problem sharing that, but he might be mad about that. I actually am gonna share it. It's called Sins of Sincerity. Like one of the emo bands back in the day. I was like one of those like emo junkies who was like, my favorite bands were like the most obscure like emo kids, right? And that's like how I found Sins of Sincerity, you know what I mean? I'm a little embarrassed about it because like I don't really talk very often about how I was the fangirl in this relationship, but it really was that way. My most recent boyfriend went home for the summer and then told me he didn't think about me because I'm just someone from uni. I'm so very jealous. Oh my god, dude. Like you don't even want me to get started on like the men that I used to date, which is why like whenever I talk about my boyfriend, I'm very adamant when I tell people like I chose him. Like I chose this relationship. Like I really cultivated who I was and who I wanted to become and visualized what I had for my future, and basically cut the people out of my life who didn't belong to make room for a person like that to come in. And then when people who I thought were going to be my partner like that came through but then showed qualities that I didn't like, I cut them out really quickly, because like that was the only way for me to stay on the path to finding the right person for me. And like now that I have my boyfriend in my life and we're just like doing everything we can to make our dreams come true together, and it's just such a very sacred, special relationship that I literally like praise God for every day. And like I'm not like the girl, I never thought I'd be the girl to say that, like be like, yeah, like praise God, like God is good, like, but I look at that man and I'm like, God is good. And that, wow. I'm speechless sometimes when I talk about it because, like, wow. You know, and like through all of the loss that I experienced in 2020 and 2021, the only one who was who really got it, how bad I was not, like how bad I was doing and who checked on me, like, was my boyfriend. And even when my own parents wouldn't make sure I was okay and would feed me, like, he was sending me food from a country away. He was figuring out how to DoorDash me food from Canada. Like, the fuck? So, the loyalty I have for this person, I will just say, is unlike anything that exists on the planet, period. Do you have any pets? Yes. My lovely, my mans. My Toronto mans. He, got me a beautiful kitten for my birthday a couple years ago. Her name is Nayala. I can show her to you guys. Do you want to take a field trip? Let's go take a field trip. I think we should take a field trip. Sorry, I had to unplug the thing. But I think you guys should say hi to Nayala. What do you think? I think we should say hi to Nayala. Where is she? Where's this little one? Oh, she's in her box. I want to say hi. Look at her. Hey, sweet girl. They're asking about you. You want to say hi? Yeah, you want to say hi, sweet lady? This is Nayala. She's very sweet. She's an absolute baby. She's still taking a nap, but she's going to. Oh, sweet girl, you're so cute. Oh my gosh, I love you. You're the sweetest, the sweetest. I know, if you guys aren't cat fans, this is probably annoying, but oh my gosh, I just have everything. She's everything to me, my little sweet one. Oh, say hello. Oh, say hello. Oh, thank you for the kisses. Thank you for the kisses. Yeah, we're going to have to do a video with Nayala. She's very, very sleepy right now. I'll let you be my sweet lady. Here, let's give her a toy, because she loves doing that kind of thing. Let's see. What one should we give her? Let's give her... Oh no, I'm sorry, the list. Let's give her the gingerbreads. Okay. Yeah. She's so cute. I can't. Who isn't a cat fan? I don't know, but if they're not a cat fan, they're not my friend. Like, that's kind of how it is. People who are allergic to cats cannot come over because, like, there's just cats everywhere in my life. So now I gotta set this up again. Those little paws. I know, Christy. She's like the cutest thing in the world. I can't handle it. But yeah, so let's get this all situated again. I'm actually getting really cold. They put on the AC because they're in the studio making music. There we go. They're making music, so I'm gonna have to grab my blanket. I'm just like actually freezing. Let's see. Oh, I wonder why that happened. That was interesting. The current is really weird. Hold on, let me try one more time. This, like, outlet is very strange. Hold on. Did it work that time? No. Man, why is this thing being so fidgety? That's so annoying. Anyway, I think we're good now. Hold on. It's just super fidgety. I don't know why. All right. Hello, tarot. This is love. You guys would block me. That's why you would do to God. What is happening? Oh my gosh, is your profile picture? No, I thought your profile picture was a Furby. I really love Furbies, if you did not know. Have you ever done baneful magic on someone before? And if so, would you mind telling us why? If it's okay to tell us for what reason. Adam, I actually talked about this my last stream, funny enough. The stream that's titled Sharing Stories I Probably Shouldn't, I share a very intimate story about baneful magic that I did that I don't have the spoons to share again. So there's that. I just don't. So yeah. But you know. Let's see, hold on. It says, I would just recommend you like watch that video, to be honest, because like it was just the best description of it, and it's like an emotional story that I just like really don't want to like go back into, if that makes sense. So is tarot the love guys alt account? Yeah, I mean, damn. Bye, love guy. so funny, Nightmare. You crack me up every day. You guys, can we just like leave a like on the stream for the mods in the chat right now? Because tonight we've had some weird things happen today. You know, so just shout out to the mods. Shout out to the mods. We couldn't do it without you, but yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna need that blanket pretty soon. Like, I'm also just kind of like super bored, you guys, because like my boyfriend and like one of our friends, like they're just working on some music in the studio, and like I'm so like I could go in there and I probably could live stream it. I'm sure they would probably enjoy that, but if I'm being completely honest with you, like I don't want to go in there and like, you know, like do the whole studio sesh thing, because like I won't be able to talk very much, you know what I mean? I'm in a very chatty mood right now, and like I don't want to interrupt their studio session or like chat with them too much, so that's why I was like, let's go live. You know? But yeah, we've just been doing a lot, honestly. Like it's been like overwhelming, like how like everything's changing so quickly, and like, you know, we're just, especially with the algorithm, with just like what's going on in the world right now, like the algorithm of all the social media is just like fried. And so like some of our clients and like some of our friends and like some of like, you know, like even some of us are just getting fried from the algorithm. It's just crazy. Like it's a crazy time to be alive, you guys. Like it's really insane. And like my dragon guardians just tell me to like kind of keep blinders on creating what I want to create, and you know, showing up for the hatchlings and hanging out with the hatchlings. And my dragon guardians tell me not to listen to anyone who's trying to make me forego my faith or change where my faith is. You know, my dragon guardians tell me that my faith is perfectly where it should be, and I should only grow it where it is. And if I decide to put my faith in other things in the future, that like, you know, like it shouldn't be because I'm afraid of putting my faith in some place else. You know, like where your faith goes should be deterrent, or should be dependent on where it wants to be, not where you're afraid of it being, or where you're told your faith should be placed. Like that is not how faith works. Like faith is going to work the best when you put your faith in the places that matter to you. When you put your faith in the hands of either, you know, entities that you trust, or, you know, belief systems that bring you security or bring you peace or solace, like those things are only for you to determine. And that's the whole point of this video, is just like, it's for you to determine. And I don't want anyone getting that confused here on this channel. And like, I don't care what you believe in on this channel. If you are a Christian, if you are a Muslim, if you are a witch, and you start being goofy in these comments and making people feel uncomfortable or less than for what they believe in, or feel like they don't have the right to take up space in the way that they do, like that is just not, I have like a vendetta against that kind of behavior, because like it is what traumatized me so much as a child. You know what I mean? And people don't deserve that. People don't deserve to feel like they can't be themselves or believe in what they believe in because the majority says otherwise. Like that's fuckery. You know what I mean? Like that's evil in my opinion. People deserve to be who they are. That's it. That's it. Are you talking about spiritually arrogant people? I'm mostly talking about, I guess you could say, yeah, but I'm mostly talking about like, I get a lot of like Christian hate on this channel, and I get a lot of like Muslim hate on this channel, which is just overwhelming for me, because like how much I love Jesus and how much I love, you know, God, and how much I love Islam and how much I love Christianity and like Christians and all of like that. Like I really do. Like, and so when I get hate from people like that, especially when they tell me I'm going to hell for what I practice, it really is just exhausting, because it's like, bro, like I just don't care. Like I don't care what you think about what I do. Like let me be me for fucking once in my life. Like let me have space to be me without your bullshit. Like let me exist by myself, uninterrupted, thank you. Like, that is my issue, truly. And like, that's why I had to make today's video, because like, God belongs to witches too. Like, fuck off. Like, it's not your decision to decide if I'm evil or not. It is not your place to judge me for how I practice my witchcraft, for what that looks like for me, and how I choose to work with or worship God. It does not concern you. And the people who make their whole careers out of attacking people like me are the ones that I really just, I don't know what to do, and I'm at a loss for words. And that's why I have the channel that I have, because it's like, you know, it's just hate from Christians, not hate for Christians. Like I said, love Christianity, love the Christians. And on this channel, we have so many Christian viewers. I have so many Christian family members that are sweet, but I also have a lot of trauma from Christianity and Christian hate from Christians. And like me, I'm just at this point in my life where like, I don't tolerate bullying. Just so you know, like, the people who are like, you're going to hell for being a witch, that's religious bullying. Like, and it can get so extreme on a world stage, you know, like, and it's just, it's ridiculous. You know, that's why my channel is my channel, you know, because I think it is a sign of the sin pride. Sure. You know, like, I honestly think a lot of people are really afraid of critically thinking about their belief systems, because they might have to change their mind if they use their logic to critically think about their belief systems that they were handed as children, or that they were handed by their churches. Why? Because like, that sometimes is a very ostracizing, very painful experience. Like, when I was in the church and I was realizing that the church wasn't for me, and that their way of connecting with God wasn't for me, and I was questioning that in that space, never have I ever felt more vulnerable. Never have I ever felt more alone. Never have I ever felt more disconnected, more shunned, more outcasted in my entire life. You know what I mean? OMG, your latest video was 2 years ago. You've been on hiatus or something? Adam, I mean like my last live video. I've been going live pretty consistently for a few months now. But yes, I went on a hiatus for a long time because I had a lot of loss in my life, and, you know, my whole world changed. I had to kind of reconsider who I was and redefine what it meant to be a draconic witch moving forward. I rediscovered God in that time. I was working on my new job, which is celebrity management and marketing in that time. So that's kind of where I've been, and where I'm at now, if that makes sense. But like, moving forward, now I'm just like basically coming back to this channel in the way that I always wanted to. And like, it's gonna be the greatest thing that's ever happened on the fucking planet, because my guardian, Pickle Chips, says so. Whatever you guys want to say, you can debate that in the comments. But Pickle Chips says that Pickle Chips is excited for what is to come for me. And I only lose if I stop posting. I only lose if people shake my faith. I only lose if I stop creating. And that's true for you too. Okay? I want you guys to know that. You know what I mean? Like you only lose the game if you stop playing the game. It sounds like, why such a funny nickname? It sounds like a toddler made it up. Pickle Chips is one of the most advanced dragons that I work with. Very scary, very ominous, very mysterious, and hard to understand. So Pickle Chips told me that I refer to Pickle Chips as a different name in my practice personally, but I've earned the right to their like name that I refer to them as, correct? So now, when I am talking about Pickle Chips publicly, they say, and I quote, Pickle Chips says that they'll be more relatable, easier to understand, and not as scary or intimidating to the hatchlings, unquote, when I call them Pickle Chips. Pickle Chips has a sense of humor. Yeah, it really does. I hope Pickle Chips isn't upset that I haven't cleaned my room yet. I've been busy. Yeah, same. Pickle Chips knows. Pickle Chips knows we're full of shit. Okay? That's it. I'm extremely cold, so I'm grabbing my blanket. This is my favorite blanket in the world right now. It's like, I don't even know what material it is. It says that it's made out of polyester, which is technically plastic, but like, bruh, it's like reversible with mushrooms. It feels like a cloud. Like, I'm very excited about this blanket. Okay, so we're just gonna enjoy the blanket because they got the AC on blast while they are working up a sweat in the studio, cooking up some awesome beats. But I would love to show you guys my song. I really would, but I don't know if I'm allowed to yet. So I'm excited though. I've been cleaning my room. Pickle chips, just so you know. Yay! Do you know anything about astrology? Yeah, I'm learning more about it. That's something that Pickle Chips wants me to really study very, very intensely. I don't really know how to interpret other people's star charts, but I'm learning how to incorporate my own astrological like chart into how I live my life and how I like move. I'm kind of using my astrology chart as like a roadmap to navigating my life challenges, if that makes sense. Instead of like a this is who I am, like a character sheet. It's not like that for me, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, it makes him sound cute and lovable. Christy, hell yeah. See, I'm glad that it translates then, because like honestly I really need to come out with pickle chip merch because could you imagine if I had a shirt that said peace, love, pickle chips? Like that would be amazing. Or what if I had a altar cloth that was a giant pickle chip? Wait a darn minute. Someone cooked here. I need to make a giant pickle chip altar cloth. Oh my goodness. I've been cleaning up my altar, so that's a start. Yeah, there you go. My altar cloth is a magnet for dog hair. Honestly, I understand. I'm like literally in the middle of reorganizing my bookshelf. Here, I'll show you. Like my boyfriend helped me bring my bookshelf into the altar studio, and it just has like all of the like crystals and stuff on it, and like there's more up there too. Right? So like I'm basically just like making this space like a place where I can like make my YouTube content and like also do my meditation and do my healings and stuff. Like, so there's just a lot going on in here, like but we love the space, we love it, we love the studio, you know, like it's just been a really good experience being here the past few months. Honestly, like I'm in such a good like place of mind because of the space that we have is like all our own. This is my first time living in a space that's like safe and loving, you know, that's like not with my family. I mean, I love my family, but like there was always trauma involved no matter who the family member was, just because our family is so steeped in generational trauma that there was no escaping it unless they consciously worked on that shit before having children, and they didn't, spoiler alert. So you know, they kind of passed it down a little bit, and that's just how life goes. When you have kids and you haven't healed your trauma, you pass down your trauma. It's how it goes. So now that I'm living in a space away from my family and like that's supporting and loving and all of that, it's just really special. Do you live in the studio? Kind of. Yeah, I really do, Alex. We call this like our hotel studio space, if that makes sense. It's very much a workspace. There's like a lot of gray areas about my life that I just like can't talk about right now, but like I will soon. But like it's mostly just for like safety reasons and like, yeah, that's really it. But like what I will say is that like the room that I'm in now is like intended for my YouTube, as like a YouTube studio space for me. And part of the things that I do in my YouTube stuff is like astral projection, which requires laying down, or like crystal healing, which requires like laying down. So like that's why we got a bed in here, but like we're trying to just make this space like a really good studio space to kind of like, there's a couple projects I'm working on that I can't talk too much about, but what I will say is we just need a good like solid room space for like all of the content that is to come and the work that we're going to do on this channel. We just need that space, right? So that's kind of what this is. I think psychiatrists and psychologists and therapists have to have rudimentary knowledge of astrology. I don't know. I think a lot of them are honestly just like mean girls who peaked in high school who like became psychologists because it was easy degree, easy money, solid paycheck. I don't have very good opinions of healthcare. I'm sorry. I've had bad experiences. I'm probably biased in the wrong way. Whoopsie. Please don't feel any need to share anything you don't want to. Sorry if I'm asking too many personal questions. No. I hope you know that like I won't share what I'm not comfortable with. That's why I just told you, right? But like feel free to ask me anything. Like if people ask me questions that I'm not comfortable answering, I simply will ignore the question. Like it's a really easy. I think it's awesome your boyfriend supports your practice. Christy, it was like really refreshing for me because like my previous boyfriends were not so supportive. Like one of them wanted to learn everything that I practiced to basically take my magic from me. That was weird. And then the other one was just extremely afraid of it and like didn't support it, didn't want to see it, if you will. But then my boyfriend now was the only one who was curious about it. Like that's part of the reason why we ended up becoming so romantically involved after our friendship for so long. He was just kind of like, you know, I was raised to believe that like witchcraft is evil, and like how is witchcraft evil and you're a witch but you're so nice? And then I pretty much just like told him like, oh well, this is what my practice is, this is what I believe in, and like this is how I'm a witch, and like yeah, I'm not a bad person. But like people like to paint me that way. Why? I don't know. It's beyond me. Who fucking knows? But he's just been, it's also like the other way too, right? I've always been like, how do you have so much faith in God? Like how do you just know that God's got your back? Like I didn't understand that concept. It was very alien to me because like when I was raised, like I was told that like I could only experience God in a very specific way, and if I didn't, it was wrong, right? And he was just like, God is love, and this is how God is in my life, and like he shared that with me, and it really brought God back into my life in a way that like I have never had God in my life present, even when I was a child. Like even when I was a child. When you mean that people pick up intuitively, oh yeah, that's funny. I was in a mental hospital decades ago, but they kicked me out because they said I was eccentric but not crazy. That's some tea, Brian. Huh. I have a feeling, Brian, that I would have probably gotten the same result if I ever went into a mental hospital, because, and I'm gonna make an argument, Brian, it's because you're incredibly intelligent, aren't you? Like you just know like things about things that like you shouldn't, you just know, you just do. It's giving gifted program when you were a child, feeling a little bit like a stunted adult now because of just the way the world is, you know. I say this, I suggest this because this has been my experience. I was like told I was a really gifted child, right? And I was like, I didn't say wise, my friend. I said smart. like book smart, like math wasn't hard, like you liked writing because whatever, like science was fascinating, like yeah, thanks. I say that because I wasn't wise as a kid either. I did stupid fucking shit. That's such a vibe, Brian. It really is. My gosh, your name makes me so happy. I just want to go Brian, like all the time. Like, why do you have two Brians? Like, why not just one Brian? Tell me, Brian, I need to know. Like, is your name Double Brian? Cannot. Do you think girls' feet are beautiful? Hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Heaven is underneath your woman's foot, like truly. Matt. Yup, Matt. Oh, okay. What is one Brian plus one Brian? What is Brian plus Brian? Me? Yeah. I'm gonna cry. You're so funny. Everyone has their own talents in life. Yeah, of course, Debris. Like everybody has their own gifts. Like, and to like suggest that like some people don't, I think is so silly, because like if you just like look at any child, like any child's gonna be gifted in something, even if they have disabilities or developmental delays. Like they're still going to be like incredibly gifted in a certain area, or they're going to bring something to you that teaches you. Like my dragon guardian Pickle Chips told me we have children to teach us. And the reason why our world is so backwards is because we have made it to where we teach the children who to be. The children don't teach us who to be anymore. Whoa. Wow, that just, all that made me feel was free Palestine, free Congo, those children. Those children are being murdered because they are the ones who should be teaching us how to live. Oh my God. Wow, Pickle Chips. Wow, Pickle Chips. I didn't want to share my identity in the early days of the internet. Brian, you know what? That is valid. How much will a 15-30 minutes of reading cost with you? It depends on what kind of reading you want. Because like, if it's just like a basic reading, I pretty much just charge like $30 for that. I get it. I was a gifted child as well, gifted classes, studied math and physics in college. I'm also neurodivergent and was diagnosed with ADHD. Yeah, Christy, you are in the right place. How many of those drinks have you had? Trust me, Alex. You might think that I'm super high right now, but the reality is that I just feel normal for the first time in like the whole day, because I have this thing called period pain, and my cramps make me so vehemently depressed and in agony that when I have some of these and I feel like the bite or the edge of the pain taken off, I get so happy and grateful and just like joy, like almost like euphoric in a way, because it's like, you don't understand unless you've had chronic pain, that when you have chronic pain and you find something that relieves most of that chronic pain for you, or in a significant way, that it is almost a miracle. Like, it is a miracle. Do you know what I mean? Like, holy shit. You know? So like, if I seem a little bit happier now than when I was in the beginning of the live, you would be correct. The answer is yes, because I don't feel like I'm in pain right now. I mean, I am a little bit, but because I can't get rid of all of it, but like, do you know what I mean? Does your drink hydrate you? Probably not. I would assume not, unless it's water. Even your water doesn't hydrate you. Did you know that? And it's because your water is considered dead water. Like, there's not really any more minerals in it, right? Like, it's filtered to hell, because like, that's the qualification that your water needs to be filtered in order to be drinkable water, right? But you need to have like minerals in it. So if you want to remineralize your water, add 1 lemon to your water, add a pinch of baking soda, and add a pinch of like Himalayan pink salt, like crystal pink salt, or like Celtic sea salt to it, and like that will make you more hydrated, right? But also, because of my periods, like I literally am on my 3rd period in a month. Do you understand me? Like, I'm constantly fighting dehydration because of my like health issues. Like, sometimes I have to go get an IV. Like, I don't want to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to talk about it. I'm really happy you found a way to take the edge off. Yeah, honestly, same. Because who would I be without this? Nothing. If I literally lived in a state that didn't allow me access to like weed easily, I would probably be an alcoholic. I'm so serious. Like, I'm very blessed to have the life that I do, and I will do everything I can to share the blessings that I experience in any way that I can, honestly, because like, I think that this world should just be like, this world is meant to be abundant for everybody to explore and experience what they want, and I just want to do whatever I can to help make that world more accessible to everybody. So contact you on IG for a reading? Yeah, you can contact me on Instagram for a reading. What's your username? Or if you just say, hey, I'm Adam from the live stream, then I'll recognize you, whatever your username is. So cheers, my friend. Oh my goodness. You know, like sometimes it doesn't really matter like how much like medicine I take or how many like breathwork practices I do or how much like, oh, actually, hold on. Speaking of my heating pad, I would really love that right now. Hold on. Because the cramps be cramping right now. You know? Um, don't tell him this, but pickle juice is supposedly good to hydrate you. That's gross. Pickle Chips is offended. Brian. Pickle Chips is offended by your statement. I hope you're proud that you offended Pickle Chips. It's hard to do that. Anyway. Yeah, so like the cramps suck, brother. Like, and sometimes like the best way to be hydrated is literally through an IV. Like, I think you don't understand. The best way to be hydrated for me in my life sometimes is to get it intravenously, okay? Like, that is called medical health. Congratulations. I'm sorry. I wonder, you guys, what if Pickle Chips is just not even real? Do you work with angels? I do. I do work with angels. LOL, Brian. Don't tell. Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, I do work with angels sometimes. Like I said, I would consider myself like a draconic witch, and like the majority of what I do is like through the lens of like working with my dragons. But like, for example, I work with angels, I work with demons, I work with fairies, like I work with like almost every mythical creature that I can. At least I'm open to, and I try to make my space and my like practice as open to them as possible. And then I work with goddesses specifically. I don't work with any gods. I just don't resonate with that. But I do believe in like God in the sense that I was raised with, like the Mormon God, I guess you could say, or like the monotheistic God in the Abrahamic religious sense. I've always had a belief in that God ever since I was a child, if that makes sense. So there's that. And I work with like goddesses, like as aspects of like me as a woman, if that makes sense. So I'll work with Aphrodite, I'll work with Lilith, I work with Hecate, the Morrigan, I work with who else? My goodness. It's I'm a little sleepy. But like I work with many different goddesses, right? I don't Aset, that's the one who was trying to talk about. And Bast, she's up there on my thing. So there's like lots of different goddesses that I'll work with, right? And then I also work with my ancestors. So when I do like past life regression, it has come to my understanding that my past lives are like my mother and my grandmother and like anyone who's related to me biologically is like how my dragon guardian has like told me past life is. But in the way that most people would communicate past lives in content nowadays on the internet, my dragon guardian Pickle Chips tells me that that would be considered previous incarnation, not past life. But you guys can do with that information what you will. I'm just doing my best to understand what Pickle Chips tells me these days. So there's that. I've got vitamin C IV with zinc to help with my immune system because I was getting sick a lot. They're great. Yeah, Kirsty, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So what if he's not? He helps you either way, so does it even matter? I don't know what you mean by that. Can you tell me more about angels? How were they all created? Did the Abrahamic God create all the angels, or did some of them come from elsewhere? To my understanding, the Abrahamic God created the angels and the angelic dragons is what Pickle Chips is telling me. Pickle Chips tells me God created everything if you subscribe to that. But like the way that like God has been so colonized, like that's part of the reason why I'm also meant to like share my spiritual experience too, because like the concept of God has been really corrupted by the people that look like me, that look like me, or that like, you know, just have power because of like inheriting that, you know? And so that's kind of like about that, if that makes sense. Previous comment was about pickle chips being real. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so you said, so what if he's not? He helps you either way, does he? Yeah, Alex, thank you for saying that, because it reminds me of the Harry Potter scene where at the last movie where like Dumbledore says, Harry, just because if it's happening all in your head doesn't mean it's not real, or something along the lines of that, and it's like very true. But yeah, as I understand angels, and as I work with angels in the way that I do, it's very much like you said, like the Abrahamic God created them. But I could be wrong. I'm just one person following pickle chips, and I don't think many people would consider that valid. So do with what you will. I'm just sharing my perspective. Do you work with unicorns? I'm a unicorn mythic, but I'm trying to figure out my life at the moment. Darkened River Wuku? Did I say the end right? I do work with unicorns actually, and it's really amazing that you told me that. What is a theromythic? Can you tell me that? I don't know what a theromythic is. I've never heard of that before. Is that like a type of practice? I don't know. I chew up average multivitamins. Yeah, I drink it with OJ and Emil. You guys are so funny. Real is what one makes of it. Yeah, I think real is really what you determine is real for you. You know, like I can believe that like the sky is green and you couldn't tell me otherwise. Like the sky would be green to me if I believed that, right? Excuse me. Is pickle juice ripped and over 20 feet tall? Are you talking about pickle chips? Pickle juice. When you mean God, you mean the Abrahamic God, Yahweh? So you were all confirming the Abrahamic God, Yahweh created all the angels. At least in my experience. I don't think everybody would agree with that, of course. Because like there's just everybody's like own experience. Like my understanding of a monotheistic unified God, the concept of that came to me through Abrahamic religions, right? So like the oneness, like the all oneness, if you will, of God, like I understood that concept through Islam, through Christianity, and through Judaism, right? Like that's where I really came into my understanding of God is like the all, if that makes sense. Or like just like a monotheistic God or deity. But the way that I perceive God is not Yahweh. Like I perceive God as like far beyond anything that humans can conceptualize. At the same time, every single perspective that humans personally experience of God is also part of God. And the more meaning that I give God, and the more that I understand God in different religions and practices and faiths all over the world, the more that I understand God, the more that God becomes present, the more miracles that God makes happen in my life. I have been told by my dragon guardians to study the Quran, to study the Bible, and to study the Torah, and do with that information what you will. That's all I can really say. Oh, chips, I mean. No, it's okay. I'm bad at explaining, but I try to explain. It's like Therans are otherkin, but not, I guess. It's like if you identify as dragon or unicorn. I guess if I got that wrong, sorry. Oh, would you consider the type of dragonkin that I identify with as like a theromystic then? Because like I identify as a dragon spirit that is embodied in a human being, like a human physical being. And I've come here to basically gain wisdom, knowledge, and experience in this lifetime and many others before I'm ready to become a dragon guardian in the spirit world one day. I know certain other kin perspectives are a little different than that, so that's why I ask. Have you looked into Gnostic traditions? Yes, Alex. I am currently diving into that. That is how I found Mary Magdalene's Gospel. That is how I found the Book of Enoch. That is how I found the Apocrypha. And I'm pretty much just, oh yeah, and is it the Ethiopian Bible? I think it was. Basically, I'm just trying my best to learn as much as I can. You know what I mean? Because Pickle Chips tells me there's a lot that I don't know, even though I do know a lot, is kind of like what Pickle Chips tells me. Like, compared to, like, at least the Christians that I know in my life and the Muslims that I know in my life, like, I'm very much taking a scholarly approach with my understanding of Christianity, of Islam, and of Judaism, mostly for my own mental health. Because if I approach it with the lens of this is the religion that I was raised with and I was born into and I should practice this, blah, 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 like, my mental health suffers from that. And I've just done so much to, like, recover my mental health, and my dragon guardians tell me I am simply meant to understand it on an academic level and then do with it whatever I will, if that makes sense. I really haven't studied it, but I've just been told that it's just a label, so I'm trying to learn more, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, no, I've never heard of that, so I'm definitely gonna have to do a deep dive on that because I just am unfamiliar. But, like, with my practice and in my craft, like, I'm mostly gonna always follow dragons before anything else, simply because I do identify as dragonkin, right? Like, I feel like my dragon guardians are with me in this incarnation, in this lifetime, because I am a dragonkin, and they are my guidance in this human life as a dragon spirit on the earth plane. Like, it's very simple. It's very simple. Oh no, my alarm to wake up went off. Holy shit, Alex. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Holy shit. The ever-flowing circular pathways are fun to try to look at from other points of view. Yeah, my friend. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of those books. What are they called? The Magic Eye books? Like, that shit pissed me off so much as a kid. I could never figure out the magic eye shit. I was like, how do you see the picture in this? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, where you have to, like, look at the stupid pattern and find, like, the, like, picture of a horse or some shit. Like, yeah, I hated that growing up. I don't know. Are you guys know what I'm talking about? The magic eye books? Can you see that stuff? Like, I haven't looked at one in a very long time, but I wonder if I would be able to see the magic eye stuff now with, like, after doing psychedelics and, like, having, like, the knowledge that I do, or if I really just can't see that shit. Who knows? I don't. I really don't. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's almost 1 a.m. Holy crap. Why am I still on live? That's insane. That's insane. Well, that's kind of what happens, you know, when you're in the studio. LOL, I did not like those things. I don't blame you. But, like, yeah, like, when everyone's in the studio, we stay up so late. But that's how you know they're making a really good song. And, like, look, I really would just love, love, love to, like, show you some of the stuff that we're working on. But, like, I just want to make sure that, like, when I show you guys my my first song back, like, I'll probably show you guys the creation of, like the fan favorite songs. So, like, Horns, for example, or, like, do you know what I mean? Like, songs from, like Make Some Love that I've, like, played on the channel before. When I make those songs in the studio, like, I'll probably live stream those because everybody knows the songs already. But the songs that I've been working on recently are, like, completely new, and, like, I'm working on concepts for the songs that are just, like, things that I love to talk about and, like, want to, you know, like, share with people, and stuff that I feel like I haven't been able to speak about. Like, I've been shamed into silence about my whole life. Like, those are the topics I want to talk about in my songs because, like, that's what feels right, you know? You're worried about spoilers. A little bit, yeah. But like the reality is like I've taken my time to get here. I don't want to jump the gun with sharing like my art, if that makes sense. Like it's really my most sacred work here on the planet is the art that I create, because that's going to outlive me the longest, is what Pickle Chips tells me. And I need to, just respect it for what it is, for what that is, especially in an era where we have the internet and it can become very lucrative to document the whole process, and it can be very fun to do that. But some art is better left developed in the stillness, in the darkness, in the silence, just like how the child in the womb is developed in the darkness of the womb and the water's isolated inside the mother's body, on earth yet not on earth just yet, if that makes sense, in between worlds, if you will. And that's kind of like where I am at. I really truly feel like my life is pregnant, with everything that I've done. And like I'm really about ready to give birth, if you will, in a very symbolic sense. And like I'm just at this point in my life, you guys, where it's like I don't really care anymore how people tell me to live. I'm just going to show up as who I am. And sometimes that might be messy, and sometimes I might quote unquote overshare too much, but like I've gotten in trouble for that my whole life, and I'm like not interested in like making myself somebody I'm not. Like I don't care. Like if I talk a lot simply because I'm autistic, will fucking crucify me. Like I literally am having the best time ever just talking and being myself, and like sharing that experience with people online, and like doing the best in my art and pouring my heart and soul into what I do and not being afraid anymore. And I want everybody else to feel like they can do the same. Do you know what I mean? Like I want you guys to feel like you can do the same with your life too. I want you guys to feel like you can show up as you are, even if you feel awkward sometimes, because you want to know the truth about it. Like the truth about it is like people will usually respect you more. Like the more that I start showing up like a little more autistic, but owning that shit like in a very polite, respectable, classy way, like people respect me differently, because like they just know that like this is who I am. I'm showing up this way, and if you're not gonna like basically come correct, I'm not gonna entertain you. Do you know what I mean? Like I just won't. Like there's certain people in my career that I just won't entertain anymore. Like I won't show up. Sorry. Like it's nothing it actually is everything personal for me, but like not for you. Like I don't give a shit about you. I give a shit about me. That's why it's personal. Do you know what I mean? So it's really kind of a challenge putting myself first and finding a way to put myself first in such high profile, high stress environments. But it's like Pickle Chip says that I'm ready, and Pickle Chip says that I can do it. And you know what? Some people have faith in God, and I have faith in Pickle Chips and God. So I think I have a pickled edge. I was trying to make a joke. It did not come out very funny. I was wondering if you could tell me more about unicorns. I don't know how to find out what kind of unicorn I am. See, I don't really know that. I don't really know how to talk about that, but I honestly will have a like a brainstorm session with Pickle Chips about mythical creatures on the channel moving forward, just because like I'm really not sure where to take that just yet. But I know we're supposed to be covering it, it was once said, if you do things correctly, most won't know if you've done anything at all. Yeah, that, Alfred Cordova, is some wisdom. I would just like to say that when I was in band, the best teacher that I ever had was Mr. Stefan. Shout out to you. He helped me learn how to play saxophone, and I was in jazz band and I was in concert band when I was in middle school. And this teacher, for those 2 years of my life, made some of the most impact. And one of my favorite lessons from Mr. Stefan when we were in band was he encouraged us to make our mistakes in our music very loudly so he could hear them, so he could correct us early on, so we could start rehearsing correctly as soon as possible. And when I put that lesson into the real world, it's so important for you to mess up so very loudly, not only for you to learn from your mistakes, but for other people to learn from your mistakes too. So then you can understand who you are as fast as possible, so you can begin to live your purpose as fast as possible. And that's why Mr. Stefan will always be the best teacher I've ever had, because even now today, 2 decades or so later from that class, I'm still learning from his class. You know, may God reward that man. Like that, I will never let music die within me. Do you understand me? Like, if music doesn't exist anymore, I am dead. Like, that is it. It's true. Like, I love everything music has done for my life. Like, I would not be alive without it. You know, my dragon guardians, some of my dragon guardians I have met through listening to music. That actually I should talk about in a video now that I think about it. You know, because this is why I love music so much. I find music and I find God and I find spells, if you will. I find wisdom, I find knowledge, I find so much hidden in music, and it's therapy for me. You know, like my therapy has been my songs, and if you listen to my songs close enough, you'll hear the stories I tell. And moving forward with my music, part of the reason why I'm a little hesitant to be so open about live streaming it, or like in the way that I'm encouraged to by my audience, not my audience, my agency. Well, I'm sure you guys would love that too, but like my point is that like part of that process is sacred in the sense that it is therapy, and like some of the stories that I tell in my music, I cry while I write my songs. It's very vulnerable, and Pickle Chips tells me I meant to share some of my song creations, and I will in the future. But it's very cathartic, if you will, and I infuse a piece of my soul into my music. I etch my magic into my music, and my music is becoming a collaborative effort, a place where talented people, where brilliant minds, where hearts in sync and unity, unified, and God consciousness come together to create, to co-create masterpiece. And it has been the absolute honor and privilege of a lifetime to have this experience. And I weave my spells into my songs, and my songs are intended to not only deliver messages that people forget, they're meant to be reminders, they're meant to be sticky notes that you keep in your back pocket of who you are, of what you're capable of the possibilities in this world. The music that I create has completely taken on a new form of its own in a way that is beyond me now. Like, my music used to just be for me, and sometimes I shared it on the internet, but now my music is beyond me, and it's becoming something that it was always something that I wanted it to be, which is a place where I can make people's dreams come true. Like, when people ask me what I want it to be when I was a kid, I was like, I want to make people's dreams come true. You know what I mean? My dream job is to give everybody their dream job. You know what I mean? I feel like to be a witch, you also have to be an artist in one way or another. I'm not going to disagree with that, Alex. I'm really not. You know, but at least for now in my lifetime, at where I'm at, like, all I'm gonna do is take it one step at a time, and I'm not gonna do it in a way that someone else tells me I need to do it, because that's my karma in this life. Like, my lifetime is a very karmic one. I have a choice to live it to right the karma, or I have a choice to live it to incur more of what is already there. There's really no in-between option. And that's why every single choice that I make, every single step that I take matters. And I think that more people alive today than not are on karmic life paths, and they have a very similar situation where the lives that they choose, the steps that they take is either going to clear the karma or it's going to give them more bad karma, you know, that's already there. And I see this happen with my family, you know, like the family trauma ran in the family until it ran into me, right? And you know, maybe God will bless me with a child, but I really doubt that shit. I really don't want that shit. But you know, maybe one day I'll have a kid. And I hope that if I do, I am in a place where I can raise a child without the trauma that I have, and in a world that looks better than the one that I live in today. And until that day, I will not have a child, you know? Choir over here, same thing my teacher done while singing. Yeah, Alfred Cordova, that's so fucking awesome. I feel like the music teachers were always the best. Like the music teachers and the art teachers, okay? Like all I have to say. Well, not have to be, but often are. Yeah, you're right, Alex. They don't have to be, but they often are. I could argue that witchcraft in and of itself is an art form. So some people want to say that shit's evil when it's really more similar to like arts and crafts, like scrapbooking, than anything else. You know? So I digress. Cheers, friends. I have to kind of go off this thing because I can't promote this behavior apparently according to YouTube terms of service. So I'm drinking water off camera. Water off camera. Uh-oh. Is this love person in the chat the person I think it is? Brian, cats equal kids. You are correct. Yeah. If you saw my little kitten earlier on the stream, you would know that my child is my cat. I birthed her actually. I actually carried her in my womb for 9 months, and then I birthed her myself. She is my own flesh and blood. Okay, my child is my own flesh and blood. Nightmare Fuel Studios, there you are. You are back. I needed you. I was praying for you to go back. Oh yeah, oh no is right. Like don't do anything yet, Nightmare Fuel Studios. If it gets weird, then you can do your thing, but like we don't know yet. I don't think it's the same person. I don't know, Alex. You don't know me. Okay, love, thank you. We just had someone with your name similar earlier in the chat was like traumatizing us a little bit. I'm just asking. Oh, okay, which god? Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, then that's not your problem. I really apologize that you kind of got the assumption of that, but basically I'm talking about like I was raised Mormon, right? So that type of god. Like I'm talking about like a monotheistic god, like in the Abrahamic sense, but like my understanding of that god is far beyond the Abrahamic religion, if that makes sense. I'm a draconic witch who like follows basically dragon guardians in place of like a god or goddesses or anything like that. And my dragon guardians tell me to read the Quran, read the Bible, read the Torah, and like learn about the history of the faiths, right? Yeah, no, the Mormon Abrahamic God is not for witches. Oh, love, you are just not what your name says then. Because here on my channel, we like let people be whoever they want to be and practice whatever they want to in whatever way they choose to. So let me share with you guys something actually. Earlier in the video, we watched this video, and I would love to like rewatch this video.
Its reach is far and wide. There is no amount of darkness that his light cannot touch. And there is no amount of light that the darkness cannot touch. So we cannot sit here and demonize something that someone else sees God in. AKA tarot cards, spirituality, or anything that you deem demonic might not be reaches his people in ways that resonate with them. So something that looks demonic to you is someone's true God to them. Now, the important thing with this conversation is that there are good intentions and there are bad intentions. So let's say, for example, you are demonizing somebody who reads tarot cards, okay? That person could have ill intentions or they could have good intentions to actually be able to help somebody. And that's where your discernment is the most important thing. If you are sitting here and demonizing these things, or say that you think that a lesbian or someone that is gay is, they are sinning and that's demonic behavior, blah, blah. That might be true love to them. And what is God? God is love, okay? Someone that listens to heavy metal music, even though it's a darker motif, doesn't mean that it is based around darkness completely and evil completely. So use your discernment. God looks different to different people in so many ways. Why do you think people that have different cultures still come to know God? It's because he reaches them in a way that resonates with them. So do not demonize something that someone else genuinely loves, because that is God to them. Because God reaches us in so many different ways, we are entitled to our own way. We do not have the right to sit here and look at someone else and say that your version of God does not match mine, so therefore yours is wrong. That is not our place. Everybody's connection to God is solely through them. We cannot comment on that. I cannot sit here and look at someone who practices witchcraft and say, oh my God, you're evil, you're practicing witchcraft, okay? This is why God has placed me in certain areas and certain places in my life, because I am able to understand now what love is and what love looks like, what God looks like, because he can look different to everybody. And it's not my place to sit here and judge someone's version of God. That's all I have to say. God?
Yeah, so God is for everybody, even if you're a witch. And even if you were raised Mormon or raised Christian or raised Jewish or raised Muslim and you resonate with God, but maybe you don't resonate with your religion anymore and you move on to, say, witchcraft or to, something else, doesn't mean that God has to leave you too. Doesn't mean that you're going to hell now. Doesn't mean that you can't work with God too. Like, just because somebody tells you you have to connect with God in a certain way doesn't mean they're right. Like, our connection with God, our connection with the divine, our connection with our guardians is something that belongs to us and us alone. We are entitled, actually, to our connection with God how we want. Human beings are entitled to very few things. But one thing they are entitled to is their own connection and perception of God. That is between the human incarnated in the vessel and the Creator. It is beyond father and son. It is beyond mother and daughter. It is beyond pastor and pulpit. It is beyond, government and the governed. It is beyond master and slave. Do you know what it is? It is only between the Creator and the creation. So there's just like no reason to talk to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Like, everybody has their own perspective, their own experience, and their own practice, and which is a very hard thing to define, because anyone can be a witch. Just like anyone can believe in God. It's really that simple. Yeah, no, she's a witch because she practices witchcraft, literally. believing in a monotheistic God doesn't change how I practice my witchcraft, you know. She's the Silver Surfer's sister, duh. Duh. Bruh, bruh, bruh. Oh, I'm not reasoning with anyone. I'm quite unreasonable, actually. Did you know? If you bring some bullshit to me, I don't see that as reasonable. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. You know? Why? I reference, so, like, for the record, like, this is my channel to anyone who's watching, by the way. I like to create an environment on my channel where we learn about everybody's religions, we learn about everybody's spirituality and faiths. It's amazing. And that's kind of why we talk about all kind of religions here and why I reference them all the time. So just in case you're like new to the channel, that's just kind of like what I focus on with my content now. But like my channel really started as trying to see if magic was real, you know what I mean? And spoiler alert, it is. I discovered it's real, and now that I have like a practice of it with my dragon guardians, they tell me to learn about everybody's faith and practice and share it on the channel. So if you're into that, leave a like, subscribe. You know, it's pretty awesome to learn about other people who are different than you. I don't know why that's so hard. And the fun thing about learning about other people in a good environment is sometimes you're inspired and people will actually find faith in conflicting beliefs. And then people start to experiment with like the intersections of different faiths. And like that is when things really get really fascinating. You know what I mean? It's like really cool seeing how people of different faiths, especially when people of different races are like have like inherited different types of like cultural like experiences or cultural beliefs or practices, and how that translates into their being as somebody who's inherited both of them, if that makes sense. Cozy Crossings, oh my goodness, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragonfeather. Today we are fighting the religious zealots with Dragonfire because I have to assert myself in saying that God belongs to witches too. I am done with the drama. So I'm questioning being Dragonkin. I don't know what to do. Honestly, like that is something that I could not speak on. Like in my what's it called? In my practice, it's very much a personal thing. Do you know what I mean? Like it's very much a personal practice. So, and like every Therin and every otherkin is so different, you guys. Like that's like what really kind of makes it really difficult, because even in like the Therin and otherkin community, you'll have so many different people who just have like wildly different experiences and like wildly different perspectives of like what it means to be Therin and otherkin. So sometimes it can be really difficult, especially when there's a lot of like cringe compilations about otherkin and Therin stuff instead of like actual helpful stuff. But like all I can say is that like it's very much a personal path, and at the end of the day, like for me in my practice, like I practice above everything else what's going to regulate my nervous system because of the trauma that I've been through. Like therapy is expensive, okay, like, but spirituality is free. You know, like and faith is free, you know, like I can have as much faith as I want. I just have to believe that I have it. It's really that simple. And the way that faith works and having faith in things works is like depending on how you have faith in something, where you have faith in something, and what you have faith in will determine how it manifests for you in your life. And the only limitation is your imagination. The only limitation is you and like your audacity, honestly. Like what do you think is going to be good for you? What do you think is the place for you to follow? And for me, it has been reclaiming my heritage of like my Irish heritage and my Welsh heritage, which I have witchcraft in my blood that I lost when my family's moved to America. Like that has been my personal practice space, and something that I have found so much reward like in pursuing is remembering who I am in that sense. But at the same time, like being born into a faith with God, like I'll never my love for God and my faith for God like was given to me by my family at a very early age and has never left me and never will leave me, and like no amount of anyone could ever say will ever change that, you know what I mean? And like I'm not the only one who has that perspective, especially in the witchy community. There are so many witches that are still in the closet about their belief in God, who don't necessarily explore their belief in God in the more traditional sense that they were raised with, simply because they have so much shame and fear around it, you know? So that was it. Oh my gosh. Are you having fun, Nightmare? It's really kind of fun in this chat right now, you guys. That means that I'm talking about the right kinds of things tonight. So we literally, like I said, can't even talk about my love for God like on the internet without getting haters. Like it's that intense these days. And which is why like Pickle Chips tells me so hard, like it doesn't matter what happens to you online, like you need to talk about your perspective because it is needed. Like you have done the work, you have been doing this for a long time, like you have walked the path of trauma and recovered from it. You have walked the path of addiction and recovered from it. You have walked the path of loss and recovered from it. You have walked the path of chronic health issues, chronic pain, and are recovering from it. You have walked the path of like domestic violence and are recovering from it. You have walked the path of sexual abuse and are recovering from it. Like you can speak now. Like you are ready. And like I am not going to suffer in silence anymore, and I am going to share what I love. And like what I love is God, and what I love is magic. Crucify me. Like you can't. Fuck you. Like that's ha ha, like and subscribe. Like it's really that simple. Like I don't care. Like if my fate to leave this world is because somebody decides to do a hate crime, like I'm not gonna be afraid of that shit. Like I'm gonna speak my whole motherfucking truth, because some people are speaking their whole motherfucking truth about hating people and about hating certain types of people and about how they're terrorists, about how they're demons, about how they're unholy, about how they're the darkness incarnated, about how they don't deserve life, how they're animals, blah 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 blah. If they can do that, I can preach with my whole chest that I'm a witch who loves God, and you can be the same, and God is love, and everyone can have God. Like God belongs to everyone. It doesn't matter. Like spoiler alert, like everyone goes to heaven maybe. Like I don't know. Like who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? But I will fight till the death of me for there to be a safe space for us to be geeky and cheeky and freaky in our own little hatchling ways, that makes us feel safe, that makes us feel secure, that makes us feel seen and sound, that makes us feel happy to be alive again. Like how many of you hatchlings out there have felt suicidal simply because you have been denied the space, denied the right, denied the environment to be yourself, the access to be yourself? Like honestly, like I really would like to know, because like I'm willing to bet that it's the majority of you guys, unfortunately, and that shit's fucked up, and I'm not okay with that. Like I'm just not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. You know? Tonight's been wild. Let's see how long it takes for him to come back and get banned. Nightmare Fuel Studios, you're so serious. The same guy keeps coming back under different alts. Yeah, it happens to me a lot, unfortunately. Actually used to be able to do judo, throw myself when I was a bit more limber as a kid. Oh, I love judo. I would love to learn how to practice some kind of martial art again. I've been, Pickle Chip says I need to find a physical art to do the best that I can to perfect my body. Pickle Chip says I've become a warrior of the heart and a warrior of the mind and a warrior of the spirit, but I am not yet a warrior of the body, and that is the only thing that's left. So that's what I gotta do. That's a fancy way of saying I need to hit the gym, okay? I feel like it was 2 people with an alt account each. Who knows, Alex? We never know. Same. I'm proud of you. I'm sure lots of other people are too surviving lots of trauma. Honestly, Violet Maze, I just have so much faith in the people on the planet today who are deeply traumatized, who are on a self-healing journey. I know you guys are gonna win. And I know you guys are doing the right things. Your uphill battle is not in vain. And believe it or not, we're all collectively on this mission together, even though we have this illusion of separation. And that is the beauty of it all. That is the paradox of it, right? By us going on these individual journeys alone, together, to evolve ourselves, to heal ourselves, to recover ourselves, to become the best versions of us who we need to be, we're actually creating one of the most profound movements of human history. Do you understand me? Like, we will be referenced throughout human history for eons because we were the ones who shifted. Do you know what I mean? Do ya know what I mean? Jelly bean? I felt so alone in my love for God as a Wiccan. I still go to church and love it. Cozy Crossings, cheers. I go to church too sometimes. Excuse me. I'm feeling that right now as a trans guy. Also being a Wiccan and loving God, I've also felt alone. Anthony, do you feel alone as someone who's trans as well? Loving God, like, has that, would you, like, if it's okay for me to ask because I'm not trans, would you say that trans people who do have a love for God, do you think that the religious trauma is a huge contributing factor to the high suicide rate among the trans youth and just trans people in general? I am curious to know. Just because I don't know from my own experience. Start. One time I saw a sticker that said God is too big to fit into any one religion. Christy, I love that. God is too big to fit into any one religion. That's why I find a piece of God in all of the religions. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry, Christy. Christy, you've been making me bawl tonight. It's true. I'm crying for Christy's comments. You don't understand, you guys. Literally. All paths cross each other at some point. To Briss, drop in wisdom. This is why, like, my dragon guardians tell me to study probably as many different paths and crafts and faiths and religions as I can across the world. My entire lifetime till the day I die, I'll probably be reading the Quran, a book of shadows, and the Bible on my deathbed, because, like, I just think that there's so many beautiful ways. You know, honestly, I'll be reading the Book of the Dead on my deathbed. Okay, that's the real truth. And I digress. But you know what I'm trying to say, right? I'm trying to say that, like, the more you study everybody's perspective, the more you realize that we're not so different. The more you realize that we're all kind of doing the same thing. The more you realize that, like, we're kind of all talking to the same source. Like, we're kind of all moving in a similar way, just different fonts. Like, we're saying the same sentence in different fonts and colors. Like, it's really kind of like that, you know? That one kind of splashed me back a little bit. Yeah, loving God and being trans is really hard. That's why I think a lot of churches who might be against trans people do contribute to trans suicide rates. Religious trauma definitely contributes to the suicide rates, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Anthony. I'm really sorry to hear that, but I will say that I hope you know that you're always welcome on this channel with being trans, being a Wiccan, and being someone who loves God. Like, I will defend your right to express yourself here, even from the zealots in my own comment section. We got mods working on overtime, okay, on your behalf, okay? Because, like, I think that because there is precedent for the religious trauma contributing to suicide rates, that's why now more than ever it is literally healthcare to create safe spaces where people can be religiously themselves, if that makes sense. Depending on if depending on if I should come out to my mom as a Theron or Theomythic. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend coming out to anybody as a Theron. Take it from a personal experience, okay? Even with my family, no. Because the reality is, like, you will never really know how someone's brain and their conditioning is going to interpret what you say. And some religious people that I have told about being dragonkin have very much interpreted that as me being possessed by a demon. So all I'm gonna say is just like maybe keep it to yourself unless you feel it's absolutely necessary to communicate that to for like your health or well-being or whatever. But like that's just kind of my personal recommendation, only because of like just what I've been through, if that makes sense. You know, you're so pretty. Thank you, Valley of the Hearts. You're so sweet. Thank you so much, sir. You got it, Anthony. I got you, friends. But yeah, like for me, like I know that like, I mean, in my family, I'm very much like the black sheep. You know, like I have like I have an aunt who's gay, and I also have an aunt who's I suspect is a witch. She's very naturally witchy. Two different sides of the family. But like even among them, like I'm still bizarre. Like I like in the sense that like they struggle to connect with me or understand me. And that's okay. You know what I mean? Like we're not necessarily always meant to understand or connect with all of our family members, but like I also have a really big family, and like growing up, it's also really common for like white families that are really big to have like family reunions. I can only speak for myself, but like the type of like hierarchical culture in my family, especially because there's like, you know, law enforcement in my family, and there's like, you know, like firefighters in my family, and I'm pretty sure there's lawyers in my family still. If not, they might have passed away. But there's also like nurses in my family. There's just like a lot of like people in institutional organizations in my family. And so sometimes that kind of translates into like those behaviors would like translate like into like the family reunions where like I don't know how else to explain it, that like I was just expected to like fill a certain role because like I looked a certain way and I was like said daughter of said certain person, and because of that that like determined like where I fit in the thing, the pie or whatever. Really bizarre. I don't know how else to describe it than that, because that is exactly how it felt living through that. Like I have memories of just all the women scrambling to do everything and the men just like sitting, doing nothing, drinking, getting really drunk, you know, like, but it's just because like this is just like where I come from. This is the life that I come from. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't care like anymore about like silencing certain parts of myself, because like it was costing me my mental health. And like part about talking about it here on the Daily Dose of Dragon Feather is like for me to like give myself permission to come back to life. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Like the things that I share most of the time on this channel aren't for you, and I know that might sound weird, but they're mostly for my inner child, because like sometimes I'm just here to validate like the little girl inside of me. Like sometimes I literally jump on live just to like when I did that live stream called sharing stories I probably shouldn't, I jumped on that live stream to validate like the little girl in me who like really was having a struggle the past like week with her mental health. You know, like I struggle in the summertime, and especially around 4th of July I struggle, and so I kind of was confronted with that again with my mental health, and like I kind of just had to navigate that however I could. And like Pickle Chip said, like, you're ready, you can talk about it, you know, like you can talk a little bit about some of this, and like that's really good for you, you know. That makes sense, kind of like soothing your inner child. Yeah. And you know what, like the difference is that like I could do this, I could do these types of videos, you know, and keep them private to myself in like a personal archive. But let me tell you something. I know better to do that than keep it all myself, because when I post these videos and I do these videos where I make the kind of content that I know I needed as a little girl, I know it helps you guys too. And I know that I know that there's only one Azura Dragonfeather on the planet, and that if I don't show up and share, then nobody can have the opportunity to engage, right? And Pickle Chips told me that more than anything, after everything I've overcome in my life, it is my responsibility to give people the opportunity to engage with that if they wish. And it doesn't matter how they choose to engage with me. They can choose to engage with me in a very hateful way. They can choose to engage with me in a very dehumanizing way. They can choose to engage with me in a very misogynistic way. They can choose to engage with me in a very bigoted way if they want to. That is their right. That is what it is to be alive and making content publicly on the internet. I know that. The difference is that now I'm in a place where it won't shake my mental health. You know what I mean? And I have, like, incredible community. I have incredible people in my life. Like a support team, like with my agency, that I'm not alone anymore, and I'm being encouraged to be myself, because that is where, spoiler alert, the industry is going, is to an authenticity market. If you want to be ahead of the bell curve, that's the secret. You know what I mean? Like, people don't want perfect shit anymore. People want real shit. People want to know what you've been through. People want to see you on camera. People wants it to feel like YouTube again. Do you know what I mean? Like, people want to hear more people just get in front of a camera in their pajamas, like hair a mess, just saying, oh hey, like, this is part of my life and this is what happened and this is how I learned from it, and do you relate? Like does that like help you too? Like what would you have done? Like, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Yeah, being authentic is the way to go every single time. Every single time. And the celebrities of the future are going to be the ones that are authentic, that are championing the rights of the people, that are championing justice for the people who have been systemically denied a voice, systemically denied a place in the spotlight. We are gonna be the ones that say, fuck everything else, we'll give you a spotlight. You can't be forgotten if you literally are on my chest. You can't be forgotten if you're literally my backdrop. You can't be forgotten if you're literally in my music. Crucify me, bitch. Like, that is where I want to encourage artists to lean into, especially in the economy that we have today, especially if you are an artist out there watching and you want to pursue a career in your art. Please know that the more you lean into what makes you weird and wild and wacky and different is what's gonna make you go viral. You have to understand there is a certain element of quality into your content that you need to have, and a certain element like that for like the viral, like, economics, if you will, if you're trying to like do that kind of thing. But like, even in your day-to-day life, the more that you just authentically show up and create your life and speak your mind authentically, and sometimes what you have to say is going to upset people, but if you allow yourself to upset people before you silence yourself, you'll actually win so much more respect. And yes, you might create enemies, but let me tell you something. Like, the people who make the history books are the ones who probably have the most enemies, are they not? Why do you think they have so many enemies? Because they are fighting for something that is worth fighting for, and that is reshaping the way that power flows. And when you change the narrative of the way that power flows, the people who were benefiting from the way that power was before are gonna be angry about it, So, I love your outlook on things. It's very inspiring to me. Hell yeah, Anthony. I'd love to hear that. That reminds me that I absolutely need to keep doing what I'm doing. I need to keep showing up, and I need to keep talking, and I need to keep sharing, even when I feel anxious, because like I need to tell you guys something. Every time before I go live, I get so nervous, and I feel like maybe I'm gonna mess up, or maybe I'm gonna say something I shouldn't, or maybe somebody's gonna like bully me or whatever. But like at the end of the day, I know that it's gonna be a great experience because the hatchlings always show up, and you guys are always bringing like so much awesome shit to the lives, and like I always know that I have like my spirit team on my side, so it doesn't matter who shows up in the live chat. Like we're good here. Like this is a safe space, and like the only way like this, like, you know, like, nah, it's just a safe space here, forget that shit. But yeah, being open-minded and authentic is something that is treasured. They are awesome qualities to have. Yeah, dude, like I really want to encourage more people to take a chance to be different and be literally geeky, cheeky, and freaky, especially if you get ostracized for it, and especially then because like, you know, even amongst like my friends now, like I will literally just be so openly myself, and like in the industries that I'm in, I'm around a lot of like Jesus is king people, and a lot of people who are like, you know, God is the only way, and like I have been very much instructed by Pickle Chips that I am in no way, shape, or form meant to diminish who I am as a witch, especially as a believer in dragons, when I'm in the room with these people. And it's very intimidating and it's very scary sometimes, but you know what, this is the path that I've chosen for myself. This is the life that I've created for myself, and the more that I share that journey, the more that Pickle Chips is proud of me, and the more that I fail to share, the less and less Pickle Chips engages with me, you know. So I hope that if you're looking to work with dragons, maybe let that be a word of advice. Like, the more that you do things to push yourself out of your comfort zone, your dragon guardians are going to be watching and impressed with things like that, because most humans will not push themselves that way. Do you know what I mean? Most humans will not push themselves to do the difficult shit. Most humans will not push themselves to learn about religions that conflict with their own or call them evil. Most people will not do the work that it takes to heal their addictions, or to embrace their shadows, or to recover from trauma, or to recreate a different life for themselves. Most people won't do these things. So if you do those things, you are going very far, and you are already further ahead than you think, and you're so much more blessed than you think. And please just know this world is conditioned to make you think that you are failing, so you will not try. Please keep trying. Please keep trying. Please keep trying. Please keep trying. I would rather be hated for being real rather than loved for who I'm not. Exactly. Exactly, Tabris. Exactly. I always feel safe watching your lives, even though I miss a lot of them when they're actually live because of school. I love watching them. Anthony, dude, that means the world to me. Because guess what? The safest I feel in my life these days, you guys, is when I'm on live with you. Like, I hope you guys know that this is a very mutual like safety creation process. Like, I feel a little ambitious sometimes with what I want to do in my life, and it scares me, and like sometimes it's really hard with the health issues that I have, and sometimes I feel really lost, and sometimes I feel really stupid and lonely and small, and like I don't have that sense of community or support system. But whenever I come live on the like channel with the hatchlings, it's insane. It's actually insane. Like how I'm like, oh yeah, there's my family. As soon as I go live, I'm like, oh yeah, why did I feel like that part was missing from my life? You know, like, this is a safe space, and I'm loving the energy vibe of this live. Hell yeah. I hope that you can catch more in the future to chill with us, because I love you guys. It's so much fun to hang out with. God bless you, friend. Oh, thank you so much. Your path is your own, and you alone can travel down it. It's very true. Very true. I feel very fortunate to catch a live stream as well. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. I'm learning so much from you. Thank you for sharing your journey and being authentic, Christy. I do it for you. I am in service to you. Like, I really hope you guys know that. Like, the more that I like uncover in my spiritual practice, the more that I realize that the true priestesses, the true shamans, the true masters, ascended masters, are the ones who dedicate their entire lives to be in service of others. And that's why, like, Pickle Chips told me that if that's the path that I want to follow, if that's the case, then I don't get to be depressed anymore. I don't get to be lazy anymore. I don't get to be too tired anymore. Like, that's something that is a luxury, actually. It is something that is a coping mechanism when you have the luxury to do so. And now, if I want to be in service to others, I'm not allowed to like disconnect for so long. I struggle, right? Because I'm human. You know what I mean? But like, the point is that the point of the journey is to be better today than I was yesterday, and tomorrow to try and do better and continue that process. You know, like, and all I have to do now is share that journey along the way. And people in my life like to diminish me because my power is scary, because my knowledge is vast and deep, because I've done the work to recover from everything that I've been through. And that's the only reason why I have the wisdom that I have. Do you understand? That means that anyone in this world who's a human being, everything you've been through in your life, if you do the work to recover, you will have your own version of what I do, depending on the things you've been through and what you have faith in. That's it. Those are the variables you have. You know what I mean? Who do you believe yourself to be? Because I believe myself to be Azura Dragonfeather, who refused to let herself succumb to everything that threatened to tear me apart. Like, I was born a fairy princess, but made into a dragon warrior against my will, and so now I embrace both parts of it. And maybe I was just supposed to be all of it. Who knows? But the more that I look at all the trauma and all the challenges that I've been through, the more that I realize that my life was written perfectly. And the more that I realize everybody else's life was written perfectly too, because I see that the only thing that really exists is like us, and like we are one. Does that make sense? So like you are me and I am you, right? So like that means like everything that I've been through, you've also gone through your same version of that. And like, I have so much respect for myself for overcoming that. Why would I not have respect for you trying? Why would I not try and hold space for you to get there? Why would I not offer you my hand along the way? You know, that's what we have to do for each other, because that's all that's left. That's all that's left when the land is poisoned, when the air is literally polluted, when the water is full of sound and oil, when the food is fake and the clothes are plastic. All we have is each other. You know? Like, eat a mushroom for fuck's sake. You know? Like, yeah. I would rather force someone to eat a mushroom than eat bullets, personally. Personally. That might be a hot take here, but you know what? Crucify me. You know? Yeah, you inspire me with every single video. Oh, Violet Maze, I hope I can keep doing this. That is the goal here. You are kind of like a free associating poet. Interesting. It's very sweet. I really like that, because poetry is one of my favorite things in the world. I love writing. If you couldn't tell, like, I have my bench. I have a bench back there, and the underneath of it is just dedicated towards all my notebooks, because it's that intense. And I go through these notebooks quite constantly. Speaking of notebooks, let me share some more wisdom from this one. This is a little bit earlier from the live. We read out of this one. This is like Pickle Chips told me that this is basically like my crash course for alchemy, right? So let me do this one. All right, know thyself better than anyone. To move authentically without a lack of integrity or doubt, you must know thyself better than anyone else. Sometimes others will attempt to use their own intimidation to test their power over you. You must never let them have any power over your understanding of thyself. It is essential for us to completely know who we are and what we stand for to truly step into our purpose. Okay? I think I should read this whole page, actually. Pickle Chips would like me to. Only you have power. No one has any power over you unless you give it away to them. Where we are unsure about who we are, that's when we start giving our power away to others around us in hopes they will make us feel comfortable. We are conditioned from birth to give our power away. It is up to us to break the conditioning and take our power back. It's not an easy process, but it is possible. And lastly, your relationship to yourself. Everything in our life is a direct reflection of the relationship we have with ourselves. Chances are, if we don't like our lives, we don't like the relationship we have with ourselves either. Begin there for your dream life. When I write in this book, all of the work in here is channeled with Pickle Chips. And when I go back and read it, every single time I learn more, and it's so relevant. And I just like need you guys to know that like you guys are able to do this kind of a practice too. Like I'm not just some anomaly. Like I'm not just some like all-powerful dragon goddess lady. Like no, stop doing that. Don't glorify me that way. Like I'm just a human being. Like you have the ability to channel your guardians and the wisdom they have for you. Like you're able to channel God too. Like you're able to channel your higher self too. Like you're able to channel your future self and your past self, and you're able to do these things. All you have to do is believe in yourself and try. I do believe in fairies. I do. Like I do believe in my power. I do. I am a witch. I know it. You know what I mean? Like I know it because I am that. Like why else? Like if I'm not a witch, how else would I have like manifested the most perfect man in my life to like help me make my dreams come true and gifts me with crystals and like brings God back into my life but loves to learn magic? And it's just like this, I couldn't have made this life better. Like I couldn't have written this better myself. Do you understand? That's why I say like because I couldn't have written this shit better than myself, the only reason why I got here was my faith. The only reason why I got here was my magic. The only reason why I got here was my mindset, you know? And like my guardians and like my ancestors and my spirit team and God and my goddesses did the rest. And that is my experience. And I do not care who comes to this channel to try and take that from me. You cannot. And when I come on this channel and I share that, I will remind you that you can have it too. And if you subscribe to my channel, just know that you are very, very divinely protected by my spirit team. What I do in my life purpose is very sacred to not only my dragons, but my ancestors, and not only my ancestors, but just humanity. Like, and I'm not the only one who has a mission like I do. I'm just one of many. Like, and chances are you follow a lot of my reflections already. And if you know, you know. Like, if you know what I mean by that, you already know. Like, you know that we are the generation of light. You know that we are the people here to bring us here to the new chapter of humanity. Like, we're done living in abuse. We're done living in trauma. And we're the ones who made the shift. And we're here to help you make the shift. And we're not afraid anymore. And you can't control, and you can't indoctrinate, and you can't propagandize what you can't make afraid. Like, you just, I'm not afraid. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, it's not anything more than that. Like, and I won't ever let anyone else take that away from me, because I fought my whole life and I will die for that. Because like, that has been my life. And the way you choose to live sometimes is the way you choose to die. Just like the way you choose to die is the way you choose to live. You know, law of paradox. That's why I'm not afraid of whatever end I meet, because guess what? This whole life is a scam. It's a whole thing is a setup for everybody. Thank you, Tupac, for letting me know. Nobody gets out of this shit alive. It's a fucking stick up, motherfucker. Like, you only have so much time until they get you up. What the fuck is it? Like, what the fuck is Earth, dude? What the fuck is Earth? It's a very bizarre place. So, I need to go get ready for bed. It's almost 2 in the morning. I don't even know how long 312 minutes and 22 seconds is, but that's how long we've been alive. So I would just like to say thank you so much for sharing some of your time with me and choosing to spend your day with me today. It's been a wonderful blast hanging out with you guys. Before we leave, so you guys have a little bit more, I'll just pull a little bit extra tidbit of this wisdom to end the life. And it says, find and follow your faith. One size never fits all. When it comes to something as personal, intimate, vulnerable, and subjective as faith, it is as unique as there are points of view. Everyone's faith will manifest in different ways when they believe in the same things. The important part is to explore. Follow faith's footsteps. Using your intuition as your guide, let yourself follow the footsteps that faith provides you. Sometimes we feel called to a particular path or practice, but we only lose when we ignore our calling. There is only so much time we have to follow our hearts, so why deny ourselves any longer? We are the masters of our fate when we follow in our faith's footsteps. So I hope that is a great place to leave you for tonight. 5 hours to press. Oh my god. This is officially the longest live I've ever done. This is the longest video I've ever made. Thank you so much for being a part of it. You guys are amazing, and I promise you very soon we will open the 100K plaque that we got in the mail. I can't believe it. It's so exciting. You guys are amazing. My life would suck without you guys, truly. So thank you for making me who I am today. You beautiful hatchlings, I love you. Mwah. So sending you blessings, but until next time, stay geeky, cheeky, and freaky, little hatchlings. Stay geeky, cheeky, freaky, little hatchlings. Bye.